myself for this one. Hello. Can I move that much? Ooh. Good morning and welcome to the 2019 Humans to Mars Summit. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, back once again, delighted to be here hosting the webcast, which will be running over the 3 days of Humans to Mars this year. And boy, do we have a lot in store for all of you around the world who are joining us online. It's going to be very, very exciting. We have a little video from our gold sponsor, Aerojet Rocketdyne, that we're going to be going to in a minute or two. But first, a little bit of a preview of what to expect as we get through this first day of Humans to Mars. It is going to be a particularly exciting morning because, as you might imagine, if you heard the news last night, the big news, and Artemis Westenberg is over here nodding in agreement, is the announcement made by the NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine about the supplemental budget, the revised budget for NASA in the coming year, that it would be federal fiscal year 2020, to enable us, if all goes well, if the funding is approved, to perhaps put humans back on Mars by 2020. Sorry, we haven't been to Mars yet, but that stepping stone to Mars, the moon, by 2024, as has been made a priority by the administration. And that was just announced last night. It is causing quite a stir and will probably have a big effect on what is going to be talked about during a number of the sessions here at Humans to Mars. But most exciting is that just a few minutes from now, at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, the NASA Administrator, Jim Bridenstine, will be the first major speaker at the Humans to Mars Summit for 2019. And so this will be, as far as we know, hard to believe that it would have happened any time before this, the first public event that he will do since the announcement was made last night. Now, there was a media teleconference last night where they provided some details. The administrator and some of the other leaders of NASA were there to talk about this augmented budget request that has been made. But this is the first time that he'll actually be in the room with a lot of stakeholders outside of NASA talking about NASA's very ambitious plans to put humans back on the moon by 2024. And we were told last night, as he was talking about this, that this is going to be done without affecting other NASA programs. They're not taking money from other portions of NASA. In fact, they hope to enhance the science programs at NASA by doing much more lunar science in preparation for sending humans back to the moon. And as he pointedly said, not just the return of humans to the moon, but the return, or actually the arrival of the first woman on the moon. We're going to be getting started at the lectern behind me in a couple of minutes, but I did mention our gold sponsor, Aerojet Rocketdyne. We have a little video message that we can play for you from Aerojet Rocketdyne. We're going to go to that now.
After 7 decades of exploring our solar system, Aerojet Rocketdyne is now embarking on its next great space endeavor, sending humans back to the moon and creating a deep space gateway. This lunar outpost will provide explorers a safe place to live and work while preparing for the long haul to Mars. Our power and propulsion elements will play a central role in the orbital maneuvering and station keeping, life support, and other essential electrical components on the Deep Space Gateway. When the Space Launch System makes its climb into space, it will be powered by 4 RS-25 booster engines. Once the rocket has safely reached space, our jettison motor pulls the launch abort system away from the rocket. 4 RL-10 engines on the upper stage will then take over to propel the crew toward their destination. The Orion spacecraft's reaction control system, along with the European Service Module's OMS engine and auxiliary engines, will provide trajectory correction maneuvers. After 8 out of 8 successfully landed robotic missions on Mars and 5 orbiters circling the red planet, humans will soon be joining them. Sending habitats and cargo to Mars with electric propulsion ahead of the crew will enable shorter travel time and shorter setup time on planet. Additionally, we are working on nuclear thermal propulsion to quickly transport astronaut crews to deep space and safely back to Earth. The SLS rocket will also allow in-depth exploration of potential life-bearing worlds such as Europa. This extensive suite of propulsion will be responsible for opening this new chapter in space exploration, science, and discovery, and may one day reveal the answer to, are we alone in the universe? We're ready for the next giant leap in space exploration.
And we're back. And of course, Explore Mars wants to thank Aerojet Rocketdyne for being the gold sponsor of this year's Humans to Mars Summit. Explore Mars, of course, is the organization that brings all of this together each year. It is dedicated to exploring Mars and making Mars part of human civilization. Its lead event, its premier event each year is what you're looking at right now. Again, if you've just joined us, I'm Matt Kaplan from the Planetary Society, back hosting the webcast, as I am absolutely delighted to do every year. This year, doing it at the National Academy of Sciences, which if you have been to DC and not been to the National Academy of Sciences, I recommend it very highly. I really got to poke around a little bit yesterday, and it is an absolutely gorgeous, spectacular building, really a temple of science, so really a very appropriate place for Explore Mars to have moved the Humans to Mars Summit to this year. We've mentioned that we're very excited that barely a half hour from now, we'll be joined by NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, who will be making his first public appearance after the announcement of the supplemental NASA budget, which was proposed just last night. And that is the budget which, if all goes well, NASA is hoping will put humans back on the moon by 2024. As a stepping stone to Mars. And here at Humans to Mars, even though it's H2M, with the M generally standing for Mars, well, this year you might make it stand for the moon as well, because it is pretty clear that we are going to the moon as that stepping stone. And it makes a lot of sense to a lot of people to make that trip that's only going to take us 3 days away instead of months away, to prove out the technologies that will allow us to put human footsteps on Mars. Let me give you a little bit of an idea of what's in store today. We'll be going up to the lectern on the stage in just a few moments, where Chris Carberry and Artemis Westenberg will get the actual program underway. But until we do that, well, I've told you Jim Bridenstine. He's scheduled to be with us for about 25 minutes, beginning at 9 a.m. All the times that I give you will be in Eastern Daylight Time. Then at 9:25, John Logston, an old friend of mine, a regular guest on the show I Do, Planetary Radio, and sort of the dean of space academicians, he will have a panel called Beyond Apollo: Can a 2024 moon landing enable a Mars landing in the 2030s? So what could be more appropriate? There is a session that will no doubt have much more to talk about. I'm going to step aside here for a second, let somebody by. It just goes on from there. At 10:35, yours truly, I will have a panel about the Mars InSight mission, the most recent arrival at Mars, which is digging deep, looking into the interior of Mars to reveal much more about the history of the red planet. That'll be at 10:35 Eastern. At 11:15, the power of Mars and STEM. As everybody knows, I hope you know, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And that will be headed by Janet Ivey of Janet's Planet. And she is also the new president of Explore Mars. So congratulations to Janet. And I think we're getting closer now. The auditorium here at the National Academy of Sciences is beginning to fill up with the attendees for this year's Humans to Mars Summit. In a few moments, we'll be going to the stage where Chris Carberry, the CEO of Explore Mars, and the President Emeritus of Explore Mars, Artemis Westenberg, will be kicking off this first day of the Humans to Mars Summit. Again, we will be here with you live all 3 days. We are also grateful to NASA 360 for helping us to get this out to many more people. I'm told we have a couple more moments. We can go through a little bit more. I'll wrap it up. Okay, then we are ready, I guess, to get things underway here with the program. Let's go down there to the lectern and Chris Carberry and Artemis Westenberg.
Thank you, Matt. I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. Thank you and welcome to the 2019 Humans to Mars Summit. We have a really great program this year, and I think Matt outlined a lot of the different programming we have, so I won't actually bother you with, going through the agenda today, but really strong program over the next 3 days, so we're glad that you're here. But before I bring on Artemis Westenberg, I want to just do a few announcements. First off, I want to thank the Science and Entertainment Exchange, which is part of the National Academies, who worked with us to make sure we had this venue, so thank you very much. I'd like to thank our sponsors, of course, for making this event possible. I want to thank our gold sponsor, Aerojet Rocketdyne, our silver sponsor, Lockheed Martin, bronze sponsors, Boeing and Northrop Grumman. We want to thank the Musk Foundation for enabling the Afghan Girls Robotics team to come here. Our media sponsor, Space News, our webcast sponsor, the National Institute of Aerospace. Our supporter sponsor, ULA. We have our reception sponsor tonight, the American Astronautical Society. Dollar General, who's our STEM education sponsor. Our friend sponsors, Paragon, Space Development Corporation, BWXT, the Boldly Go Institute, and our official beverage sponsors, Galileo, Ardbeg, and Olsen. I see there's the wrong logo there, but that's all right. You should also see in your program, there's a list of all the other supporter organizations. There are too many of them for me to list, but all of them have been extremely helpful in making this event successful. So thank you to all of our partner organizations. For those of you looking for Wi-Fi, you just go to the website, you look for, you find guest, in the options. You just click that, it'll give you a prompt, and then just accept. It's pretty easy, so there is Wi-Fi here. As for food, we understand this area is a little more remote than our previous locations, but there are options around. We do ask you not to use the cafeteria downstairs because there's a limited space and the staff, needs to be able to access the cafeteria during lunch times. But there are food trucks nearby on the corners. Down near the Elliott School of Government at GW, there's a food court, and so you should have been all emailed that information where the nearest restaurants are. We also gave an extra half hour for lunch this year, so it's an hour-and-a-half lunch each day, so you should have time to be able to find the local cuisine. And if you have any questions at the front desk, they can guide you to where the nearest food is. Later today, we will also email everybody the locations of all the breakout sessions tomorrow. As you know, tomorrow we have 3 breakout sessions. One will be here, but we also have 2 breakout rooms, which we will assign each of those and email you those. We also print them out and put them out in the lobby tomorrow morning. You should have all received the folders, when you walked in, one of which is the Humans to Mars report, which we just released today. And Joe Cassidy and Rick Zucker will be giving a short presentation on that in a few moments. But we will be distributing this to every member of Congress on Friday. So if there's anybody who also wants to help us distribute these, please let us know. We'll talk to you at the front, but we still need help, to find people to help distribute the reports. You can also still purchase Leonard David's book, Moonrush. He'll be doing a book signing over the course of the 3 days, and there's also a speaker's lunch with him tomorrow. I'll try to rush this along also. The restrooms, just if you go out the door on your right, you can find the restrooms. And all speakers, anybody who's a speaker, if you want to meet outside 15 minutes before your talk, you'll be escorted backstage so you can be microphoned up. So without further ado, and with all the announcements done, I want to introduce our President Emeritus of Explore Mars, Artemis Westenberg, who will get the show moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome, all of you here in these hollowed halls of science, and all of you tuning in on internet. From time to time, we are called dreamers. Often, that is not meant to be a kind statement either. However, what people that call us so forget is that we wrote down our dream and set a date. In doing so, we made our dream into a goal. Furthermore, we broke down our goal into steps, and by doing so, we made it into a plan. And since many years, we back this plan up by action. And that, you all realize by now, makes it reality. How far we are in commuting this dream to goal, to plan, to reality, is what is discussed in our 7th Human to Mars Summit. For reality, it will be, of that I'm certain. And how can I not be certain if I look at all of you, and I know how many of you online share our plans, our goals, our steps, our actions? To borrow a phrase from Angela Merkel, wir schaffen das. We will make it so. With your help. Thank you. Now, it is my inordinate pleasure to announce two of my wonderful colleagues, Joe Cassidy and Rick Zucker. Another year gone by. What has been done? The Humans to Mars report just published gives you the answer to that question. My Explore Mars colleagues, Joe Cassidy, the Executive Vice President of Explore Mars, and Rick Zucker, Director of Explore Mars, together are going to give us the executive summary of where we stand with our plans of getting humans on Mars. Joe Cassidy is the proverbial rocket man with deep knowledge of rocket engines of various designs and mission architecture. Rick Zucker is the proverbial policy man and lawyer with deep knowledge of how Congress works. Joe and Rick, you have the floor.
Okay, could I have the first slide, please? So we're going to give you a quick run-through of the report that you all have in your folders, and I would urge you to read that at your leisure, and I think it's another outstanding report. Go to the next slide. These are the topics that you'll see in there covered. We've kind of taken this approach year over year, and the idea is as we are making progress on the plans that Artemis referred to, we like to take note of that each year and collect it into that report. And as Chris mentioned, we then take that up on the Hill and to other stakeholders out there across the nation and around the world to show them that, in fact, there is progress being made. So without going through these in detail, I'm going to cover the next section, next slide. So what did happen in 2018 in terms of Mars science and reconnaissance missions? And one of the things that I think Explore Mars has done an excellent job of is bringing together the science community and the human exploration community. And we look at the robotic missions that are out there now as precursors for our eventual human exploration of Mars. One of those exciting missions this past year was NASA's InSight mission, which obviously had a very successful landing and the beginning of its science campaign. And I'm just going to highlight for a moment here on this chart the very exciting news. As you see there in the pictures, the seismometer being deployed onto the surface and covered up with its little dome. The first Mars dome is actually in place on the surface of Mars now, covering the seismometer. But on Sol 128 on April 6th, there was a Mars quake sensed by this seismometer. It was a very small quake, but it was the largest of about 4 events that have been recorded to date. There were others on Sol 105, Sol 132, and Sol 133. So we're starting to see data come back already. And at the same time, the MOLE, the hammer drill, which is designed to penetrate 3 to 5 meters below the surface, is working its way toward that accomplishment. And it will be doing sensing of the internal temperature of Mars learning a lot more about the history, as Matt said earlier, as well as what makes Mars behave the way it does. So next slide. A sad moment was also had in 2018. We lost Opportunity. But again, this is a precursor mission. This thing, first of all, wow, supposed to last 90 days, right? Back 10 years ago. So it lasted almost 10 years, well outlasted all expectations, exceeded all expectations. Took beautiful images like the one you see here of Endeavour Crater. But the science return from Opportunity is so tremendous that probably people will still be getting PhDs from that data when we are actually walking on Mars in the 2030s, I would bet. But the key thing that I think there from a precursor standpoint is we lost Opportunity to a dust storm. And that's a lesson learned that we have to pay attention to for future exploration of all types, including humans. So we're already learning these lessons from these missions. And we know on Mars that these planet-wide dust storms are things that we are going to have to prepare for and design for. So next slide. The other very exciting news coming back and continuing to come back is this intriguing presence of water near the surface of Mars. What we see here is a large ice scarp that's exposed at about 56.5 degrees south latitude with a pure water ice face of about 100 meters tall. In addition to that, from orbit, ESA was able to detect what looks like a liquid water lake beneath the South Pole, near the South Pole of Mars. So continuing evidence that there's water near the surface, areas that are resource rich that we can use as targets for our future human exploration that will provide us with some of the necessary things to help humans survive and prosper on Mars. Next slide, please. And finally, in 2020, we're looking forward to a very exciting international year of science missions. Of course, Mars 2020 will launch in July. The ExoMars mission with the rover Franklin and a surface platform also planned for launch in 2020. China has announced plans to launch a combined rover and orbiter mission, or lander and orbiter mission. And also, very intriguingly, the UAE has plans to launch their HOPE mission to mark the 50th anniversary of their independence in 2020. Beyond 2020, the future is a little more cloudy, but we are seeing very encouraging signs with the planning beginning for an international sample return mission for Mars. And this is something that all of us interested in Mars have been very excited about for years and wanting to see some progress on. And I think we're now starting to see the nascent beginnings of that mission coming together. Next slide, please. In terms of the architectures and systems for human exploration of Mars, SLS and Orion still form the backbone of NASA's human exploration plans. There was a little bit of a consternation this year about the schedules, and there were some alternatives looked at in the end. When those alternatives were studied, it was found that we're better off to stay on the course we're on, continue with doing the tests that need to be done to get SLS ready, and hopefully with a redoubling of effort, we can achieve that milestone in late 2020 or early 21. So we're still planning for those first missions with the system, the entire system, to take place and go back out around the moon in that time frame, followed up by a mission with a crew. And as we're going to hear soon, there's a new exciting acceleration of some of those crew plans for the moon. At the same time, next slide, many of the contractors supporting NASA have been continuing to look at architectures. My company, Aerojet Rocketdyne, has been studying the utility of the gateway near the moon for aggregation of bigger systems that could go on out to Mars, as well as checkout of some of the operational aspects of that. When we start to think about putting together spacecraft in deep space, what are the things that we're going to have to learn how to do? very similar to how we've been working on the ISS for the last 20+ years. On the next slide, Lockheed Martin continues. They're looking at their Mars Base Camp architecture, which is an interesting study of an orbital platform at Mars that could support sorties to the surface with a multi-purpose lander vehicle. And what they've also been looking at is the utility of water, which, as we were discussing earlier, is rather abundant, both now on the south polar region of the Moon, we think, as well as on Mars. And that can be used as a resource that can provide us with hydrogen and oxygen as the fuel for these lander vehicles. And so we actually can look at a water economy. The next slide shows several other architecture studies that have been going on in the past year. Boeing has done a very interesting paper on comparing their lunar architecture to both the Apollo architecture as well as the architecture during the Constellation program. And that is in the report, as well as studies by Sierra Nevada on an early gateway concept that could allow human exploration of the Moon on a much more rapid scale, and also provide you with the aggregation facilities, as I was referring to in our Aerojet Rocketdyne studies. And then, of course, SpaceX continues with their development of the Starship, and they've actually been doing some testing of the Raptor engines, as well as building a prototype down in Texas. So many exciting things are going on in the architectures and systems world. Next slide. We had a very exciting meeting back in August. We've now had 6 of these meetings. We called them Affording Mars to begin with. We now call them Achieving Mars because we think we licked the affordability part. And of course, there's also a sustainability aspect. We want to, all of the things that we do, we don't want them to be something that are one-offs or in the mold of Apollo, where it was a flags and footprints approach. We want to look at how do we do this and then make it so that we can continue to go and do bigger and bigger things on both the Moon and Mars. So at this particular workshop, we brought together lunar advocates and Mars advocates for 2.5 days and talked about how we could do things on the Moon that will feed forward and help us do things at Mars. There were key findings in the areas listed here: space transportation and propulsion systems, surface systems, technologies and operations, and we made some recommendations for future trades that could be done, for instance, by the national academies. I'm not going to talk about that too much in detail now. There's a session this afternoon at 3:20 that'll go into that, so I encourage you to attend that session. However, I will put a scoop out for those of you who might be from the media. It turns out that the Moon people and the Mars people get along. So, big news. Next slide, please. And the final area that I'll talk about before turning it over to Rick is human health and performance. These pictures are just great. I just love seeing all this, and I hope most of you are aware of all the really good work that's going on all the time above our heads on the ISS. And these are just some examples, both focusing on things like astronaut health for long-duration missions, with things like the eyes, how to adapt to microgravity, how does our body adapt to microgravity, countermeasures for that, things like training for medical situations. When we go on years-long missions to Mars, we're going to need to be able to deal with medical emergencies, and things like growing fresh food. So all of these things are going on right now on the ISS, and out of our assessment of this, I'll go to the next slide. I think there's several key areas that we feel could be built upon from the work that's now going on the ISS. And that would include doing more of these year-long missions with the diverse populations. And I know NASA has recently announced plans to have the current woman astronaut be a part of one of those. We also like to see missions beyond LEO, and that's where the Gateway comes in, to address issues associated with more long-distance spaceflight. Obviously, it's important to have stable, adequate funding for the human health aspects for these deep space initiatives. And we'd like to see, and this one really came up recently, I think some of you were aware of the spacewalk issue. We need to look at design and integration for the human system that allows for the wider ergonomic and physiological diversity of crew, gender, and body types. And that gets into things like suits. And then finally, the really interesting one, and I think there are also some plans to do this, we'd like to see a full Mars simulation where a year-long stay on the ISS is followed up by the crew returning to Earth and going directly to a Mars analog on Earth and performing some of the functions that they would perform when they have landed on Mars, so that it gives you sort of the full spectrum of the transit as well as the first days back in the surface in a gravity well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rick to talk about policy, I think.
Thank you, Joe. Next slide. So every year we spend a lot of time on this report, going through many drafts. The policy section is probably the one where we spend the most time doing draft after draft after draft, and you'll see from this slide what I mean by this. Probably the most exciting thing that's happened in the past year is the announcement at the end of March by the Vice President that we're going to return to the moon in 2024 and then on to Mars in 2033. The second bullet point is about the President's proposed budget that came out earlier this year. And I put in the slide, it was $21.109 billion, but because last night we got the answer to that, but what is the number that's going to be proposed so that we can accomplish going to the moon in 2024? I'm sure we're all still analyzing that, and our next speaker, the administrator, will have a lot to say about that. I wanted also to focus on the number of congressional hearings that we've had on space in the past year. And one of the pictures here on the top is of one of those hearings, our very own Chris Carberry in one of those hearings. That was a hearing that occurred on July 25th, 2018 before the Senate's Space, Science, and Competitiveness Subcommittee entitled Destination Mars, Putting American Boots on the Surface of Mars. And we have this picture of a very pensive Chris Carberry staring off into space, and I say that he's actually looking at Mars in that picture. We're actually very proud of Chris. I also want to point out that at an April 2nd, 2019 hearing, NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine testified, and that was before the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee that was reviewing the NASA's proposed fiscal 2020 budget request. He emphasized that landing humans on Mars, humans on the moon in 2024 will enable sending humans to Mars in 2033. The next bullet point is about legislative outreach. In the past year and in many years previous, many grassroots visits to Congress have occurred. I helped run one of those visits, excuse me. Explore Mars leads a group of nonprofit space advocacy organizations under the banner of the Space Exploration Alliance. And we go to Congress, anybody can come, and we get people from all over the country, and that's really important to let Congress know what the general public thinks. And we have over 100 meetings over 2 days. We do that at the end of February. There are other groups that come to Congress in February and March, and I urge everybody to try to participate in something like that because we're not lobbyists, and the congressional members and their staff want to hear from the general public. The next bullet is exploration policy finding. And this is something that came out of our AM6 workshop. As lunar activities are developed, such plans should be constructed in a manner that should feed forward to and advance the goal of human missions to Mars in the 2030s. That brings the lunar community together, the Mars community together. It makes it affordable, it makes it sustainable, and that was a very good finding of our AM6 workshop. In international policy, I'll go very quickly through that because Joe already mentioned, we have the ExoMars rover in 2020, there was a second International Mars Sample Return Conference held in Bremen, Germany in late April 2018. The United Arab Emirates Hope Mars orbiter is scheduled to arrive in 2021. The Indian Space Research Organization is planning a follow-up mission to its successful Mars orbiter mission in 2016. Japan's Martian moons exploration missions is designed to clarify the origin of the Martian moons, and that's scheduled to launch in the early 2020s. And China also plans to send an orbiter, lander, and rover to Mars in 2020. And Australia, in July of 2018, officially launched the Australian Space Agency. Next slide, please. Public perception. And this goes back to what I said about the importance of grassroots visits to Congress. The public gets very excited about space. In 2018, there were two particular events that excited the public and generated a lot of press coverage. The discovery of liquid water on Mars. In July 8, 2018, ESA announced the discovery of what is believed to be a liquid lake under the surface of the Martian South Pole. The landing of InSight in November of 2018 generated a tremendous amount of public interest. This slide highlights some of the infatuation by the entertainment industry in Mars. The National Geographic series Mars, which is part drama and part documentary. Life on Mars is a film version of a short story by Cecil Castellucci called We Have Always Lived on Mars. Will tell the story of a woman who is a descendant of colonists who were abandoned by Earth years earlier, who finds one day that she can breathe the Martian atmosphere. And the first Hulu television series, which explored the challenges of taking the first steps towards colonizing Mars. Next slide, please. Public polling. There have been several polls taken in recent years, including one last year and one that was commissioned by Explore Mars in 2013, which I'll go over briefly. In 2018, Insider, which is a sister publication of Business Insider, conducted a poll of Americans to assess their opinions about the priorities of the U.S. space program and their understanding of the NASA budget. That poll found that Americans estimate that the NASA budget is 6.4% of the federal budget and would prefer it to be 7.5%, whereas we all know the actual number is less than 1/2% and was 4.5% during Apollo. The poll also revealed that over 60% of Americans did not know that NASA's budget was less than 1/2%. And the 2013 Mars Generation poll found that on average, Americans estimated the percentage at 2.5%. In that poll, the participants were told it's between 0 and 6%, and they came out with 2.5%, which is over 5% what it actually is, 5 times what it actually is. And the 2018 poll found that 85% said that the NASA budget should be increased. The 2013 poll found that 75% thought that the NASA budget should be doubled. There are other portions of this section that I urge you to read. There's an interesting section about Mars booze, which we should all be interested in. And is there one more slide? I hope that very, very soon we can point to a slide like that and say, home. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for pointing us home. Last year, I told you all that I was confident that a man that fought this hard to get this job would now fight hard, just as hard, to enable NASA to do its job: science, exploration, education, pushing the frontiers of human intellect into space. Does the NASA administrator need much further introduction? I would like to give the floor to Jim Bridenstine to give us NASA's plan for the future. I, for one, hope, and I think I'm already validated in that that Mars as ultimate goal of human exploration still features very prominently in it. Mr. Bridenstine, we are all ears.
Want to make sure this microphone is working. Can all of you hear me? Yes. Fantastic. Well, thank you for being here at the Human to Mars Summit. I just want to say to start what an impressive group Explore Mars is. I know it from being a member of the House of Representatives. I had time there serving on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. I served on the Space Subcommittee, and I got to know Chris Carberry very well. And because of his leadership and all of your support, the representation for activism, humans going to Mars is very strong. So it is great to be here, and it's always an honor. A couple of things that I think are important to note, and some of it has already been addressed, but I'm going to say it again because I think it's important for us to keep these things in mind. Because of recent missions, people in this room are very familiar with Spirit and Opportunity. We now know a few very critical pieces of information. We know that the northern hemisphere of Mars was at one point covered with two-thirds of it was covered with ocean. That's an amazing discovery. We also know that Mars had a strong magnetosphere that protected it from the radiation of deep space and solar radiation. We also know that Mars had a thick atmosphere. And of course, even today, because of our Mars missions, we're learning more and more about that atmosphere. Because of orbiters right now that are looking straight down at the surface of Mars, we're making assessments as to the amount of water vapor and semi-heavy water that is in the atmosphere of Mars, and how it changes with dust storms and heavy winds and those kind of activities. And in fact, we're seeing, no kidding, ice clouds in the upper atmosphere of Mars during times of low dust storms, and when dust storms kick up, those ice clouds go away. We are learning so much about the atmosphere of Mars even as we speak. Just in the last year, since I became the NASA administrator, a number of other amazing and critical discoveries have been made. The idea that there are complex organic compounds on the surface of Mars is something that it's going to be transformational as we go forward. Those complex organic compounds do not exist on the moon. They exist on Mars. And of course, they're all over Earth. And I am not suggesting that there is life on Mars. I don't know, but we should find out. I will also tell you that we now know that the methane cycles of Mars, and again, this is discovered in the last year, are perfectly commensurate with the seasons of Mars. Methane cycles are correlated with life. I am not saying there's life on Mars. It could be geology. We don't know. But again, we ought to find out. We also now know that there's liquid water, which I heard you talk about just a few minutes ago. There's liquid water under the surface of Mars, 12 kilometers under the surface of Mars, where that water is protected from the radiation of deep space and solar radiation. What do we know about water on Earth? Everywhere there is liquid water on Earth, there is life. And now we know that there is liquid water on Mars. Again, I am not saying that life is there. All I'm saying is we need to find out. So a lot of people are familiar with how hard we're pressing right now to go to the moon. I'm going to tell you why. It's written in the President's Space Policy Directive 1. We're going to the moon because we want to get to Mars with humans. If we want to learn more than we've ever learned before about Mars, we need to get there with humans. So Space Policy Directive 1 says we're going to go to the moon. It says we're going to go sustainably. We're going to go with commercial partners and international partners. Here's the key component, and this is a brand new policy in the United States of America. We are going to utilize the resources of the moon. Why are we so interested in utilizing the resources of the moon? Well, friends, because when we send humans to Mars, which is our goal, we have to be able to live and work on another world for long periods of time using the resources of that world, in other words, Mars. The best way to prove those capabilities and prove those technologies is to do it at the moon, where it is part of the Earth-Moon system. The moon is always with the Earth. It is a 3-day journey home. And we know what happens when bad things happen on the way to the moon. We've seen it with Apollo 13. Our astronauts can make it home safely. The challenge with Mars, as everybody in this room is familiar, Mars and Earth are lined up on the same side of the sun once every 26 months, which means we have to be prepared to go and to stay, to utilize the resources of Mars. And of course, the prime resource is the water ice. And now we know that there's liquid water on Mars. So how do we do that? We need to prove it out at the moon. The moon is the proving ground for our eventual missions to Mars. So we're going to utilize the resources of the moon. And if you read the entirety of Space Policy Directive 1, it is to enable an eventual mission with humans to Mars. The moon is our path to get to Mars in the fastest, safest way possible. That's why we go to the moon. It is about keeping our eyes, and that's why this group is so important. We need to make sure our nation keeps its eyes on the horizon goal, which is sending humans to Mars. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to show a brief video about our efforts to get to the moon sustainably. I'll talk about it afterwards, but if we could, I'm going to walk over here to this podium so I don't fall off the stage. We're going to dim the lights, and we're going to watch this video. If you would just give it about 3 minutes here.
Ignition sequence start. All engines are running.
We have taken tremendous steps.
We choose to go to the moon before this decade is out.
We have achieved the earth-shaking, the breathtaking, the groundbreaking, and left a mark in the heavens. Our successes build one upon another and amplify what is possible. It's time we take the next great leap. We're building the next chapter of American exploration, returning to the moon to stay, so we can go beyond to Mars, to expand what's possible and further our understanding. The architecture for these missions is already taking shape. We will go with new systems, bold designs, and a sustainable mission. You can hear it, taste it, touch it. We are going. We are training, testing, pressing our pioneering spirit into every component, defining our resolve with every line of code, and securing our success with every welcomed partnership. This is not hypothetical. This is not about flags and footprints. This is about sustainable science and feeding forward the advance of the human spirit. Because we are the pioneers, the star sailors, the thinkers, the visionaries, the doers. And because we stand on the shoulders of giants to go farther than humanity has ever been, we will add our names to the rolls of the greatest adventurers in history. Every day, every mission, we advance this calling. We are NASA. And after 60 years, we're just getting started.
So a couple of things that I think are important to note. When we go to the moon, as the video said, we are in fact going to stay. We want a sustainable presence on the surface of the moon. That means we need Gateway. We need to build reusability into the system. The Gateway is a reusable command and service module. It enables sustainability. It's how our astronauts can interact with other astronauts on the surface of the moon, but it's also how we do command and control of robotic activities and landers and rovers on the surface of the moon. Again, the idea is we can have multiple missions going on the surface of the moon all at the same time because we have this reusable command and service module that our astronauts will have access to over and over again. And they will have access to the surface of the moon. I don't know if you saw, but yesterday the budget request came out. The president has granted us $1.6 billion additional dollars that didn't come from the Science Mission Directorate. It didn't come from the International Space Station. $1.6 billion additional dollars for our acceleration of the lunar program so that we can get the next man and the first woman to the surface of the moon in the year 2024. And know this, the reason that's important when we accelerate the lunar program, we are by definition accelerating the Humans to Mars program. That's what we're doing. So we're accelerating this. We need the reusable command and service module. We need that gateway in orbit around the moon to prove how valuable it is to have more access to more parts of the moon and be able to control more missions on the surface of the moon than ever before. And again, as a proving ground. Because eventually when we go to Mars, we are going to need a permanent, reusable, I shouldn't even say reusable, it's just going to be there, command and service module in orbit around Mars. This is the way that we learn so that we can eventually go to Mars. When we talk about this reusable command and service module, for 2024, it is going to be focused exclusively on getting humans to the surface of the moon. What does that mean? That means we're going to launch a power and propulsion element, and we're going to launch what we call a utilization module. Think of it as a very small habitat that Orion can dock to and ultimately enable our astronauts to transfer in 2024, the next man and the first woman transfer from the Orion crew capsule into the landing system that will have been aggregated at the gateway so that landing system can get to the surface of the moon. Now that landing system includes a transfer vehicle to get to low lunar orbit. It includes a descent module in order to land and an ascent module to get back to the gateway. Now, I understand there are differences between the moon and Mars, and how we do entry, descent, and landing there's a significant difference there. But when we talk about the gateway, and when we talk about the ascent module, the ascent module, what we're talking about is capability that can be replicated at Mars. What we are trying to do is create as much of the architecture as possible so that it can be replicated for our eventual human mission to Mars. So again, we are accelerating the path to get to the moon. We want to be there, no kidding, by 2024. That accelerates our eventual Mars missions as well. But the first step is getting to the moon. We have to learn how to live and work on another world for long periods of time. We need to learn and understand the physiology. How do the challenges to physiology in a microgravity environment, how do those effects after being maybe in a microgravity environment for a period of 6 months and then going into a gravity environment that is 1/6 that of the Earth, how does that affect the human condition? And we need to prove these things out on a world that is a 3-day journey home. So if something doesn't go as we're anticipating, we can get everybody home safely. That's the goal. I know I've got a half an hour here. I've already eaten up 15 minutes. And I know there's people that have questions and want to ask questions. So I'm going to open it up at this time for anybody who has thoughts, concerns, questions. And if you want to yell at me, I'm here for that too. Just know before you yell at me, we're going to the moon so we can go to Mars.
Good morning. My name is Mike Hilton.
I got a question right here at the microphone. Go ahead, sir.
Do you envision having a Mars gateway, maybe even identical to what the lunar gateway would be?
So the idea behind Gateway is that it is that command and service module that will be in orbit around the moon permanently. It is also going to be a necessary piece of the architecture for an eventual mission to Mars. Is it going to be an exact replica? Probably not. We're going to learn along the way. The other thing that's important about Gateway is the initial pieces are all about getting to the surface of the moon. That's the important thing. but it's also going to have opportunities for expansion because a lot of our international partners want to participate in Gateway. So when we talk about additional habitation module, additional scientific capabilities, the Gateway is important for that. Speaking on that for just 1 second, I would like to say when we talk about the NASA budget, and I think this is an important point, and as you go and talk to folks, because I know this is a very activist group, as you talk to folks, let them know that the big parts of the NASA budget, we're talking about human exploration and operations, and the Science Mission Directorate are working hand in hand in getting all the understanding we need to live and work on the moon so that we can eventually take that to Mars. But it's not just the Science Mission Directorate. In the Science Mission Directorate, we're actually taking a program. One of my first initiatives was the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program, where we're going to be taking small payloads to the surface of the moon for scientific purposes commercially. In other words, NASA's not going to purchase, own, and operate the hardware that takes this equipment to the moon. We're just going to buy the surface. Can you get our equipment to the moon? And if the answer is yes, we're going to buy it as a service. So that's an important thing, but know this. The Science Mission Directorate is working hand in glove with the Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate so we can maximize the science of the moon, number one. But the other thing is this. When we send humans to deep space, whether it's the moon or Mars, we have to understand a lot more about solar flares and corona mass ejections. These are things that we need to understand more because if we don't, we're putting our astronauts' lives at risk. So part of the Science Mission Directorate, of course, includes heliophysics. We've got the Parker Solar Probe right now. We are using every element of NASA's capabilities to learn as much as we can so when we send our humans to Mars, they will be safe. And Gateway, of course, is a part of that. Clive.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jim. It's good to see a new NASA that is Moon and Mars.
Yes, sir.
I'm really enjoying that.
Great to hear it.
The thing you talked about, learning to live and work off planet.
Yes.
On the surface of the moon, I've heard a lot about Gateway, but what about the surface infrastructure that will be sort of destination agnostic that could then go to Mars so that we can live and work on the surface of the moon and Mars?
It's a wonderful question. And so again, going back to the idea that this is an all of NASA approach. The Space Technology Mission Directorate is another mission directorate of NASA that is focused on all kinds of technologies for space exploration. And a big part of their portfolio now is focused on what do we need on the surface of the moon to live and work for a period of time. So we're going to need power. But also, if we're trying to understand how we're going to live and work, we need to understand how do we utilize the resources, in situ resource utilization. So can we use the surface of the moon to create oxygen? Can we use the water ice to create hydrogen? Can we store it for long periods of time? Can we use that capability for power and or take it off the moon for propulsion? So these are all things that right now NASA is focused on through the Space Technology Mission Directorate. And if we can master these things on the moon, I should say, when we master these things on the moon, we will be ready, willing, and able to take them to Mars.
Right, and prospecting, I think, is going to be good. So.
Absolutely. We're all in.
Thank you.
You bet. Jeff.
Morning. Jeff Faust of Space News. Is the $1.6 billion that you've requested for 2020 the minimum that you need in order to achieve a 2024 landing? That is, if you got $1 billion or $1.2 billion instead in 2020, could you still pull it off? And then a sort of related question, if, as is likely, we'll start the 2020 fiscal year on a continuing resolution that could potentially last for months, how is NASA going to work around that, since that will limit your ability to start new programs and transfer money?
It's a wonderful question. So what we did is we told the administration came to us and said, what does it take to get to the moon in 2024? And what do you need in the year 2020? Tell us what you believe you need in 2020. And so we went through an entire process. And what it comes down to is a few key things that we need to get started right away. Number one, we have to have the Space Launch System. That is an absolute critical capability to get humans to the moon in 2024. It's the only rocket capable of carrying humans to the moon by 2024. So we have to have Space Launch System. We have to have additional money for that because there has been an overrun. Number two, we have to have a landing system. So how do we get from Gateway, which we already have been funded for, how do we get from Gateway down to the surface of the moon? We need the transfer module, we need a lander, and we need an ascent module. I will also tell you that the way we are procuring that is going to be commercial in nature. When I say commercial, what I mean is we're going to buy a service. NASA is not going to purchase, own, and operate the hardware. We are, in fact, buying a service. So we're going to get proposals from industry that may or may not include a transfer module. They might be able to do it with just two elements, a descent and an ascent. We don't know, but we're going to find out. This was our best assessment as to what it would take. Now, if they come in, if Congress comes in with a lower number, the probability of success goes down and the risk goes up. Can we do it? I don't know. We'll have to look at that when it happens. But I will tell you, we are, I think, at the low end of what we believe it takes to accomplish this. The important thing is this, we got what we requested. We got what we requested in order to achieve 2024. It is also true that this is year one. And year one, if you look at any kind of development project in the history of NASA, it follows a traditional bell curve. So the first year, of course, is less than the second year, and it's less than the third year, and then it starts coming down again. So at the end of the day, this is year one. We have now come out of the gate with a strong proposal, and the administration did not take it from the Science Mission Directorate, and they didn't take it from the International Space Station, which has been what caused these programs in the past to fail. So we are, I think, in a really good position. Did I answer your question?
And the CR? If there's
the CR. So that goes well above my pay grade. It used to be in my pay grade in the old job, but now I can say it's above my pay grade. But know this, there are opportunities, even in a CR, to make sure NASA needs what it needs in order to achieve the end state, which is the next man and the first woman on the surface of the moon in 2024. There are capabilities, even in a CR, for that money to materialize. And I would encourage members of Congress in a bipartisan way to think about that when they go forward. I will also say, and I've said this before, I have an 11-year-old daughter, and I want her to be able to see herself in the same way that our current very diverse astronaut corps sees itself. And if we look at the history of moon landings, it was test pilots from the 1960s and 1970s, fighter pilots, and there were no opportunities for women back then. This program is going to enable a new generation of young girls like my daughter to see themselves in a way that maybe they wouldn't otherwise see themselves. We'll go over here and then here.
Yes, Jim.
I had a 4.5-year career in the United States Navy. You had a most distinguished career as a naval aviator up to Top Gun school. Did you ever contemplate transitioning to be an astronaut?
The question was, did I ever contemplate transitioning to be an astronaut? Maybe for about 5 seconds. But you look at the folks that get picked up for the astronaut corps. They usually have 3 PhDs, plus they're Navy pilots, plus they're Navy SEALs and everything else. I will tell you, I am far more suited to deal with the political environment, which this is a very difficult political environment, than I would be to be the astronaut. But I will tell you, our astronaut corps is amazing, and they are the cream of the crop of the American public, and I am extremely proud of them, as I know you are as well. Am I getting the hook? Maybe one more question? The gentleman here was very patient.
Hi. There have been a number of articles in the news that say that because of the tremendous costs of going to Mars, that we consider sharing the responsibilities with other countries. Has NASA given any consideration to doing a joint mission, or is this an all or nothing thing for the U.S.?
No, this is absolutely an international effort. So when we think about Space Policy Directive 1, the president says go to the moon sustainably. And he says go with commercial partners and international partners. And of course, utilize the resources of the moon for the purpose of eventually taking humans to Mars. That's all in Space Policy Directive 1. Now, as far as the international partnership goes, right now the International Space Station, while it's an amazing technological achievement, it's an amazing diplomatic achievement. We're talking about 15 nations operating the International Space Station. We've had 103 different countries have operations on the, science experiments on the International Space Station. We've had astronauts from dozens of countries on the International Space Station. It's an amazing marvel of diplomatic achievement. I would say we need to learn from that achievement and apply all of that to the moon and then onto Mars. So when we think about what the coalition of the future looks like, the question is, what are all the countries that are currently participating, and how do we encourage them to join us? We're increasing our budgets, and it's been bipartisan. The president has been really good with his budget requests, and of course, Congress has plussed us up every bit as much as he's requested, and in fact, more. So how do we encourage our international partners to come along with that same level of enthusiasm? We've got bipartisan support in the United States. We're heading that direction in a very strong way. How do we encourage our international partners to increase their participation so they can join us on the moon? And then even beyond our current international partners, how do we grow the partnership? You look at the countries that are going to the moon today. India has a program to go to the moon. Israel has a program to go to the moon. And of course, Japan, Canada, European Space Agency, Russia, China. It seems like everybody in the world right now has a mission to go to the moon. So how do we take advantage of all these capabilities and ultimately put together a coalition that can go not just to the moon, but ultimately to Mars? So I just want to say thank you. Artemis, I love the name.
I know. and actually, if someone does that to you, gives your name to a big NASA program, I think, a thank you.
All right.
Is in order. And
awesome.
As I always say, this is a length cloth of a Van Gogh painting. May it keep your vision of Mars clear.
Thank you. We will indeed. Thank you so much, Artemis. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful conference, and we'll see you next year, if not before. Talk soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Very well done.
All right.
So indeed, as politicians would say, Artemis is the name of this program. I approve this message. We are going to the moon and to Mars. Yeah. And of course, all of you have been around us, Explore Mars, or even before that, know that this Artemis has changed allegiance from the moon to Mars decades ago. So it's a good thing that we're still going to Mars. Now, beyond Apollo, 50 years ago, the moderator of Next Panel, John Loxton, was actually present when the Apollo 11 was launched. How is that for being really dedicated to space? While you're, 50 years later, you're still moderating a panel, you're still at it, and you're still fighting for humans to get back out there in space, permanently, please, and also, make it with a more wider group. Because I agree with Jim Bridenstine as a European. The next mission, human mission, to the moon and to Mars cannot be an all-American party. The Europeans, the others, they have to step up, they have to work together, or I, as a European, a citizen from another part of this planet, will feel very disappointed. Never mind that you Americans go for all humankind. We would like to be with you. And anyway, so John Loxton is himself, like I said, has been doing this thing for 50 years. He's still dedicated. He has a great panel, and he's going to show us, or tell us, or whatever, can the 2024 moon landing enable a landing on Mars? Do you still know the date? 6th of October, 2033? Oh, and I still know that I might be a bit, optimistic. It could be the 21st of October. You never know. John?
Good morning. My job is basically to get us on the stage on time and off the stage on time and give my panelists a chance to speak. Let me introduce each of them briefly, and then we'll start. Ryan Whitley is the Director for Civil Space of the National Space Council. He comes to Washington from the Johnson Space Center, where he's been employed from 2001. He's very proud that he designed the rectilinear halo orbit that the Gateway shall be in, and as a trajectory expert. Ken Bowersox is the Deputy Associate Administrator for Human Exploration and Operations at NASA headquarters. Sox is a veteran of 5 shuttle flights and a space station expedition. He was on the first shuttle repair mission in 1993 and dabbled into the new space world after leaving NASA and now is back. Rob Chambers is the I think relatively recently christened Director for Human Spaceflight Strategy and Business Development at Lockheed Martin, and is here to give us an existence proof that this can be done. Bhavya Lal is a PhD from George Washington University. I have to get the commercial in, and a senior researcher at the Science and Technology Policy Institute. I'm willing to bet most of the people in this audience don't know what the Science and Technology Policy Institute is. Bhavya is going to tell you a little bit. But it's an organization that's raising its profile in the Washington space policy world. So Ryan, you're first.
Thanks, John. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. Happy to be here at the Human to Mars Summit, and after following Jim Bridenstine, it's going to be a hard measure to do that. But he outlined some important things that I think I want to talk about as well, and that's related to what the Space Council is up to in the space policy directives. So I think, as we all know, about 2 years ago, the Space Council was started again, is new again. And one of the first things that happened was Space Policy Directive 1, which Jim alluded to. And it does talk about Moon and Mars, and that's key. Sustainable operations into Moon and Mars with international commercial partners. So after that announcement came in about December 2017, the Space Council turned to some other issues in the broader space community, including deregulation, space situation awareness, and even Space Force. So Space Council covers a broad breadth of topic areas, not just NASA. But then this spring, there's a returned focus to NASA. And so folks, you may have heard in March a big announcement by the Vice President, and some folks are wondering how that kind of came about. And really it came about because the Vice President is very passionate about deep space exploration, and same with the President. There's this big interest in seeing this succeed. And so when they saw the budgetary request for 2028, and they saw that come through, and they were reading articles about it, they were like, well, can we do this faster? Can we do it faster? So 2026 was talked about. In the end, there was a push for 2024. And so when it was asked to the Space Council, can we do this? The answer was yes. We can technically we can do this. The question is, maybe otherwise, is it bureaucratically possible? Is it resource possible? And those are the questions we're answering right now. We're looking to see, can we make this happen? But the passion for deep space from the administration is strong, and it's a very unique opportunity. So the prize, the focus is urgency. And so you might ask why 2024? Well, that gives us an opportunity to have, within the political cycle, some focus and prioritization. And so even if we won't fall short, but say we do, then the prize is really an organization that can move in deep space again, an organization that can move forward in these grand goals. That will get us to Mars, right? So any step that goes to Moon gets us to Mars. And so the question might be, what this panel is asking is, how does a Moon landing help us with Mars? And does it enable Mars landing? Well, alone, it does not, right? I think we all know that Mars is a bigger problem, but it is a key step. And so, the key word of that is sustainable. And so just looking back to the space policy directives and the recommendations from the last Space Council meeting, it says, The goal is to land Americans on the moon's south pole by 2024, establish a sustainable human presence on the moon by 2028, and chart a future path for human Mars exploration. So this is the model that the Space Council has endorsed, that NASA is examining, and we think that this is a key path going forward. So then, what other aspects of this will help us get to Mars? And I want to highlight just a few things. The first is the Lunar Gateway. It was mentioned just a second ago that the orbit was something I worked on. It is a key part of what it means to do sustainable exploration. Why? Well, because there's reusability built in. There's this station that allows us to have station keeping and safe haven, allows us to aggregate systems. That's a key aspect. And then to follow on to that, we do believe that there should be a surface plan. How do we build from a surface plan? And so what Dr. Pace gave a speech a few weeks ago to the USRA talking about a lunar field station. And so this idea of a lunar field station allows us to do very similar operations than what we might see on Mars. So we've talked about how that's similar to what we've done in Antarctica with McMurdo Station. So these are ideas I think could be very useful. The South Pole is particular of interest because of its unique environment, the peaks of near continuous sunlight, the proximity to the water ice shadowed regions. So we think this is something that needs to be explored, and along with the Gateway, a concept that can be expanded on. So in general, if we proceed to that route, we think that this would be very feed forward to Mars. In fact, NASA has done studies to that effect, and so we think if we think carefully about what we do on the moon, we can make sure that happens for Mars. So, thank you.
Yeah, well, it's great to be here today. I rejoined NASA just a few months ago, and when I came back on board, I was coming off of about 5 years as a chairman of an advisory group, the Human Exploration and Operations Committee, where we got to watch how NASA's plans were kind of morphing from the asteroid redirect mission back to the moon and Mars. And that was really fun to watch. And I knew I was going to be joining NASA at an exciting time. Space Station is busier than ever. The commercial crew vehicles are getting ready to launch. SLS and Orion are getting close to their first launch. And I knew that we were going to be laying out plans to go back to the moon. The thing that I saw in that first 6 weeks was we laid out a plan, and we were going to be trying to get onto the lunar surface with humans in 2028, which was really pretty aggressive with the budget that we were considering doing it with. And I remember being excited about everything that we had to do, but at the same time wishing we could do it faster. And I think a lot of people probably shared that sentiment. But I was happy to be on board. I just knew that the lunar landing would probably come after I had retired again. And then in March, I'm sitting in my office, and the vice president makes an announcement, and suddenly the goal line shifted 4 years. And my boss, Bill Gerstenmaier, came into the office, and he said, well, Sox, what do you think about that? Which is NASA code for how do you feel? And I said, man, I think it's just awesome. I think this is exciting. I think it's going to be good for us. I think it's going to help us change in ways that will be better for the whole agency, and it will help us not just get to the moon, but on to Mars and past Mars someday. And he smiles, and it's hard to see his smile because he's got a mustache that's even bigger than mine. And he said, "Me too." And at that point, the next question was, well, how do we do it? How are we going to accelerate this program 4 years? One of the things we thought was important was trying to maintain as much of the program that had already been laid out as possible, because anytime you make big changes, you can get into big arguments, and big arguments are slow. Another thing that's important is to make decisions. Making decisions helps you move faster, preferably good decisions. And then on top of that, we knew we were going to need more resources. And we were going to need to take a look at what we were trying to do. And so if you look real closely at the plans and how they've changed, you'll see we have changed kind of the scope of what we're trying to do. One of the biggest examples is we've allowed folks to consider only carrying 2 people to the lunar surface with a lander instead of 4. We've also allowed people that are considering providing landers to think about shorter stays on the lunar surface, perhaps pre-positioning supplies, which are all ways to make the mission easier and more affordable. But we're not giving up that much. If you think about it, if you have 2 landers, for example, and there's 2 people on each lander, that's still 4 people, and you could go to 2 different parts of the moon, which could be a super exciting mission. 2 people could stay at the gateway doing some great science while there's 2 people on the surface. There's lots of things we can do, even though we're adjusting our requirements a little bit. And by doing that, I think we give ourselves a great chance of succeeding. The third question that comes up a lot is, well, how does this affect Mars? And as the administrator said just a few minutes ago, Mars is still part of this whole plan. It's moon to Mars. Everything we do in this program is intended to inform our journey to Mars. If you look at what we're doing on the space station now, the work with life support systems to build super reliable and super efficient life support systems, the work to understand human physiology and microgravity, the work we're going to do at Gateway, especially the long lead items like propulsion development, solar electric propulsion, that is going to be critical when it's time to go to Mars. More than that, it's going to change how we think about orbits. You know, how many people here know what a near rectilinear halo orbit is? Well, it's different than the orbit we use in low Earth orbit, I'll tell you that. And the way you maneuver is going to be different, and the way we think about orbital mechanics is going to be different. And that's going to be really important as we feed forward to Mars. The same thing about the work that we do on the lunar surface, the habitat work. So I think the work we're going to be doing trying to accelerate to get to the moon is going to help us get to Mars sooner. But one of the key things I think that's going to happen, and you know, you can kind of argue on the date depending on when you want to go to Mars, but at some point we're going to have to make a decision, and we're going to have to make a statement somewhat similar to what just happened for the moon. I think 2025, 2026 will be a good time to consider that for whoever is in office at that time. And it'll be a good time for us to say, hey, it's time to redouble our efforts to get to Mars. And that decision will be what focuses us and gets us to the next step.
Rob?
Well, thanks. So I was the only one that brought pictures. But once you have pictures, the rest is just details. So totally doable. Any questions about landing by 2024? I like the way John phrased it, by the way, which is an existence proof. So a few weeks ago, we rolled out a concept really to stimulate dialogue amongst all of our fellow commercial industry folks on how could this physically be done, and how could you do it in a way that's safe and sustainable, almost as a minimalist approach. So this isn't the Lockheed Martin solution, nor is this the only solution, but we wanted to move the dialogue away from can it be done to let's start talking about the best ways to do it. So with that, the requirements that we put on ourselves was first uncompromised safety. So fast does not mean reckless. And that, to us, drives the use of existing proven systems for the safety critical aspects of the flight. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that in a moment. But make no bones about it, we're going to have to take mission success risks to do this. This is a bold exploration activity, and we're going to have to lean forward. And I think everyone can really get behind that as long as we have addressed the safety and that we ensure we're not compromising that. And then global cooperation. So as soon as you leave the Earth, it's by definition a global activity. It's bigger than one country. It's certainly bigger than one company. And so the objectives of working with the international partners, you know, the back end of Orion comes from Europe. And that's been a really productive and helpful relationship with our European colleagues. And we really look forward to how that can help accomplish this by 2024. So for those that haven't seen this, big picture-wise, operations concept, and I would say not everybody in industry has this same architecture, but they're all pretty close at this point. So I don't think I'm going on too much of a limb to say this is where we're converging downwards. So first, PPE and a node. The node has been alternatively referred to as most recently the mini-hab. Prior to that, utilization module, looks like a docking node, so we've called it a node. It would be great to fly that with the PPE, and so for our minimalist architecture, that's our objective in the concept. That would go out into NRHO or perhaps an alternative orbit initially, which doesn't denigrate the NRHO, but we'll talk about that in just a second. The objective that we had was absolute minimal new systems and new DDT&E and protecting for safety, so we'll talk about that in a moment. The ascent and descent stage would fly separately. NASA is currently looking to industry to get those up to the gateway and using commercial launch vehicles and the like. So the R2-D2 looking thing would be an ascent stage. The lander looking thing is the descent stage. And then of course Orion with initially 4 crew, of course, 2 down to the surface and 2 at gateway perhaps, 4 to the surface, all sorts of different options within that. But we wanted to make sure the architecture was scarred to get to that sustainable 2028 where we're doing this often. So everyone congregates at the gateway. This is really, really important. Systems engineering is hard. In large-scale human spaceflight systems engineering is really hard. When you meet at the gateway, and that becomes your interface, that becomes the get there as you need to, and you have to sync the schedules, but you're not building up systems in LEO and flying out together and arguing about who gets to point tail to sun and so forth. That significantly reduces the programmatic complexities, which is how we can divide and conquer this effort and ensure that we actually can accomplish it by 2024. So then the lander leaves the gateway, goes down to the surface, and then the ascent stage comes back up. We talk here a little bit about an intermediate orbit, and we've been talking with NASA. You can think of this as an off-ramp or an opportunity. The baseline would include a transfer vehicle, aka a tug, to go from NRHO down to a lower orbit. But what we wanted was an existence proof that you could do this without requiring the transfer vehicle, and that would allow you an opportunity if it's not ready or if you want to use it to enhance the mission as opposed to being critical path and inline. So I heard my colleague and friend Dr. Clive speaking a little bit earlier, so I won't try to do his chart justice. I'm going to let him talk it later. But if you see all the light blue in the center of the South Pole, that's water. Now how accessible it is, that's why we need the prospecting. And that's why having humans there to help in the sample return, to look at ISRU is so critically important. And the reason we just have this slide here, for us, we've been on with NASA, every mission to Mars. We've explored more planets than I have fingers to count. Well, I can't because we only have 8. But the thing that drives the mission in the vehicle is the science. It's the mission. And so one of the things that we've been really starting to talk now with the PIs and with NASA is what are the objectives, the science and exploration objectives of the mission, so we don't get too focused on the widgets and the gadgets and the prop systems, but instead talk about what we're actually going to do, which drives everything from co-manifested payloads to the robotic precursors, for example, using CLIPS, that will make that 2024 mission very rich. And then finally, what's that path look like? There is not a whole lot of time to do a bunch of uncrewed flight tests. This is really the difference between the HLS program that we rolled out, We the Human Race, in January versus the 2024 landing. There was a 26 uncrewed full up system and a 28 was when we first launched the crew. So in order to do this drives the need for using existing systems, because even if you add a flight test in 23, that's really a go, no-go. You can't learn anything that you're going to turn back into the design. And as a result, you need systems that have already flown, systems that have been proven out, because this ultimately is a safety critical mission in terms of getting the humans back off the surface, or if there's a problem during descent, back to the gateway for a safe haven. And there it is, picture, so it's all done.
In introducing Bobby, there's something I should have said. The reason she's on this panel, I asked her to join the panel, is that she was one of the lead authors in the STIPI report that came out 6 weeks ago, a month ago, for NASA that said, given the existing circumstances, a Mars orbit mission in 2033 was not possible. So the question I asked her in joining the panel is, does the acceleration of the program change anything? So.
Great. Well, thanks for the invitation, John. Actually, and John had said also to say a little bit about who we are, so I'll start with that. The Science and Technology Policy Institute is a federally funded research and development center in FFRDC that was created by Congress to support the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy and other federal agencies. We work only for the government, the US government, and we tend to be asked to do studies that are not appropriate for the private sector, so our work tends to be unbiased. And in the NASA Transition Authorization Act of 2017, Congress mandated that NASA contract with an independent entity to conduct an evaluation of a human spaceflight mission to Mars by 2033. And so NASA requested STIPI, given our reputation of being an independent, unbiased FFRDC, to do so. The important thing to say is that NASA specifically requested that we use NASA's current and notional plans for human exploration as a basis for the space flight systems and timelines presented. So I'll give a quick overview of the findings of the study and then get to John's question about how does 2024 affect things, with the caveat that the study came just weeks before the Vice President's announcement, so that was not an issue we specifically looked at. And it really is important to look at it analytically as opposed to my opinion. So just to kind of recap our method and our scope, so you know why we came up with the results we did. So under current and notional NASA plans, a gateway, as Rob and others mentioned, is a small human-tended station in orbit around the moon. It'll be assembled in space between 2023 and 26. Human missions to the gateway will be launched using the SLS and the Orion crew vehicle. Again, that was one of the requirements of our project. And I guess I should say that in our entire analysis, while we do have 18 SLS Orion missions, we also have about 40 commercial missions. So it isn't exclusive of commercial missions. So that's, once the gateway is assembled in about 2024, NASA begins to develop the Deep Space Transport, which is a vehicle that would take crew from moon orbit, the NRHO, or whichever orbit we end up being in, to Mars orbit, which would be an 1,100-day round-trip crewed mission to Mars. Using this general architecture, we found that a 2033 departure date is infeasible under all budget scenarios and technology development testing scenarios. So in other words, the 2033 date simply is driven by technology development constraints, not even budget constraints, which of course enter the picture and make it more infeasible. And I would hope you have a chance to look at our report, which is actually public. So you have the title of the report on the screen, so feel free to find it. So 2035 we found would be possible under budgets that match 1.9% real growth, but of course carries high risk of schedule delays due to complex technology development, testing, and fabrication schedules, especially for the DST, the Deep Space Transport. And it may require reducing the scope of lunar missions and reduce NASA's ability to mitigate risks to human health, which actually is a stream throughout our report about how much more there needs to be done to retire the risk to human health for a mission to Mars. In our assessment, 2037 was the earliest the DST could feasibly depart from Mars, assuming a small budget increase or at least smoothing of the budgets over a couple time periods in the 2030s, with 2039 being a more realistic time frame if there are delays or budget shortfalls. So that's essentially our study, and now the question is, what does the Moon 2024 do? So the couple things I would like to bring up in that context is, in our study and in NASA's notional plans, 2024 is when phase A of the DST begins. And if in 2024 we are just landing on the moon and potentially preparing for surface infrastructure and maybe scaling up operations on the moon or having more sustainable activities, that would definitely clash with a major part of the DST, where in between 2028 and 32 is when most of the big ticket items are being done, the fabrication, the integration, the ground testing. So that's sort of an important thing to remember, because it isn't just budgets. And again, I'm assuming here that budgets will somehow come, but it's also organizational bandwidth. How many things can NASA do at the same time? If the gateway in the first phase is a scaled down version, it is likely that in the 2024 and beyond frame, we would also be looking at maybe scaling up the gateway. Maybe if SLS Block 2 has to be delayed for early moon reasons, we may be working on SLS Block 2, which is required for the DSD. So it is unclear to us, or at least to me, not having done a formal study, how going to the moon by 2024 accelerates Mars by 2033 or even beyond. However, it is something that we need to really systematically think through, and I think that would be something we'd like to be doing in the coming years.
Thank you. I want to thank all my panelists for sticking to time, which gives me a few minutes to say a few things. As Artemis said in introducing me, I've been at this for a long time. And in particular have looked closely at the set of decisions that took us to the moon in 1969. And there is some parallels. Is this another Kennedy moment now? A Trump moment? But NASA had already decided to go to the moon before John Kennedy gave it that assignment, had done technical assessments that said there were no inventions required, there were innovations required, but no technological breakthroughs. The technology was in hand, and it could be done, this is early 1961, by the end of the decade. So when Kennedy said, find me a space program which promises dramatic results in which we could win, that was his charge. NASA could come back and say, yes, we could go to the moon. So there was a technological foundation. Jim Bridenstine said, in a sense, what's going on is an acceleration of an existing plan. That's what happened in 1961, is that the NASA 10-year plan that had said moon after 1970 was accelerated to moon before 1970. The first year resources were combined with the initial Kennedy increase before the decision to go to the moon and then the decision to go to the moon, plus the NASA budget 89%. This is what, about 10%? But that was, as Jim Bridenstine said, the first step in a upward curve. The next year, the budget went up 101%. That's not going to happen. But we're a lot further along than we were in 1961 and 62 in having the capabilities to execute the mission. So, I think that there is von Braun consulted in 61, said there was a sporting chance of getting to the moon before the Russians. And I think we have a sporting chance of making 2024. Rob, you showed the mission sequence it's worth remembering that the first Saturn V launch carrying a crew was Apollo 8, went to the moon, just like EM-2. So we'll see. So a question for anyone on the panel, what's the long pole? Thinking about the whole sweep of the system to do this as it's being laid out, what do you think is the long pole?
Well, everybody probably has an opinion, but I think the lander systems are the long pole. I think that's what we need to get the procurements going on and what we need to get in place as quickly as possible. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, same. Especially the ascent portion of that system is definitely the long lead item. We need to have habitation capability combined with propulsion capability, and it needs to be in a form that has a high performance index. And so that's why Lockheed Martin's Orion derivation is certainly very appealing because it's using existing tooling, existing systems to springboard that system, but it's definitely going to be the hardest thing to develop. And so you're going to have to do quick testing. You're going to have to allow industry to run pretty fast to do testing and development.
Yeah, I think I was quoted somewhere saying that we need to start bending metal next year, we, the human race, whoever builds the ascent stage, that pressure vessel, I mean, that's how long it takes to build stuff up and then integrate with secondary structure and avionics and so forth. And tooling is really long lead. As an avionics and software guy, I've just been told, and so I believe it, but it's still astounding to me. The software is going to be done before the structure this time, by the way. I'm going to guarantee that. I'd say, though, the longest pole is the predilection of engineers to optimize. So we spend 23 years minus whenever you start doing calculus, which was like first grade for me. I mean, nowadays, my daughter, they start earlier and earlier, but we are taught to optimize, right? I mean, calculus is just optimization of the derivative. So the problem is we are taught to optimize a problem. And if we start from scratch on, we're going to build the most greatest 2024 lander you've ever seen, then we'll never get there. And that's why we're so hard over within at least Lockheed Martin, thinking of how do you leverage what you already have so that you put the new development into the stuff you don't have.
So in my mind, again, kind of keeping my Mars background, the long pole is really human health. We do not know enough about how microgravity, isolation, and deep space radiation will interact on an 1,100-day round-trip journey to Mars. I won't even say it's a high risk. I would say we don't even know the risk. We know so little that we don't know what the risk is. And to your more direct question, the long pole, I think, is keeping political attention long enough that we will get the budgets that are needed to meet our deadlines.
As a political scientist by training, I would say the long pole is the U.S. Congress.
I would agree with that.
We went right to the technical.
Right. Well, those are the easy answers.
Right.
Again, going back into history, the Apollo spacecraft, Kennedy spoke in May of '61. The Apollo spacecraft was under contract by late 1961. It took another year to figure out we were going to use lunar orbit rendezvous. So the Grumman contract for the LEM was November of '62. I don't think we have that long to wait to get the lunar system. Where are we, Mr. White House, with respect to the Congress? What kind of vibes are you getting?
Positive in most part. I mean, I think folks are excited about the idea. Of course, the politics, weigh heavily on different folks' minds. So I won't speak to how everyone is involved. I think one of the big benefits of this particular budget is we aren't, pilfering. We're not taking from other portions of the budget. We're not taking from science. We're not taking from STMD. I mean, it's all being done in HEO with a plus up. So the opportunity here is to show that this is an and story, not a or story. You're not cutting other things. So I think that will be very appealing to Congress because we aren't in this pigeonhole, and we're not trying to do Apollo Redux. We're trying to do exploration writ large, just accelerated.
Yeah. Well, when I look at the challenges, the political challenge you talk about, I see it as a challenge of building a team. All right, the team that takes humanity back to the moon needs to be very inclusive, all right? We need people from both political parties. We need people from different nations. We need suppliers that have been in the business a long time and suppliers who may be very new to the business. And you can go on with all the different groups that need to participate and work together to make this happen. But I see tremendous progress in that area, and I'm very positive, thinking that it will be able to be done.
That was a political question, so I'm going to keep moving it on down the line.
Talk politically.
FFRDC, any other comment on that?
Go on, but then I'm going to turn to...
Yeah, in terms of speed, I mean, in procurements, that is a key question, right? So we're investigating with NASA how this can be sped up in the procurement process. So I think NASA's leaning very far forward with the BAA process, with the integrated lander synopsis that's going out. So this is, a different approach than it's been done before. I think that provides another added bonus to suggest that this is possible because of a different strategy and getting to closure on procurement and releasing the money to let industry go.
Yeah, when the announcement was made that we were going to accelerate to 2024, there was already a procurement started to work on development of the transfer element, the descent element, under the broad area announcement.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my questions. Right. Even with the existing 19 budget, there's a capability to get started?
And what we're trying to do, again, is speed up existing work, and that includes that procurement. And part of what we did, we initially, right away, put out a synopsis for the ascent element. And then we issued another synopsis saying, well, it's okay to look at this as an integrated system if you want to as well, so that we could get an integrated picture if somebody wanted to consider all the elements together. We're waiting for feedback on those different procurements, and I think it's moving very rapidly.
Good. I can't see. Are there mics out there for questions, or? Well, let's open for questions. I've got plenty and nobody does. Huh? There we go.
Hello, panel. Name is Paul Armstrong, and I've got a multi-part question. Hopefully I can optimize it. Starting with the entire cycle at the moon end and working back. As an outsider, it would seem that in the approach of a ascent and descent stage lander, that one, it's single use, okay? Being single use, what do you do with the equipment, the hardware, once you've used it? And then obviously there's only so many docking stations on the gateway, so you would presumably need to continually refresh the lander or landers with rocket launches, multiple rocket launches from Earth. Obviously there's a cost to that. If you had a reusable one or more lander, then again, the budget would be much smaller. Okay. Now, working back to Earth, there's an option I had thought of that might mitigate the cost, and that would be a gateway as such, but a little bit different than what we currently have, and that would be more in the order of a shipyard that would build these landers and get them to the moon at a much lower cost.
Are you going to get to a question?
Yes. So those are considerations. Again, the working back, talk about the Earth. All this is going to require multiple launches. And as we hear, more and more countries are launching rockets for whatever purpose, and that will add to the amount of space debris.
Please ask a question.
Yes. Okay. To get to the question, simply taking all those things into account, have they been considered, and what would you do more specifically regards to space debris due to the additional rocket launches?
You want me to take that one? So first of all, one of the things we want to do is make sure we use all of our assets, right? So we're looking at using SLS for launches, but if you look at the cost of an SLS, we're going to have to be very strategic when we use SLSs, okay, and careful about how we use them so we get the most out of those launches. And we'll augment SLS with other available launch vehicles, okay, procured commercially. Now, that will increase the launch count, and so we do need to think about orbital debris. But every one of those launches, we consider where the different parts are going, and there's a plan to make sure we minimize orbital debris on the launches. And that is considered as part of the procurement package for each individual mission.
And I'll add to that. I mean, basically, all of the launch providers and all the companies are looking at reusability very keenly. And so reusability is going to be featured in everything we do. Now, as a part of the 2024 story, I think that's still open. Like, it may be that we can reuse those systems to a certain degree, but it's all part of the goal. So yes, minimizing space debris is part of the sustainable path. Reusability is part of the sustainable path. That's why there's a gateway. That's why we have these nodes that allow us to reuse things. If we get water ice off the moon, guess what? Now we can reuse the descent element. So all those things are paths. We just have to decide from a technical level and a cost level where those things come into play.
Also, I think obviously we always want to be careful about space debris, but the space debris is a bigger challenge when you talk about, the LEO communication satellites going up in the next few years, tens of thousands of satellites in LEO. I think those are the things too that are much more of a near-term problem than, in our calculations, we have 18 SLS launches and let's say 40 commercial launches. So over 20 years, that's about 2 to 3 launches a year. Again, not to say that we shouldn't be minimizing their impact, but I think they are a much smaller hazard than the 7,000, 15,000 satellites SpaceX plans to launch, or OneWeb, or any number of LEO communication companies.
Got a question over here.
Yeah, thanks for your insights. I was wondering if you considered any public or private disruptions, such as the Blue Moon projects or SpaceX's, that could disrupt the forecasting cycles. If you look at the Marco mission with the InSights, the nation state policies are transitioned with small sat integration in the ballast side. I didn't know if you guys had pulled out any of these threads in your...
STIPI analysis, I assume.
So since we were specifically requested to look at the NASA current and notional plans, we took a very straightforward, SLS Orion, supplemented by commercial, which are likely going to be reusable. I think, if I recall, we do have for the landers, we do have commercial partnerships. To the extent that was feasible, we were able to put in disruptive notions. However, we didn't, for example, the DST is to be launched as a single unit. It's a 100 cubic meter pressurized volume system, 40 metric tons or something like that, and will be launched as a single unit. So it is an option for it to be assembled in space. We did not consider that, and that would be something that we do not believe, well, A, we were asked not to, and B, we are not sure if we are ready for something like that in the next decade or so.
Ryan, were you going to say something? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Hi, hello, my name is Tatiana Indina. I'm the founder of Silicon Valley-based accelerator, Mission to Mars Academy. And my question to this panel is, we work with innovative global startups all over the world, and there are not too many of them in space tech yet, around 1,000 of startups maybe. So my question is, what do you think US government, NASA, and all other stakeholders of this mission should do, and what are you planning to do to engage global entrepreneurs community in order to accelerate tech innovation that is needed to achieve the technological breakthrough to make this mission possible? Thank you.
So I'll just allude to the CLIPS program as a good example of how we're engaging small companies more directly. So the larger systems here for the 2024 landing does require some advanced systems and some resources and people that maybe exceed some of the smaller companies. But the CLIPS program, we're partnering with, NASA's partnering with 8 different companies right now who also, are smaller in size and have a little bit less, that overhead that these other companies have, and they can move fast and lean. So I think NASA is very keen on partnering with small businesses. In fact, that's part of the portfolio going forward.
I think if you look at space station, almost to take that CLIPS example and continue to both bring it forwards and backwards, space station, we're at the Lockheed Martin partnered with NanoRacks and looking at who've been successful in putting up over 600 payloads on space station to look similarly at what can we do secondary payloads on Orion and on the Gateway and ultimately on the descent stage and the ascent stage as well. Those are really reducing the barrier of entry for folks to be able to fly technologies without worrying about communications and CNDH and thermal and comm. Instead, they can just fly their payload with or without human intervention in order to really move that technology forward. And so I think those really proven capabilities that have occurred on ISS are going to continue as we move out into cislunar space.
Rob, in the architecture you showed, is there any room for international contributions?
Absolutely. Certainly the back end of the Orion vehicle is built by Europe today, and so that's one of those proven systems that we think it would be really good to look at for the ascent stage, where safety criticality and there's not enough time to do a lot of DDT&E fits. But there's also other elements. For example, the transfer vehicle, which we talked a little bit about earlier, which would allow us to retain the Gateway up at NRHO and to bring a reasonably sized ascent and descent stage down from that Gateway orbit. That would be a wonderful opportunity to collaborate with our international partners.
As we move from lunar missions to much longer duration missions to Mars, for example, we need a life support system which is highly, highly reliable and also, in terms of recycling, much more efficient. So if we're going one way to Mars is 6 to 8 months, and then if you land, you can use ISRU and resupply yourself. And Mars orbital mission, as you said, if it's 1,100 days, you really need a very, very highly efficient recycling of oxygen and water, and it has to be really, really super reliable. The odds are that humans will not die of radiation or of zero-G problems or anything like that. What's going to happen is that your ecosystem is just going to screw up.
So is that a speech or a question?
Yes, it was. It seems like the development of next generation ecosystems is under the DST. Looks like the spending profile doesn't have any huge spending on it. Shouldn't we accelerate the development of a next generation life support system?
And I agree with you 100%. And there is a lot of work going on at NASA in that area, and there are demonstrations getting ready to fly on the International Space Station. The International Space Station is the best place right now for us to do that long lead development on the super reliable and super efficient life support systems.
Sox, let me ask you a nasty question.
Yeah.
For this program, Moon then Mars, how long do we need station?
How long do we need station? Well, honestly, for going to the moon, you need station less, okay? But I believe station and low Earth orbit services, I don't want to focus on ISS. I want to focus on the capability to get people into orbit and do work in low Earth orbit. I think we'll need that even for our trips to the moon, especially when you consider that people react differently to going into space, and it's nice to get them a space flight before you spend all that money to get them out to the moon. And then when you go to Mars, that's triply true. I think they ought to have a long duration stay somewhere.
Qualifying flight.
I would call it a qualifying flight or a training flight, and something in low Earth orbit is the best place to do that. And so I think we're going to have a mission in low Earth orbit for a long, long time. Now, whether it's ISS or whether it's something that follows after ISS depends on what your view is of the time frame. But I think we're going to need that for a long time.
Okay, we're about out of time, and there's nobody at a mic, I think. I see a hand, but But we need a mic, I think. Hold on a second. The rest of the audience has to be able to hear you. And keep it short.
Your presentation made an excellent impression on me because you poured a lot of cold water on a lot of unduly optimistic assumptions using numbers. There's a great planning group at JPL that plans all these manned missions, plus I'm sure congressional staffs. Have you shared your findings with these people and compared notes?
So that's a good question. Our report is first of all, on the cold water front, I want to specifically say that there's one member of our team who is very good at pouring cold water. He's our project economist. He's in the audience, Keith Crane. So the rest of us are sort of aerospace, space cadets, and he comes with cans of cold water. Anyway, but to your second question, so we had a lot of input from NASA with respect to data and methods. So I'm assuming that we may have talked to some folks from JPL. Having said that, I mean, our report is public, and I think maybe it would be worthwhile to engage more with them and go more over our study findings. One thing that I think would be really useful for anybody to do is sort of more if-then analyses. If the gateway scaled back, or if the moon, there's a longer sustainability plan on the moon. DST looked different. Nuclear thermal propulsion on the DST, because our assumption is a solar electric chemical hybrid system. So I think it would be useful to look at the effect of an NTP, because that reduces the transit time by 30% or longer. And everything is interconnected.
So Artemis is out here with her hook. So thanks to my panelists, and thank you all for paying attention.
Networking break until 10:35. I hope you'll be back. Well done.
How was that for a great start for the first day of the Humans to Mars Summit for 2019? That, of course, was John Logsdon moderating that last panel. He will join me here during the break in just a couple of minutes after we look at that video again from the gold sponsor of Humans to Mars, Aerojet Rocketdyne. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society. Again, it's my pleasure to host the webcast, but I also will be on stage right after this break because my panel is up next. In only about 15 or 20 minutes, we're going to be talking about the InSight mission, the most recent arrival at Mars. Let's go ahead and look at that video from Aerojet Rocketdyne, again, gold sponsor of the 2019 Humans to Mars Summit, brought to you by Explore Mars.
After 7 decades of exploring our solar system, Aerojet Rocketdyne is now embarking on its next great space endeavor, sending humans back to the moon and creating a deep space gateway. This lunar outpost will provide explorers a safe place to live and work while preparing for the long haul to Mars. Our power and propulsion elements will play a central role in the orbital maneuvering and station keeping, life support, and other essential electrical components on the Deep Space Gateway. When the Space Launch System makes its climb into space, it will be powered by 4 RS-25 booster engines. Once the rocket has safely reached space, our jettison motor pulls the launch abort system away from the rocket. 4 RL-10 engines on the upper stage will then take over to propel the crew toward their destination. The Orion spacecraft's reaction control system, along with the European Service Module's OMS engine and auxiliary engines, will provide trajectory correction maneuvers. After 8 out of 8 successfully landed robotic missions on Mars and 5 orbiters circling the red planet, humans will soon be joining them. Sending habitats and cargo to Mars with electric propulsion ahead of the crew will enable shorter travel time and shorter setup time on planet. Additionally, we are working on nuclear thermal propulsion to quickly transport astronaut crews to deep space and safely back to Earth. The SLS rocket will also allow in-depth exploration of potential life-bearing worlds such as Europa. This extensive suite of propulsion will be responsible for opening this new chapter in space exploration, science, and discovery, and may one day reveal the answer to, are we alone in the universe? We're ready for the next giant leap in space exploration.
Welcome back. That was a video from Aerojet Rocketdyne, the gold sponsor for the 2019 Humans to Mars Summit, which is well underway now on the very first day of 3, coming to you from this beautiful auditorium at the even more beautiful National Academy of Sciences in Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society. Turning now to the man who moderated that last panel, a board member of the Planetary Society, but also founder of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University. And I've got him here, the author of books including John F. Kennedy and the Race to the Moon, and After Apollo, and another book I think that's coming up. Maybe we'll get to that in a moment.
It's out already, Ronald Reagan and the Space Frontier.
That's right, I saw it for sale, yeah. So continuing that series, we'll talk about that in a moment, John, but for now, you had a terrific panel up there, and my goodness, what timing, following the NASA administrator, Jim Bridenstine, following his big announcement last night.
It was all planned, of course.
If anybody could pull it off, it would be you, I'm sure. What do you think of what we heard last night and what the administrator very enthusiastically was endorsing on stage here just about an hour ago? We're talking about footsteps on the moon again by 2024, asking for an augmentation of the NASA budget of about $1.6 billion, which is about what it takes to get a rover to Mars. I mean, can this be done?
Well, we'll see. I think it does no good to be pessimistic. Jim Bridenstine said that 1.6 was at the low end of the money needed. So, you know, we're starting a little bit behind the curve in terms of resources available, and frankly, I'd like to see what the run-out numbers for the next 4 or 5 years are, whether there will be adequate resources, whether the Trump administration will walk the walk as much as they have
talk the talk.
Talk the talk. You know, I mean, the rhetoric's great, the words are great. Let's see, but 1.6 billion is not chump change.
Yeah, but it's also not, 10 or 15 billion, which would not have been a terrible surprise if they had said this is what we need to get to the moon.
Well, it may well be 10 or 15 billion over the next 4 years. I mean, you've got to weigh what Congress can swallow, the other demands on the budget, what NASA can actually use. If you gave NASA $8 billion next year, could they do anything productive with it? There's a lot of organizational churning that will be required to get ready and aligned to do this.
What do you think of the discussion? And I'm not sure if this is a part of what is being proposed as part of this amended or supplemental budget. But there was discussion of something that's been talked about many times, and I think you know the only other time it was achieved, and that is a multi-year budget. Instead of NASA having to go back every year or two, being given the money up front and told, go and do this, here's everything you need over the next, 5 years?
Well, that's clearly not happening because the administration announced a 1-year plus up last night. So however desirable a multi-year budget might be, and of course it's nice if you know what you've got, if what you've got is adequate. In the political climate and this rapid acceleration of the program, this may be all that the system can bear, the political system, not the technical system.
So we've been here before. SEI under George H.W. Bush, Constellation under George W. Bush. The policy and political challenges seem to be much greater than the technical ones. I think you said as much on stage.
Indeed. In 1989, George H.W. Bush said, back to the moon, it's time to stay, then on to Mars. Sounds a little familiar, right? But it was a Democratic-controlled Congress, both houses then. Here we have a Democratic-controlled House. We'll see whether they're willing to sign on. In 1989, they were not. Plus, NASA didn't want the job. NASA was fully occupied, they thought, with getting the shuttle back flying and developing the space station. So they put forward a kind of ridiculous cost estimate that caused the initiative to be stillborn. In 2004, with the Vision for Space Exploration, the George W. Bush administration never requested the money. They did not walk the walk, as it were. So Mr. Bush, after the Columbia accident, wanted something dramatic to announce, but I don't think his heart was in it. And certainly his money wasn't in it.
And I'll mention a little plug here. The current Space Policy edition of Planetary Radio actually has a very good conversation by my colleague Casey Dreyer about the Space Exploration Initiative under H.W. Bush. We've only got a minute left. Tell us about the new book, picking up this, it's kind of a trilogy now, right? On to Reagan.
On to Reagan, and I think it's the last one I'm going to do. I'm getting old. So I look at Kennedy, I look at Nixon, I look at Reagan, and their impact on the space program. Reagan had some good impacts, but he certainly did not increase the budget. His rhetoric was like Kennedy. His decisions were like Nixon.
I hope we learn from history, John.
That's why I try to do it.
Thank you, John.
Welcome. Good to see you.
You too. John Logsdon, founder of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University and author of the books that you just heard about, a regular guest of mine on Planetary Radio as well. I do have the panel that's coming up next. We are in the midst of a break here at the 2019 Humans to Mars Summit, but we do
want coffee.
and John wants coffee. You can go get your coffee. Go get a snack, too. You've earned it.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
You bet. We are going to bring you some very special videos now. You may have heard of Project Mars. It was a competition to develop posters and also films, videos, to complement our interest in returning or getting humans to Mars, which is what we're all about today. And so we have a whole series of these films that will be playing back during these breaks over the next 3 days. And we're going to go to one of those Project Mars videos right now.
Never in all of history have so many people shared, without censorship, an adventure of such magnitude. Through all news media in all languages, all the peoples of the world are witness to this exploration of space, to its success or failure. Other brave men will follow tomorrow, and in the tomorrows after that. Each step more bold as we reach out to explore the universe around us.
There is a gift in all of us to look beyond and see only the possibilities, to view not just our world, but others, and wonder what is and what could be. Exploration is only limited by the power of our imagination. For as long as I can remember, I would dream about taking my first steps upon the rusty soil of Mars. What would it feel like to stand on a planet with 62% less gravity? Or greater yet, what secrets, what wonders would be revealed to me as I explored this alien world? Would my journey bring me to discover a massive hidden volcano still erupting with life? Is it possible that this is the very forge for the god Mars to prep for war? Perhaps through trailblazing of this magnificent desolation, I would uncover something far more magical. Would I find evidence of an ancient civilization? What messages did they leave behind? What were their hopes and aspirations? Did they love, cry, and smile like us? My imagination would never stop there. Just maybe, if I looked hard enough, I would truly find a secret that would redefine what we know and understand. What if I were to discover a hidden world with water, plants, and life, where the Martians still thrive in a secluded society? What would I say to them? What would they say to me? Would they take my presence as a threat, unable to see our commonalities? Or would we become friends, sharing our feelings and our dreams? As a scientist, I know that these will not be the discoveries in store, but they are the ones that fuel my exploration. And yet, I'm strangely certain what will be discovered, in truth, will be far greater than what I could ever have imagined.
Commander, we're here.
My crew and I have spent 10 months traveling to Mars, imagining the very moment we will be there. For today, the journey of discovery is no longer a dream.
Okay, I did a different speech. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, I'm going to announce. Wait to come up soon. Okay. Okay. Mars Insight mission updates. One of these beautiful robots we have on.
On September 26th,
is going to lead this panel, and because we're running a bit late, I'm not going to say much more about that. Matt, lead on your panel.
Thank you, Artemis. Am I on here? Yes, I am. Hello, everyone. This is an entirely different angle than the one that I have when I'm hosting the podcast in the webcast in the aisle there. Thank you for joining us. We have some great panelists to talk about the InSight mission, the newest Martian that we Earthlings have put on or above the red planet is this lander. And in case you collect NASA acronyms, that stands for Interior Exploration Using Seismic Investigations, Geodesy, and Heat Transport. Quite a mouthful. InSight is the first probe designed to reveal the deep interior of Mars. And we'll be hearing much more about that and why we've sent it there and what we're already learning from InSight from our panelists. It arrived on November 26th last year, and I don't have the clicker. Can somebody advance this for me? I don't know if it's on the lectern, maybe. I should grab it. I think somebody had one. Yep, I see it. Sorry about that. So what you're looking at there is an intimate little landing party we had on that morning at Caltech's Beckman Auditorium. Intimate as in a full house of 1,200 people. And boy, did we all go nuts when we got the word that InSight was safe on the ground. The person that you're seeing there, second from the left, that's first my colleague Bruce Betts from the Planetary Society. Next to him is Troy Hudson of the Jet Propulsion Lab, who worked very closely with the DLR team on the HP3 instrument, also known as the MOLE, and we'll be talking about that as well. Then filling out the panel was Jennifer Jackson of Caltech. Here is a wonderful series of images. I think I'm hitting the right button. No, anyway, if you could go to the next slide. This is a great series of images taken by HiRISE on the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, our spy satellite at Mars. You are looking down at InSight, the lander on the surface of Mars. And if you look carefully, you can make out the parachute as well, which is pretty cool. Let's go ahead and meet the terrific panelists that I've been talking about. The first is an astronomer, an astrobiologist. Pascal Ehrenfreund has chaired the executive board of the German Aerospace Center, or DLR, since 2014. The DLR is the National Aeronautics and Space Research Center of the Federal Republic of Germany. She also serves on the faculty of George Washington University, not very far from where we are meeting today. Welcome, Pascal.
Just over the street.
Yeah, just almost across the street. Yeah. David Murrow is the Deep Space Exploration Business Development Manager for Lockheed Martin, where InSight and so many other spacecraft have been built. He was on the Galileo and Cassini missions and Deep Impact even before coming to Lockheed Martin. I just mentioned MRO, which you guys also built. So you're looking down at another one that you're responsible for, along with the MAVEN mission, which has been tasting the atmosphere of Mars for the last couple of years. Welcome, Dave Morrow.
Thank you.
And finally, last but not least, Bob Fogel, or Robert Fogel, is the InSight program scientist at NASA headquarters. As you know, all missions, all NASA missions, have a project scientist assigned to them at headquarters who is part of that team for that mission. Prior to arriving at NASA, he worked for the American Museum of Natural History, where he coordinated the science content for the Rose Center of the Hayden Planetarium, one of my favorite spots on Earth. He has been the program scientist for many other missions, including Phoenix, that great mission to the North Pole of Mars, or at least the Arctic, GRAIL, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, sort of MRO's sister circling the moon, which has given us so many of the great images we have of the lunar surface, and the upcoming Lunar HMAP CubeSat, which will be on the EM-1 mission, that first flight of the big rocket, the Space Launch System. Bobby, if you don't mind, I've got the first questions are for you, and we have some slides to go with them. And that is really just to ask you about the nature of InSight and its importance across all of these missions that we've been sending to Mars.
Thanks, Matt. Imagine for a moment that everything you knew about the human body was based upon just looking at the exterior of a person. You weren't allowed to probe inside the person. You couldn't take an X-ray. You couldn't take a biopsy. And you couldn't do an MRI or a CAT scan. Well, this would actually send us back not only many decades, many hundreds of years, but millennia, because we know that the ancient Egyptians did various different types of surgery, which is probing into the body. Well, this essentially is the state of Mars science right now. We've sent about 23 successful missions to Mars, orbiting Mars, fly by Mars, starting with Mariner 4, landing on Mars, and every single one of them had as its primary purpose was to look at the surface and to examine the surface. And so we know very, very little about the interior of Mars. Now, this is a little bit of an exaggeration. We have information from Mars meteorites. We have information from the two radars that are orbiting Mars, Sharad and Marsis. But by and large, we've never sent a mission specifically to probe the interior of Mars. And that's what InSight has been sent to the surface to actually change. It is the first mission specifically designed to probe the interior of Mars, determine its layering, composition, and then to apply that information to tell us information about the other terrestrial type planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and even the moon. Now, the InSight mission fits within the schema of exploration that NASA has held to ever since its earliest days, and that is flyby, orbiter, lander, and then rover. And that was established by Apollo. But interestingly, the first Apollo missions did not have a rover, so that's the lander. But one of the first things that they set up was a seismometer, which is to learn about the interior of the moon. When we first landed on Mars, we had a seismometer. It was strapped onto the Viking landers. However, it was not deployed on the surface. Now, what seismometers do is they measure vibrations. The best way that vibrations can be picked up is if the seismometer is actually on the surface. It was strapped on to the deck, a lander that actually had dampers in its landing legs. And so it wasn't surprising we didn't find any seismic activity on Mars. It was perhaps one event on Sol 8 that was recorded. But seismologists have been arguing about an actual event or not, for the last 30 years.
So we have a lot to learn.
Oh, yes.
Pascal, we're going to come back to you to hear about not the seismometer, but the other major instrument that's on InSight. We'll do that in a few minutes. But like virtually all planetary science missions nowadays, this is an international effort. And if you could talk about the DLR's participation in the mission.
Yeah, of course, it was a topic which was already discussed and also came in the questions the entire morning. So German space activities, they rely really heavily on international cooperation. And I think we are very proud that we have been part of NASA's exploration program for decades. We have contributed instruments to Sojourner, to Opportunity and Spirit. And right now we have contributed many different parts of the radiation assessment detector for the Curiosity mission. So, and now we are actually, the German Aerospace Center is very excited to be part of this mission, which is really unique. As Paul said, looking for the first time really in the interior. So I think in the framework of the European Space Agency, obviously there's a lot of collaboration, international cooperation, but also national cooperation. The German Aerospace Center has been building this instrument in Germany and was able to contribute to this mission. And that's, I think, makes us very exciting. And there are other partners on the InSight mission. And I think this is also a key to success.
Dave Murrow, with Lockheed Martin, you built it. Tell us about this spacecraft. I know you have some slides to illustrate this.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the spacecraft is great. There's my pictures. So the first picture on the top there is kind of a picture of the spacecraft. I think everybody's probably seen that on the web. We launched it just a little over a year ago on Cinco de Mayo in 2018. And then it just landed last year on Cyber Monday, actually. So you can see the spacecraft there. I guess before I get too much into the details, I do want to put a little bit of a plug in for some of the programmatics. The InSight mission, as you know, is built under NASA auspices with the thing that has been very successful inside the Science Mission Directorate that we at Lockheed Martin have participated in a lot is this discovery mission concept where missions are cost capped and they're led by a scientist. So I think Rob said it earlier when he was up here. To us, the science is really the most important thing. That's where we start. We ask ourselves, what are the questions that we need to answer? And then we build a spacecraft around that. Turns out, when you land on Mars, unless you have a rover, there's a design that we've done for a while. And so back in the 70s, Heritage Company, Martin Marietta, built the 2 Viking landers. And then we built Phoenix, which launched in 2007. And it's very similar to what you're looking at on the screen here, which is InSight. So I guess one of the things I want to say is that practice certainly helps. Being able to do the same kind of design and the same kind of mission a number of times both brings down the cost, brings down the risk, and lets you do things that you might not have been able to do on the first mission. We heard a little bit about the early seismometers. Didn't quite have the results that we wanted. So you can see there in the just below the left-hand solar panel there, you can see the seismometer with the windshield over it. We learned, and we've done better. So the InSight spacecraft there that you can see the robotic arm sitting on top of the deck. That's what deployed the seismometer and the windshield separately, and it deployed the HP Cube, affectionately known as the MOLE, over there on the right-hand side, which is the instrument there that's there on the front of the lander there on the ground. So the 3-legged design has served us very well. We're very proud of it. You can see there on the left-hand side in the bottom, just some of the steps we go through to make the spacecraft work. We obviously have to test it. That's acoustic testing that I'm showing there. It's all buttoned up. The entire spacecraft is right there in that capsule. And the piece you see at the bottom there with the flat panels, that's what we call the cruise stage. It actually powers and controls the spacecraft on the way to Mars, and then it gets deployed just before the quote-unquote 7 minutes of terror begins. A little bit more on that in a second. So then there's the spacecraft. You can see a top view of the spacecraft with some of the technicians all deployed, getting tested in our high bay. Oh, not quite ready for that one yet. And then there's some parachute testing and a leg deployment test there on the bottom right. So a lot of things, and like you said, it went very well. As a matter of fact, during cruise, We had a little bit of a hiccup during cruise. There was a thermostat that wanted to dither, go back and forth, turn the heater on and off on one of the thruster lines. Not really a problem usually. We had the command all ready to send up, and it was fixed. Actually, the engineer says that it was fixed almost in record time. So cruise went very, very well. And then came the 7 minutes of terror, where we enter, the spacecraft comes apart, the heat shield pops off, the parachute comes out back, as you can see, to slow the thing down. We finally come down, and you can see on the next picture, this is actually what happens when the spacecraft lands. So I know you've all seen pictures of various different places where folks were. This is at our mission support area in Denver, where we command and control the spacecraft. We send all of the commands and the sequences to the spacecraft. We actually build the commands for all of the spacecraft subsystems and bring in all of the science payload sequences from our various partners.
Yep, that shirt looks familiar, Bobby.
Oh, yeah. And that shirt looks familiar, yeah. We didn't coordinate, honestly. So, but you can see our team there, and Pete there in the bottom, or in the top left picture, thumbs up for the successful EDL. So that was a great day for us there in Denver. The second one recently, of course, Phoenix, that you mentioned was another successful EDL. So then moving on, we've actually been on the surface now for a little over 100 days. So if we go to the next slide, say just a little bit about what it's like on the surface. So there at the top left is a selfie that we took, and those selfies actually are kind of complicated. The robotic arm has to move around with the camera on the end and take a lot of different pictures, and then they get all stitched together on the ground to turn into a selfie. So we did that on Sol 10, and you can see on the other side, we did that also on Sol 106. That was actually about a year from launch, even though it's only 100 days on the surface. So 96 days, as you can see from those two pictures, really makes a difference. The environment on Mars is dusty. No surprise there. But one of the very interesting things that we had, and this kind of tells you a little bit about the importance of talking across programs, during the course of the cruise to Mars, we discovered, actually the JPL scientists discovered that looking back at all of the dust environment over history, looking back at what's happened in the 70s, looking back at what happened with some of the Odyssey measurements, looking back at what happened with Opportunity. Opportunity went dark because, well, the opacity of the environment, the opacity dust of the atmosphere got very, very dark. And you can see that here. This is actually not that bad, not nearly as bad as what was compared with Opportunity. But we had to sort of scramble during the cruise phase and design the mission to make sure that even with the maximum opacity, which is a tau of 11, they honestly said, let's turn this up to 11. Thank you. With a tau of 11, we had to be able to design the mission to be able to do all of its nominal surface operations, even in that state. We were able to do that. Luckily, it hasn't been nearly that dusty or nearly that dark. You can see a fair amount of accumulation, but everything has gone really quite well for us. We deployed the seismometer with its sun shield. We deployed the HP cube with the mole. We began some hammering, and I'll let Pascal talk about the status of that. And we're learning a lot, and I'll let Bobby talk about the seismic events that we've had. So very proud to be part of the spacecraft. Look forward to more of these in the future with your help.
You bet. You can sure see the legacy of Phoenix, but I heard that one of the differences between Phoenix and InSight are the larger panels, partly to compensate for what was expected, the dust.
Yes, the larger panels are one of the pieces. Those panels can be expanded and retracted or made smaller. Those are the same panels that are flown to the International Space Station nowadays. So,
are you still hoping for a dust devil or two to sweep those off?
Well, we would like to see that, yeah, and maybe we'll somehow vibrate them a little bit to make them shake off.
You've heard a little bit about the two major instruments that InSight has brought to Mars. Bobby, tell us more about the seismometer and a change that happened literally since we first talked, just in the last few days. It's doing its job.
Right. So let's start with this. This is one of the most complex seismometers ever built. There are more sensitive seismometers that are deployed on the Earth, but we're deploying this on Mars.
It's exquisitely sensitive.
Right. It's so sensitive that it can measure deflections the size of a hydrogen atom. So that's 1 angstrom, or 10 to the minus 10 meters. And for those of you who don't play in engineering terms or science terms, that's a decimal point with 9 zeros and then a 1, meters. And when you're deploying that on a planetary surface 200 million miles away, it has to be done with absolute care and delicacy. We started our deployment in December, and where the arm put the actual instrument onto the surface of Mars. And then we had to deploy, actually bring down the tether so that it's sitting flat on the surface, which goes directly to the seismometer. And then we had to place a wind and thermal shield on top of the seismometer, because as all seismologists know, seismometers love to pick up things, and they pick up vibrations of movements of weather and a spacecraft even better than it does Mars quakes. And so our wind and thermal shield protects it from the wind, from Mars winds, and from temperature deflections. Now, we turned the seismometer on first on the deck for small amounts of time, and we had lots of noise, which is what would be expected, because as the sun beats down on the spacecraft actually creaks. It's not anything that we would hear, but a seismometer as sensitive as SEIS, which is the name of the seismometer that we've deployed, can hear that. But after we put it down and placed our wind and thermal shield on it, we have unprecedented accuracy. Our noise levels are better than spec and better than we had in the laboratory, and we're all very delighted with that. Now, it turns out that Mars indeed is, so far, extremely quiet. That being said, we've already had 6 events, of which Matt just mentioned one of the events was reported just the other day. Of those 6 events, I call those seismic events. Those are events that happen based upon the geology of Mars, not based upon wind, not based upon the spacecraft. Seismic events. Of those, 1 event is a very likely candidate for a Mars quake. And what we're looking for is a large Mars quake, probably of the order of magnitude 4 and above. We hope to get a whole bunch of those.
Same kind of magnitude, Richter scale, that we deal with here.
Richter scale, exactly. The quake that we had was much below that, which was something on the order of magnitude 2.5. If you're not familiar with the Richter scale, it's a logarithmic scale. So a quake, magnitude 4, is 10 times as powerful, releases 10 times as much energy as that of a quake that's 3. This one, which occurred on Sol 128, was about a magnitude 2.5. From this information, we've gleaned that it's probably, the epicenter is probably about 150 kilometers away from the InSight landing spot. Now, normally a quake, when you see it on a seismometer, doesn't take very long, because quakes last 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. A huge, huge quake will last minutes. But this was a very small. However, the wave train, that is the amount of waves that we get for this, lasted for about 12 minutes. So what do we learn from this? Well, that pattern is seen by Apollo on the surface of the moon with the Apollo seismic networks that was placed down by the astronauts. And what we've learned from that is, turns out that the moon was very shattered by impacts. And so there are large blocks and pieces of the moon that are all put together and shattered, both the regolith and the subsurface. This shattering causes scattering of seismic waves. So if this is your epicenter and this is your seismogram, normally on the Earth, it goes directly there because the Earth isn't shattered the way the Moon and Mars is. But if the crust of Mars is shattered or the Moon is shattered, then as the wave travels, it hits different reflectors and it moves around, and it does not take a straight path to the seismogram. And so that elongates the wave train, and that tells us exactly what's going on in the crust between the InSight lander and the epicenter of this seismic event. What do we learn from this? Well, one of the things that we learned from this is that in the crust between this epicenter and the InSight lander, there probably isn't that much water, because one of the reasons why we don't get this sort of scattering in the Earth is because we've got water in the crust, and that water has a tendency to heal the minerals that have been shattered. And so at least for this small area of crust that we've determined so far, there probably isn't that much water, and it's not likely that there was much water all the way back to Hesperian age, which is pre-3 billion years ago.
Wow. So it's doing its job. It is revealing the interior of Mars. 6 events, only one of them so far probably a Marsquake.
Right.
Is that more or fewer than were expected?
So far, that's actually a lot fewer than we're expecting. Now, we don't necessarily expect all the events to come together on the Moon. There are cluster events of seismic activity. Perhaps that's what's going on Mars. Our scientists are doing lots of calculations right now to determine how many we should expect in the upcoming 2 years, year and a half. But we're all hoping for a large event, which is what we need in order for us to help determine exactly how Mars is stratified: core, mantle, and crust. We need a large event that would have to be greater than magnitude 4, where we can actually see the different types of waves, P waves, S waves, surface waves. That would help give us the wonderful information that we're looking forward to in order to interpret the interior of Mars.
And I bet you're wishing that Dave and his colleagues could build 2 more and put them other places so that you could kind of triangulate.
Right. Well, that would certainly be
We'd be very happy to do that job.
Okay. We'll talk to the administration.
The triangulation would be, of course, ideal, which is exactly what we do here on the Earth. We have thousands of seismometers, and we use all the seismometers together in a network in order to tell us specific information about not only what the epicenters are, but how the Earth is stratified. We know a lot about how the Earth is stratified. However, for InSight, it's sort of like a time machine. We're going back in time. The first seismometer that successfully picked up a quake on the Earth did so in 1889. And this is the 130th anniversary of that.
Wow.
And so that is paralleling what we're doing on InSight on Mars. And those early seismometers, where they only had one station, had to use very creative methods in order to tell us how the Earth was stratified. And we're using some of those very methods in order to be able to determine the interior of Mars based upon one seismic station.
I want to get to yet another bit of experimentation that InSight is doing, even though it doesn't really have an instrument for this, which we'll address briefly. But there is one other charming fact about the SEIS instrument, or really rather the shield that goes over it, which is a tie to, if anyone has ever been to a Renaissance fair or a Society for Creative Anachronism, do you know what I'm getting at? Chainmail. Could you just, why chainmail? Actually made by a company that makes chainmail for people who go to the Renaissance fair.
Right. I have to say, I don't really know exactly why we picked chainmail for that, but the chainmail was weighted. And the chainmail, the skirt that you're talking about on the windshield actually has to go down. And after we placed it on and we opened up the hoops that hold the chainmail, it slowly, over a period of time, actually went all the way down to the surface. So we were really happy with how that performed. I do have one chart to show.
Yeah, we should do that next, because this is actually a video, and it has audio. Hopefully we can play this back. But this is that Marsquake that you were telling us about.
This is the Marsquake. We released this about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So you might have seen this in the news. But before we hear the audio, just let's take a look quickly at what the trace looks like. The upper and the first and third panels that you have there are basically the same information as you do in the second and third, which is probably what you're normally thinking about when you think of a seismogram, except the first and the third are actually the seismic profile for various different frequencies. So let's just ignore that for a moment. If you take a look at the different panels, you'll see that first we're going to hear what the Mars wind sounds like. And this is early morning of Sol 128, where there was some wind blowing. And then we have the Mars quake. And then the robotic arm was moved. It was pre-programmed to move later on. And so what we've done here is, as you know, a seismogram is just a plot of vibrations that a seismograph has felt from the surface. We can take those same vibrations and just move them up into frequency that's audible so that you can hear what this sounds like. So let's listen carefully as we first hear the wind, then the Mars quake, and then the robotic arm move.
And you'll see this track across each of those.
Awesome.
It's great. It's appropriately eerie.
Right. Now we're hoping to be able to come back and play the same thing for you with a magnitude 5 or 6, where the robotic arm sound is not higher than the Mars quake.
And we'll do it next time. Maybe by next year, we'll have Sense-A-Round attached to your seats so that you'll have the shaking of the seats as well. Very briefly, about this other experiment called RISE.
Oh, RISE is a phenomenal experiment. It's the closest thing to magic that we'll ever do. What we do is we use InSight's communication system, the X-band communication system that we sometimes speak to InSight directly from Earth with, and we're using knowledge of the speed of light to determine how Mars has turned or rotated over a period of time. So what we do is we send a signal from the Earth, and it hits the InSight lander, and it spins it around, and it sends a message back to the Earth. And in that time, between sending the message and receiving it, Mars has turned a bit, okay? And so we're learning about how Mars is turned, but this is so precise that we know the distance to InSight within about 1.5 feet from the Earth. And by listening in over and over, doing this a half hour a day, every single sol, we're able to determine exactly how the spin axis of Mars precesses, that is, rotates over time. And it's so sensitive that we actually determine what's called the nutation, which is the precession of the precession. It's another level of that. And once we have this information, we will be able to determine what Mars core is like, how big Mars core is, and perhaps whether there's any liquid in the Martian core, which is one of the big unknowns for Martian science. And that will dovetail with information that we'll be getting from the seismometer.
Fascinating. Pascal, you've waited patiently to tell us about another instrument, the other instrument that InSight carries, which has generated enormous excitement and more recently concern. Tell us about HP3.
Yeah, I have actually a few slides. Maybe they can be shown. And it's very nice to be patient here because the pillars are just awesome. Yeah, here, whoever sits on the panel this afternoon. Yeah. So This is the HP3, also called Heat Flow and Physical Properties package, which consists of a mole and a theta. And of course, it tries to explore the Mars core, mantle, and crust. It is actually trying to dig down, a hammer down, it's not a drill, for 5 meters. So right now we are in 30 centimeter, but I will come back to that. But I think we are quite proud, and you see here in the video the hammering mechanisms. It's a very complicated technique which we work together with Polish industry, the Academy of Sciences and Research Institutes, and it's an electric motor which has a rotating element bringing tension to a spring which has the hammer attached, and it actually takes a theta down with sensors in order to measure the heat flow inside of Mars, and also looks at the temperature increase, of course, when it goes deeper, and that gives you indication. We talked a little bit about that, what materials are actually producing the heat and how can we actually compare that to Earth. So we are, I think, very excited to be part of that. And when I look at the next slide, we are since the 12th of February on the surface. And there have been several hammering sessions which were activated. I think activated by the 1st of March was the first hammering session. And it goes a little bit slower than we imagined. And it's always difficult to see what you actually imagine. Right now, we are approximately in 30 centimeters, and the analysis is imaging, seismic. I will come back to that. And we also take thermal data and radiation data, because we have also a radiometer, which measures in the infrared, which is more or less equivalent to the surface temperature on Mars, which is also measuring on the surface. And because we are a little bit stuck at 30 centimeters, we had to find out what's actually the reason. And there are many different techniques, and it's a real teamwork to find out how we go. Because the SEIS instrument, which was just explained, is trying to measure the hammering and in particular the interval between the hammering strokes, and the camera of the robotic arm is actually looking if everything goes well and the theta is actually descending with the instrument. We have also of course a spare instrument where we are doing tests with different soils and regoliths in JPL actually, and also in Bremen in Germany, in order to simulate. So it's really so Apollo 13 style, yeah, to see how we actually can go further before we continue. So we had this diagnostic hammering in March, and actually just a few days ago, and I don't have all the results yet, they have to be evaluated. But when you look at the SEIS instrument, is actually measuring this interval of the hammering strokes, and you can actually see that if you would be really nicely hammering, you would be on an interval of about 100 milliseconds. And if you are going against a gravel, a rock, you would actually have a rebound, and then you would actually drop to 50 milliseconds. And diagnostic hammering, the SEIS instrument measured that we are about at nearly 80 milliseconds. And that means we are somewhere in between. So this is the way how you find out. So it seems not to be rocks, though we have actually already moved one rock away, I think in the first 10 or 20 centimeters. The instrument is able to do that. There was an idea that, there could be some kind of that the instrument could be tied up, in the support structure, but it looks like that it's actually the hull friction is limited, and we have to make more tests in order to see how we can hammer further because we want to go to as deep as we can. The more data we have and the more measurements we have, we will have great ideas about and also, of course, with the other instrument about the interior of Mars. And I think I have a final slide. So all the tests have shown that HP3 is really healthy and operative. We just have to optimize to hammer further down. And the radiometer, which is on the surface, and gives really excellent results. So the daily Mars surface temperature has been measured between 185 and 285 K, and there have been some eclipses through Phobos, by the sun, and these are about 30-second events, and you can actually see that the temperature drops 1 degree. Yeah, so this is quite interesting. And generally, instrument is extremely sensitive, 0.5% of accuracy, and we are just all working together now in order to go further down into the surface.
So we're far from giving up on this.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And just what has been attempted so far? I mean, in a sense, it has proven the technology.
Yes.
It's a shame that that rock got in the way. Hopefully you'll work around it or through it. But it really is unprecedented, the depth to which we still hope HP3, the mole, will reach on Mars.
Planetary science is exciting. You know, the DLR also landed with Japanese space agency JAXA on the asteroid Ryugu, and this was also a very exciting event because you never know what actually happens. You don't know exactly the material you are facing when you go to a planetary body. So I think this brings us all very close together and working together in order to solve all these issues. And it's exciting.
So, gentlemen, we have to leave the stage, and so we won't have time, I'm afraid, for audience Q&A. But all of our panelists will be here. You can catch them if you have specific questions about InSight. But I wonder if either of you have any last comments about the status of the mission as well, going as healthily as apparently HP3 is.
So I'll say that the spacecraft is doing great. We're flying 8 of them right now in our mission support area, and this is one of the easiest ones because it's on the surface. So we look forward to as many more diagnostics as we need and finally getting data back from down deep in the surface.
Yeah, the spacecraft is healthy. Seismometer is doing fine. The other instruments are doing really well. HP3 has had a little snag, but we're deploying lots of person power to it to try to solve this problem, both at DLR and at JPL. And we're very hopeful that we'll be able to push forward.
You bet. Thank you so much, all three of you. Best of luck as the mission continues. Please help me thank our panelists.
That went
and
fast.
Artemis, we'll turn it over to you.
Yep. Okay, from a robot on Mars giving us good data to how to inspire the next generation and keep them inspired to be able to keep building these machines. You know, you do all realize that kids need to study science, technology, engineering, math, or we won't have technology at a certain point because nobody will be able to be building it. Janet Ivey, who is moderating the next panel. Now, if you're talking about inspiring students and of all ages in studying STEM, then Janet Ivey aces that. Easily and happily. She's the person who keeps children of all ages curious and wondering. I'm certain that the Power of Mars and STEM panel sits well in Janet's capable hands. I expect that Janet, with her boundless energy, will keep us riveted to our seats for the next hour. Janet, the floor is yours.
Well, you know, the NASA administrator just named a program after Artemis, so I'm hoping that eventually I can convince somebody to name something Janet's Planet. So that is our aim. Let me introduce our fantastic panel today. You guys know this is near and dear to my heart. My favorite mission of all is inspiring that next generation of explorers and Martians. So this wonderful lady, we met on Twitter. Her name is Rachel Mann. You got to go buy her book. It's called Martians in Your Classroom. She's the co-author of that. She's also the founder of an organization called Teach Like TED. She basically speaks and writes to folks about how we can really kind of update our education future. She's a Google certified educator and has her master's degree in educational leadership. Please meet Rachel Mann. Next to her, yes, applause. And you guys are very familiar with this amazing lady, Ellen Stofan. I got a chance to be on a congressional panel with her, and I knew instantly, I was like, oh, I'm in the presence of greatness. It's just what she's done is amazing. She's the former chief scientist of NASA. She was the principal advisor to NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. She is now the John and Adrienne Mars Director of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum. She's got incredible programs lined up this summer for the 50th anniversary of Apollo. Please make her feel welcome. Next to her, I hear that it is already online. This is amazing, Alexa Ernst. She's an 8th grader, and just you wait. She is our next future Martian. I heard her recently make her first TEDx talk. It's called Won't You Be a Neighbor, about student advocacy. Amazing, it's online. Don't Google it now. You can watch it at lunch. But she's just a student extraordinaire. She's launched CubeSats. She's got a lot to say about how we adults might further her education and her STEM pathway. Make her feel welcome. Last but not least, and a very brave young man indeed, he just earned his doctorate at the University of Tennessee, and which made me happy in all manners. It's like he was also, while he was there, was a graduate researcher for, I think, the Tennessee Space Consortium, and an intern for the UT Space Institute. He is also was the beneficiary of being a Pathways intern, and so I hope that he will share some of how that propelled him to be now in liquid propulsion. See what I did there? Make Nehemiah feel very welcome. Nehemiah Williams. So everybody, if the launch pad is ready, STEM is the gantry, how do we fuel potential in students?
All right, so according to the White House, only 16% of American students are both interested in pursuing STEM careers and proficient in math. But when you think about the big problems in the world around us, they require STEM solutions. So when we look at the different content area, a lot of times it's very compartmentalized. And that's not how the world works. That's not how the mission to Mars will work, or to the moon, to any of our space endeavors. So we really have to do a better job at blurring the lines between our content areas and making that STEM visible, because it really is present in all of our content areas. And there's so many opportunities for us to collaborate amongst content areas, but also to involve the community more, to reach out to business and industry partners, and really just create learning communities that go beyond just the classroom.
Beautiful. How about you, Ellen? How do we launch STEM potential?
Well, I think as Rachel said, it's really about looking at the talent that's out there that we haven't been tapping into. And when you consider the fact that less than 10% of commercial aviation pilots are women, right there, that's telling you talent that we're not tapping into. So our big focus at the Air and Space Museum is how can we make sure that we're telling all the stories about people who've defied gravity to help us fly, to help us explore space. And frankly, the stories we've told have been very one-sided, but the people who've contributed look like all of us. And so to me, it's a big challenge of how do we make sure we tell all the stories, because I really do believe if you can't see it, you can't be it. And then as Rachel said, how do we get kids to realize that this well-kept secret that we all have, that STEM is actually about solving really cool, fun, challenging problems?
Alexa.
So I think one of the most important ways to fuel students' potential is to start them young with hands-on experiential learning, because a lot of times STEM is just once a year building the tallest tower out of toothpicks and marshmallows, and that isn't helping to foster and promote STEM and help kids really understand what it is. So I think really having kids go into the field and understand what they have to offer. For example, our school was invited to go tour MIT and see their laboratories, and after we saw everything they were doing, we got to look at everything. Everybody was like, I want to do this, I want to work there. And so I think that is one of the best ways to get kids into the STEM pipeline, is for them from a young age to know the opportunities they have out in the world and to get involved in them. And then obviously they'll want to do STEM careers in the future, which will just help maintain innovation in our world.
Nehemiah.
Sure. What I think is that we have great minds at young ages, and I think a lot of people get discouraged because they see how difficult the challenges are. And I think what's important is having teachers and students that work together to foster inspiration, to continue the fire burning of passion. We've got a lot of great examples here of what that looks like, and I know in my own personal experience, just having people behind me that look at the hardest challenges that you face, where you might normally give up, having the right people behind you saying, keep going, you can do this. It can go a long way with encouraging.
And I want to pick up there because for me, I think you guys have heard me say it before, it was my 5th grade teacher, Miss Ernestine Yarborough, who made me love the solar system and is probably the reason I'm sitting here today. I promise you, I can't mention her name without tearing up because that's how influential she was to a 10-year-old girl in 5th grade. So for you, Nehemiah, who is that person? Was there a person or persons?
Wow, there are quite a few. Both of my parents, I was homeschooled, so that's a bit different. And they taught me how to learn for myself. And they taught me to face challenges by just self-education and being motivated. I had a professor in graduate school at the University of Tennessee named Dr. Gary Flandreau, who is famous for the trajectory analysis for the Voyager 2 mission. So he was my astrodynamics professor in graduate school. And so he pushed me apply for Pathways internships, and eventually I wound up working at NASA. So having both people at home and also at school was very inspiring.
How about you, Alexa?
Well, I think it's definitely at the Weiss School, our speech and debate teacher and our physics teacher, they've been really instrumental in getting us on every single trip they've gone. We were just on like a trip to Kentucky like 2 days ago, and then we're here. So they've been just so important in all the places we've gone, and they really care about making sure that we have the best opportunities and are the reason I'm speaking here right now. So I think they're definitely for me.
How about you, Ellen? Do you have a person or persons?
Yeah, and obviously my story is fairly unusual in that my dad worked for NASA, and I went to my first launch when I was 4. But when I was 14, he was in charge of launching the Viking landers to Mars, and they had programs for the families, and there was this guy named Carl Sagan talking to the families about why it was important to explore Mars and what we could learn from Mars, and that kind of sold me. So it's a bit of an unusual story, I think.
But an awesome story. How about you, Rachel?
For me, I would say it started with my father. I grew up in a very rural area of West Virginia, and we spent we spent a lot of time outdoors. And my father would teach us the constellations, and we would spend time, watching for falling stars, watching when there was a comet. All of these pieces that were really just fascinating for me, just to see how big our universe is.
And to that end, that is maybe a place where I would encourage our audience. There are multiple places that you can tap in. Maybe there's a student where you work that's interning. Maybe there's a place you could go and volunteer. NEPRIS, N-E-P-R-I-S, connects industry to classroom. It's a volunteer thing. It would require you to upload your experience and that sort of thing. But do consider finding someone that, if you will be their light and guiding star, who knows but what they can be. I'm going to pitch this to Ellen because this was a question she wanted to sort of present to all of you. What are the lessons of the Apollo generation? What are those applications for the Mars generation?
Yeah, there's a lot of us in the audience, and certainly me, but not a lot of my co-panelists here, were inspired by Apollo. And I was 8 years old when on July 20th, 1969. And I incredibly distinctly remember this sense of awe. And in fact, that night, my parents had a cottage on a lake house in Michigan, and we went out onto the dock. And it was a fairly large lake, and you could hear Mission Control and Walter Cronkite basically echoing all around this huge lake, because everybody was tuned in, everybody was inspired. And so to me, the lesson of Apollo is when you try to do something really hard, really inspiring, really push the boundaries of what is possible, that's when you inspire kids, you inspire adults, you get the whole world to stop and watch. And to me, the next moonshot should be our Mars shot. And to me, it will have that same effect. And I think that's the lesson that I've certainly learned from Apollo is, as JPL says, dare mighty things.
Anybody else want to comment on that? Nehemiah, do you have things about what you yourself as a liquid propulsion, you'll be the person helping out on those launch systems to get us back to the moon and Mars?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of work being done now to develop the technologies necessary for exploration of Mars. For instance, cryogenic fluid management being one of the primary things we need for Mars. And so I'm just thankful and honored to be participating in some of that type of work. And I sometimes you go to work and it's amazing and you look at yourself and you think, I can't believe I'm doing this. And there are other days that are challenging as well. But those challenging ones are actually the things that help you grow. And they help you become a better person at what you're doing in helping us get to Mars, for instance. And also it helps you talk to other people who are also aspiring to the same type of work.
And that really leads into my next question. How do we make it more enticing? I don't know, it's like we keep coming up with acronyms, whether it's STEM or STEAM or STEAM-D. As somebody who loves the arts and design, and we know that we can't really do missions without those artists and designers and those kinds of people. It's like whatever we were to call it, how do we make it more enticing? How do we kind of strip it of, it still seems that science has a negative connotation. How do we go, kids, the most exciting adventure stories over here? How do we do that?
Well, kids are natural explorers. So when I think about Mars and this opportunity to explore, it's exciting. How more enticing does it get? I think too, though, when it comes to that, is that sometimes in education, we'll put this really, really cool concept out there, and then we attach a rubric to it, a grade to it, and we rob the kids of the joy that they have at this exploration piece, and it turns into, yes, we need data, yes, we need rubrics and grades, but at some point we've got to stop grading everything, and when it comes to innovation, giving kids the opportunity to explore, give them that time to really just dig in deep and solve some of these big problems and look at it at a much deeper level. So looking at ways to incorporate 20% time, which some people call it passion projects, where it truly is, these kids are showing what they're capable of and they're given that freedom and that latitude to create.
How about you, Ellen?
I agree. I think to some extent we often rob the fun out of things by turning it into huge lists of facts to memorize. And I think getting kids to do hands-on projects has clearly been shown through all the research to be the way to really engage kids in these activities. And I think even more importantly, it's to make sure that the kids recognize that, I got C's in classes in math. And I think it's also to say, it's not only the straight A kids who get to go participate in STEM.
Yes.
And I think making sure people realize it's not always the valedictorian that's going to come up with the innovative solution to how we're going to solve some problem on Mars. It's all of us working together with all kinds of differing abilities. And I think lowering that barrier a little bit, instead of trying to constantly winnow kids out of STEM, which intimidates kids to come into STEM because they think, I'm just in here to get weeded out. Let's widen, not narrow that STEM pipeline.
Agreed. How about you, Alexa?
Well, I think that Mars is already extremely enticing, but it's just such a arduous and difficult mission to get to that many people just feel discouraged to get into it and to start it. So I feel like having a can-do attitude and being able to encourage children and young people that we are going to be able to do this. We are going to be the first Martians on Mars, and we're going to be able to get there. And having the media publicize NASA's current accomplishments in the mission to get to Mars is really important for people to feel inspired that we are going to be able to get there.
How about you, Nehemiah?
Sure. These are some great answers, so I'm just going to kind of tail on what you guys are already saying. I remember what it was like in 1997 when the Mars Pathfinder mission landed on Mars and the Sojourner rover was traveling on the Martian surface. And I was maybe 11 or 12 years old, and I was just thinking like, man, that looks really cool. I'd like to participate in that. But what do I need to do to get there? And then I was told, hey, you've got to be good at math. And I wasn't good at math at the time. In fact, I hated it. And it's ironic sitting here as an engineer now, seeing years and years and years of math. So my point in saying that is not to toot my own horn. It's rather to just say that when you believe in what you're doing, it motivates you. If there's no goal, there's no point, there's no mission, then it's very difficult to get up every day and solve hard problems. But when you see that there's a benefit to what you're doing, then it galvanizes all the efforts within yourself and with all the people around you to work hard at it. And I think that's the kind of spirit that we need for generating STEM, for going to Mars.
Well, I like to use Joe Cassidy says this all the time, but I love telling it to my 4-year-old grandson who's really into Transformers. I'll say, hey, Duncan, do you know that there are things that are doing things on Mars? And he goes, what? And I'm like, robots are living there already. And so to get kids excited and in tune with that, to me, it's like what I like to tell kids a lot of times, whether it's a cure for cancer or solving food scarcity or coming up with wonderful abilities of AI and how that incorporates that. Whatever we do and however we innovate, going there and the path to get there, the innovations, the entrepreneurship, and those things going forward ultimately circle full back and really benefit our little sweet spaceship Earth. So is there a way to wrap that kind of like visionary concepts of where we want to go and then really again remind everybody for every good thing that we do out there, we get to turn it back to home and benefit here too?
Well, and I think with that, I think about going back to the Apollo generation, that was something that the technology that resulted from it impacted everyone. It changed the very fabric of our society and how we do things. And people don't realize it. They don't see that. But when you think about pacemakers, when you think about our food preservation systems, those are things we use in our everyday world that comes from the exploration, the inventions that sent man to the moon. So how do we look at Mars in that way? Can you imagine the technology that's going to result from that and getting kids excited when they start thinking about that? And that technology piece, that's huge. Our kids are wearing on their wrists their smartwatches that are able to do, it used to be military grade equipment. And that's something that there's so much they're capable of that they're actually going to achieve.
And are there ways or things we can do, Ellen, like are there activities or how do we engage these students in this idea of innovation and entrepreneurship?
I think a lot of it is allowing them to have hands-on activities because I do think if somebody's allowed to go, a kid's allowed to go into a room and saying, here, you create a solution. There's no answer to this. So come up with what is a habitat on the moon going to look like, and how are we going to get to the moon, and how are we going to get to Mars, and how are we going to grow food on Mars? I think if you give kids open-ended problems and allow them to create solutions in which there is no wrong answer, that is encouraging to them and makes them realize, all right, innovation is something that's really important. And I think the other thing is to, again, back to our role at the Air and Space Museum, is to make sure we're telling those stories of those people who had innovative solutions, of people like Katherine Johnson, Orville Wright, Bessie Coleman, who didn't take no for an answer, who said, I think I'm going to keep pushing on this, even though someone is telling me no. To know that path has been laid before you, I think helps kids realize, well, if that person did it, I can do it too.
Alexa, any thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I think obviously, of course, hands-on experiential learning is really important too, but setting up problems that kids haven't seen before and having them solve them, like you were saying earlier, is really important, because a lot of times when you're teaching students, you learn about how to solve a certain problem, and then on the test you just solve the same problem. But I feel like what's really needed is have a new problem that nobody's ever seen before and have to try to figure out a solution to it using concepts that you already know. I know our physics teacher, he would often give us really hard, challenging physics problems, and we would all get it wrong, not know how to do it, and complain after. And then after, when he was going over the concepts with us, be like, oh, that makes sense. Like, I knew how to do that, but I just didn't know how to apply it. And I feel like over time, a lot of us have gotten better at being able to recognize how to solve those problems, because when we're going to Mars, we're not going to have solutions to all our problems. We're going to be the ones writing the textbooks on how to do this. So I think it's the culture of learning and being able to figure out the why and how to do that and be able to find those solutions.
Everybody meet my future, like the future president of Explore Mars right there. Why am I here? Okay, so Nehemiah, what about you? How do we make it enticing? How do we get kids to innovate, know that they can, and prepare for living on another planet?
So I'm going to maybe take a little bit different angle. One of my hobbies is astrophotography, which means I like to take pictures of the night sky. And a lot of people look at that hobby and they think, oh man, how did you do that? And they think it's something that's weird and mysterious and you have to have all these degrees to do that. And it's about taking something that's amazing like the night sky and communicating to people that this is something that with some learning, some research, you can figure out how to do that. So that same approach needs to be applied to the exploration of space and going to Mars and generating a new crop of talent where people believe in themselves, where children can grow up believing in themselves that they can achieve anything. So a lot of the answers that the panel is discussing is just really just recapping that.
And to me, it's like, I want to find out, Rachel has a really great process in her book, Martians in Your Classroom, about how you even set up a learning activity. Can you talk them through the ready launch and blasting off, that kind of thing, so that you prepare them that something exciting is about to happen?
Okay, so for one, there's multiple pieces to this. For one, I think that sometimes we evaluate teachers based on little things like, do you have your objective on the board? The teacher should always know what the objective is, but you're giving away the punchline when you put it on the board. Sometimes letting the kids try to figure out the objective. So yes, of course, as an educator, you know what the objectives are, but let the kids figure that out. And sometimes at the end of the lesson, having them say what it is that they were learning, the different concepts, and that's also a check for understanding as educators. So that's part of it, but then also this concept of referring to your objectives as your mission, or not your objectives, your bell work for the day, having a mission, having a launch pad with different activities so that the kids have opportunities, like Ellen and Alexa were talking about, to solve these problems that teachers don't necessarily have an answer key for. That's going to help them to also be able to co-create with their teacher. The teacher becomes the facilitator for learning, but really sometimes even student choice, having these menu of options so that kids have more than one way to show the results of their learning. That gives them ownership, that autonomy for that learning piece.
When teachers bring students to the Air and Space Museum, talk to us about what you feel really proud about, or maybe a comment a teacher would have back to you. Say, thank you for giving us a day of... Do you have something where the teachers are really grateful that it's like kind of out of the box, that informal setting gives the students and maybe the teachers something that they don't get to do inside the classroom?
There's a couple different things. We have fun things, obviously, like the Mars bus out at the Udvar Hazy Center, the Lockheed Martin Mars bus, which is a really fun experience. It lets kids actually take a little trip to Mars. But I think even more importantly is the ability, we have a gallery called How Things Fly that has a small makerspace in it where kids can go in and do hands-on activities around the concepts of flight. And I think it's those kinds of activities that actually make you remember. And frankly, that's something we're thinking about. For those who don't know, we're actually in the process of rebuilding the National Air and Space Museum. It's unfortunately falling down. But it gives us the opportunity to take all 23 galleries in the museum and say, what should they be? What are the stories that we're not telling? I know, I guess earlier, I don't know if she's still here, one of my heroes, Eileen Collins. Are we telling Eileen's story? Because her story is one that, to me, is going to inspire the next generation of women leaders. And so, first of all, to make sure as we go through the renovated museum, are we telling all those stories so that everyone who comes in can see themselves? Are we giving kids the opportunity to touch things? My curators really don't like that. But you know, we all learn in different ways. And
Right.
So can we give people a place in the museum where they can go and have that different experience that maybe helps different kinds of learners experience the artifacts in a different way. And then again, are we giving, especially classrooms that come through, are we giving them fun things to do in the museum? Are we making sure they're learning not just there's an airplane, but who built it? Why did they build it? Who used it? All those stories. And that's what we're going for in the renovated museum. We want to be an immersive place, a place where you can actually experience things and really understand the stories behind the artifacts.
And to your point about astronaut Eileen Collins, if you guys haven't seen the Netflix Mercury 13, it's really remarkable. But Eileen, as she launched, she honored many of those women who would have been astronauts. So it's really fantastic. And to me, it's like all of those stories, it's like sitting there, whether it's watching a thing about Hedy Lamarr or Mercury 13 and Wally Funk, who's amazing. You all of a sudden you have like a connection. And I've always said that it's like relationship and experience lead to that engagement. And somehow I believe that's part of this educational experience. I want to give a shout out to Ms. Shauna Christensen and Mr. Kevin Simmons, who are the teachers from the Weiss School. I want you to seek them out. What they're doing down at the Weiss School is profound. You've got 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders writing in, doing trigonometry and physics and figuring out trajectories and launching CubeSats. I mean, you've got middle schoolers that are graduating 8th grade, having done TED Talks and, launching things. It's what we need to be doing the world over. And so for you, as you go to high school, I mean, like, what are you going to do there?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to a high school that is on FAU college campus. So starting in 10th grade, I'm going to start taking college classes and then hopefully graduate with my undergraduate degree by the time I finish high school.
I've got nothing, right? Let's give her a big round of applause. This is our future. I'm smiling because I go, oh my gosh. And I will say, it's like, not only are you extraordinary and have a wealth and array of people who are mentoring you into who you are, but again, when we give teachers, I would love to give teachers back the autonomy of their classroom, and I'd love for Rachel maybe to weigh in on this. I get to go in and be the informal educator a lot of times and have the fun and do the hands-on stuff. But it's the teachers, as you were saying, it's like, oh, you must have your objective written down or you're going to be written up and the district's going to be told about you. I would vote today, if anybody would have me on any committee, that it's like, let's get rid of the darn testing and let's start innovating. And to me, it's like, and I'll tell you why. I went to a graduation party of a young man a couple of Saturday nights ago. I met him when he was a junior in high school, and he was a fantastic, fantastic young man. But his ACT and SAT scores were so pitiful that you would have thought he had some learning difference. He really didn't. He was a very slow processor. So that meant when he looked at the test, he really wanted to read it. So it's like the darn thing would time out before he could complete it. He just graduated with honors. He sang at the graduation at Belmont University. He is soaring. So I know that the test is not the true metal or the make of a human. And to Ellen's point, when we start going, hey, let's ask that C student who may end up running a trucking company or something like that, what's the, what do we need to do here to make this piston run better? How do we do this? And we start really aggregating knowledge from all sectors and not just saying, oh, we over here is the scientists. There's got to be some breakdown of that. I mean, what do you guys think? It's like, I just hear, when I hear fourth graders are having anxiety because of testing, I want to start, ripping up the test and go, let's go play and learn something today. But how do you guys feel about that? Am I alone over here?
Well, the first piece about letting teachers have back the autonomy of their classroom, I had a teacher come to me just a couple of days ago to let me know, an amazing, phenomenal teacher, but is leaving the classroom, and said to me, because I was just heartbroken, because this person had so much value to the lives of these students, and the reason was, this is a quote, I just wish they would let me teach. And it was just the amount of paperwork, the different hoops they have to go through where they don't feel like they're teaching, and the test piece of teaching to the test, when what does that measure? Yes, that data piece is important, but sometimes we're so focused on the test that we really miss out on so much learning. I'm actually tonight writing an article for a group. It's called Ditch That Grade. So the timing for that comment is that's perfect, but really rethinking how we do grades, what we measure, why we're measuring it. When we see reports like what happened in India, where 20 students committed suicide because of what ended up being a faulty test. It's heartbreaking, the pressure that we're putting on kids. We really, as Neil deGrasse Nelson would say, or Tyson, what did I just say? Would say is let kids be kids.
What about you, Ellen? Where do you fall on the whole testing thing? Just
I think it probably also stems from personal experience. Of my 3 kids, some of them are good test takers, some of them are not, and yet they're all of equal ability. And so I look at it is how much of the classroom scenario is the way life works. In life, we work on teams. We openly discuss things. We don't get tested where you fill in little dots in real life. And so I think we really need to think about what is the workplace of the future that we're preparing kids for, and are we giving them the skills they need to survive in that workplace? They need to write, they need to communicate, they know how to be a team player, they know how to be a leader. Are those skills the ones we're testing for, or are we testing your ability to memorize lots of facts and fill in little dots?
how about you, Alexa? What's your take on testing?
Well, I've been fortunate to go to a school where they have a lot of autonomy and the teachers have a lot of control. However, from 6th grade and before, I went to just a standard public school, just really normal like that. And so in 6th grade, I had a phenomenal pre-algebra teacher who she was incredible in teaching, and she would spend about 10 minutes a day just teaching the lesson, and then the rest of the time she would have us, she would give a Singapore math problem, which is the 4th grade math problems are on level with 6th grade ones, and we would all kind of compete to solve them, and the people who got them right the fastest would get a Jolly Rancher. And yeah, and everyone in the class, every single year, everybody got a 5 on their FSA, which is our standardized tests. And so I think being able to not just teach exactly what she needs to go through, because she just spent 10 minutes just really quickly going over the math lesson, but she spent a lot of time having us understand those problems and being able to find those solutions. And that's one of the reasons why we were all able to succeed. So I think test taking obviously puts a real damper on a lot of the learning that goes on in the classrooms, like you guys were saying earlier, because I know at the Weiss School we don't really teach the test as much, not at all actually, because they don't really have a physics test for 8th graders, so we don't really teach the test in that regard because we do have that autonomy. And so I think that testing is really not a good way of measuring intellectual ability, but being able to figure out problems and solve unique solutions is a great way. Competitions are great ways to judge people's intellect in that regard.
And Nehemiah, you said you were homeschooled. So did you have to go and take testing at certain times, I'm guessing, to make sure that your parents were doing a good job at home?
Right, yeah, there's standardized, there's state requirements, right? You still have to meet them, right? And I was living in New Jersey at the time, that's the state that I grew up in. But so we did that, and we also did things differently as well in terms of working on group projects and activities, because like Ellen was saying, when you go to work, you don't take tests. You don't fill in little answer sheets. You work with people on teams, and you have to write reports. And so my educational background was tailored to that, especially when I was homeschooled, just anticipating that in the future work would look a little bit different than just the standardized test.
Last question for my panelists, and then we'll take questions from the audience. So how do we bridge education and workforce? You guys have companies, you've got space companies, you will need employees. There's a STEM shortage of talent that you've got tons of STEM jobs and we don't necessarily have that talent to fill it. How do we bridge that gap between education, industry, and workforce?
I work with a school district in Arizona, and I'm their director of professional learning. And a very unique way that they're solving this problem of making sure that there is a pipeline is they're partnering with industries such as the Palo Verde nuclear plant. They realize that they're not going to have enough employees in the future, so they're providing one of their employees to go teach side by side with an instructor. So you have the person who has the pedagogy and then the person who has the industry skills, and they're able to combine these. That person still receives the same paycheck that they would have at their company, from their company, but it's benefiting everyone. These kids are benefiting because they're really learning those workplace employability skills. And then the teacher is also benefiting because they're getting to learn side by side with this industry professional. And now this company is building their own pipeline and even offering students who are in high school, for some of them, they're receiving scholarships to pay for their education. Others, they're able to go in with an industry certification and start working right away, making a really decent salary. So I think some of these partnership pieces where industries really have skin in the game, where they're investing in creating that pipeline, that's really important, and that's really going to help change some of the paradigms, and also making sure that educators, we really get and understand what those needs are. So even doing externships, which is another thing that they're doing as well, giving teachers an opportunity to get paid to work in an industry for 80 hours during the summer, and really make sure that they're up to date with what the latest trends are in the workplace.
And that's an important piece too for me. It's like there are kids who, for whatever reason, would prefer not to go to college, so there's a way to bridge that gap as well. What about you, Ellen? How do we bridge industry and STEM and education and that sort of thing?
Well, this is one of the things we've really started working on at the Air and Space Museum, and I've grown frustrated, as I think many of us have, that we know a lot of the gap in the STEM pipeline is truly a pipeline problem. And that we know that despite a lot of effort that's gone on in the last 20 years in engineering and computer science, the numbers of white women and people of color have not really been moving despite the effort that's been put into it. And so in my mind, what could be some of the issues that are causing that? And one of them is that I'm worried, and this was actually talked about in a recent Committee on STEM Education report that came out of the White House, talked about the importance of creating STEM ecosystems. So we've started to work on that at the National Air and Space Museum. All right, we have some great STEM education programs, right? But then we take those kids, we work with them for a summer, and then they go, and what happens to them? And if they don't have parents who encourage them, if they don't have teachers that encourage them, they're gonna fall right back out of the pipeline. Industry, universities, museums all over the country, we're doing this STEM education programs, but we don't talk to each other, we don't link the programs, we don't figure out how do we keep those kids in the pipeline who don't have the support systems that I had, certainly, that kept me going. And so one of the things is how do we work together, form meaningful partnerships to create a STEM ecosystem that keeps kids. And I love what you said. We need, as much as we need engineers and we need computer scientists, we also need people to be building our Mars rockets, our moon bases. And so let's not forget about the kids who we need to go into the manufacturing side of the equation, because I can tell you the aerospace companies, when they say we need future workforce, they mean all kinds of jobs, all kinds of kids. Let's not leave anybody out.
Yeah, on the point of the STEM pipeline, I think it's really important to start kids young in, as I was saying earlier, the experiential, hands-on learning in the field, because our school district has a trip every year where we go on a field trip to the Environmental Study Center, which is where you look at the Florida waterways, and just for an entire day we'd spend the day seining and catching and looking at fish and taking water sample tests. And I feel like even trips like that are really important, because after everyone always enjoys them, and always people are saying, I want to be a marine biologist now, and it gets really the students involved and has them start thinking about those opportunities. And with the idea of employable skills and getting kids in that regard, our teacher at the White School, we go to a lot of banquets where we have to network and carry ourselves well and make sure that we're acting more like adults and not like kids. Our physics teacher has a thing, if you can't see me doing it, then don't do it. So I think it's being able to carry yourself well and have those, it's not just about knowing it, it's also about being able to communicate and present yourself well. So I feel like kids going to adult functions that typically they wouldn't be seen at, like this, is really important for them to be able to understand how to carry themselves well.
I adore you. All right, and how about you? How do we create that pipeline? And one of your ways was that internship at NASA, correct?
That's right, yes. NASA has a Pathways internship program where students from different universities that meet the requirements can apply and hopefully get accepted into a co-op program where you're able to work and do at least, I think, a minimum of 3 rotations. Sometimes you can work in the same organization, and others you work in different organizations to kind of get a feel of what the culture is like. Each center, I think, has a program like that. Johnson Space Center has one of the biggest, I think. So I was a graduate Pathways intern where I worked in the propulsion branch through graduate school, and I got to learn a lot of what it means to be a propulsion engineer. And so I think just letting people, so a lot of people ask me, how do you work for NASA? How do you get involved in space exploration? And not just NASA, but commercial companies as well, because this is a team effort, you know. I know one friend that I have that actually interned at SpaceX and is there full time. So I think just knowing that this is a group effort, government and commercial companies, and they all have internship programs. When you're in school, just be aware, making sure that kids are aware that they have these opportunities. These opportunities are available if you work hard and have the right connections, even, you know, with teachers and stuff.
And part of that onus lies on all of us, is shouting it out loudly and communicating that. Last few moments, do we have any questions for these amazing people on my panel? Yes, Jack.
All right. Artemis knows my wife well. She started life on a dirt road in this very poor neighborhood, 1 click above the slum. She's now a full MD specialist, very successful. But she was lucky to start life in a country that if you had ability, it was recognized at a young age, and education was free. She went all the way up through medical school with no tuition.
Wow.
Okay? So she had a good start in life, and she came to this country and has done very well. What are we doing with all the disadvantaged people who might be living in an RV, almost homeless, or in really bad circumstances, but they're loaded with ability and talent? To identify those people, give them a chance in life, okay? That's where we're missing a lot.
Well, I'll tell you what, last summer, Jack, I got to do something in Nashville. It was a company called the Dream Center, and we ended up visiting 4 to 5 housing projects a day. So I got invited, hey, Janet, we feed them lunch, you come do the science. So the first day, some of these kids were like, what is this lady doing? But then we started making, making rockets, and it's like I had air compressors, and they're like, whoa, this is pretty cool. We're gonna, And by the end of the week, one of the greatest things, this one kid came up to me and said, I didn't know I was this smart, or science was this cool. So to me, it takes investment. You gotta have skin in the game. Are you willing? It's like we can't keep asking these questions, what are we going to do about it? You get up and you doggone do it. And there are opportunities. Will it net you a big salary? Probably not. But it's like volunteer hours. Many of us get to do so much of what we love to do, not sharing the story, as Ellen has gone back several times today and say, not giving that away when we can. I'm not saying we can, I know we're busy, we've got tons of things, we've got our own lives, we've got our own families, grandkids, etc., aging parents, etc. But at the same time, guys, it's like we finally need to really put our feet to action. And to me, that's how we solve the problem. It's enough conversation. We know it. Let's make it inspiring, right, guys? I mean, what do you guys say to that? I get really impassioned because it's like, it's like if we're going to ask that question, let's get busy about doing it. Anybody?
Yeah, I just agree. I mean, we don't know where the next Einstein is going to come from. And is it going to, if we're only narrowing ourselves down that kids feel like they have a pathway into STEM careers, is if you come from a advantaged background, we're probably going to lose the next genius that's going to help us solve climate change, and it's going to help us get to Mars. And so to me, we have to make sure that the programs we're putting together, for example, we have an aviation camp for girls at the Air and Space Museum that is aimed at Title I schools in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So are we making sure that our programs are reaching all kids, not just kids who can afford it?
Yeah, on that point, our school recognizes that we're extremely fortunate and that a lot of people don't have those opportunities. Last week, we spent like the entire day at the Farm Workers Council working with the migrant children for migrant children and helping them read and look at books. And our next CubeSat mission, we're planning on working with Title I students to help them get involved in this and realize that this is an opportunity that they have and that this is something that's even out there. Because before I went to the white school, I didn't know what a CubeSat was. I didn't really know anything about any of that. And so we actually made a federal resolution to raise awareness for the CubeSat Launch Initiative so that kids know that these are opportunities that people have, that you can build a CubeSat as a middle school, because not a lot of people know about that. It's not something that's recognized a lot as the media. So knowing that you have those opportunities can really help bridge that gap, and I think it's important.
Any other questions? Yes.
Hello, my name is Melinda, and I'm a teacher. And I would be really interested to hear your points of view, how we could build the profile of STEM on a national basis and a global basis so that it would be, should I say, fairer and open to everybody. Whereas I find being a teacher here in DC, we have so many different schools. I go in and meet with teachers and observe lessons, and STEM is presented in so many different ways.
Any ideas how we can make that a national? Right here. She's got it, right? Come on, Rachel.
Well, we have a lot of organizations that are working towards that on one level or another. One that is fantastic is 100K in 10, which they're working on just the STEM shortage of teachers. And a big piece of that is not having STEM educators in some of these rural areas that create this disadvantage. But I think it really is, everyone has to, like what Janet was saying, finding ways to contribute to this piece. Even if it's something as small as volunteering your time, this is a low-hanging fruit, saying, okay, I'm available to Skype into a classroom in this rural area and share my expertise. I do that all the time, and I'm actually surprised that people don't take myself or my co-author up on that more often, because the kids get really excited about having a guest speaker come to them virtually, and it's preparing them for that global side of being able to communicate with people through a screen that's somewhere else in a different part of the world. So I think that that's one that everyone in this room could do to help contribute to providing some more expertise to areas that may not have as many resources.
As former chief scientist of NASA, would you have any ideas of how do we kind of create a global STEM model that it's okay, here's what we do? Is that your question? Do you have any ideas on that?
Well, I think one of them is, can we give fun challenges to kids to make them realize that, again, STEM is about problem solving. So whether it's taking one of the Sustainable Development Goals and saying, okay, all fifth graders or, all 10-year-olds around the world, attack, the water goal of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's making them realize that STEM is just a tool to solve the pressing problems of today and the future. And I think there's some really fun things that could be done around that.
I love that idea. All right.
Hi, I have a question on this side, if you don't mind.
Sure, sorry.
No worries. Ellen, thank you so much for what you've said today. I think, thank you to all the panelists, but you mentioned a word that resonates, and it's ecosystem versus pipeline. I have the privilege to work with about 16 scientists from about 14 different universities across the world, trying to unfold multisensory. And similar to the issues we faced, it's similar to that proposition you mentioned with ecosystem and how to enable interdisciplinary work. I think some of the issues that have been discussed across the panel aren't just next generation issues, they're cross-generational of everyone in this room. How do you think we can break some of these barriers that exist within academia, that exist within business, and yet alone in schooling and upbringing in that sense, where we can promote interdisciplinary work, where we can train people at different stages in life, and create more of a modular society, which is, I feel, part of the fuel that's going to take us to Mars and beyond?
Well, to me, I look to who's out there doing the best work in that space. And I would argue, for those of you who don't know about Michael Crow of Arizona State University, he's really doing amazing things in terms of breaking down, face it, if you take a university, they've been organized the same way since 800, since Cambridge and Oxford. So he's really attacking the whole structure of the university and saying, how can we be interdisciplinary? How can we serve the entire population of our state, not just a certain segment of the population? And so to me, there are people out there who are really pathfinding in this area of how do we move to this society of the future? And saying we've done it this way for 200 years is, I'm afraid, no longer really the answer. And while change is really hard, we have to break down those barriers, and we have to learn to say, instead of like, well, you have your STEM program over there and I have mine, and we don't want to talk to each other because we might be competing for funding. Let's say if we want to solve this problem, we have to work together. And that's sort of my approach.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you to all the panelists here. My name is Ray Seeley. So I have a passion for STEM because I was sitting at the FAA a couple of years ago, and we decided, a group of people, to get together and form a nonprofit called Aviation Youth Mentorship Program. The challenge here is that we started covering DC, Maryland, and Virginia, but we wanted to get more sponsors. We wanted to get engaged with more Title I students, as well as more diversity in aviation. We wanted more women involved in our program. How do you tackle those issues right now in the STEM environment? Because we're looking to get more women, more minorities in the programs, but we're also looking to get partnerships for companies like Boeing, Lockheed, different companies that want to come in and join in with this. And we start at the elementary school level, and then we move up to the high school level. We teach kids how to fly. We have a Build a Plane program. So how do you get companies in this environment to come forward and help us with those type of activities?
Well, first, let me say, I know a few people that I want to introduce you to, so find me after. In fact, a couple of aviation, a teacher out in Nebraska that you must know. And the other thing is, I think this is for all of you guys in industry. I know that there's a cap on where they put their funds, but I also want to talk to you about what I'm hoping to do in part of our outreach and education. Artemis and I are already talking about as she establishes Explore Mars Europe. I've got some great potential partners in Norway in education that want to do things. So for what I really want to see is us bind together, almost say, take a vow that it's like, let us join together, because Ellen is saying the words of my heart. It's going to be collaboration. It's no longer you're over here, I'm over here. I think we've got a golden opportunity to show the students of the world, wow, the adults are actually participating and collaborating. Wow, what's happening to our world? So I think there's a few things, and it's like, certainly I'd love to introduce you to some folks here. Anybody who's right here in the DC area that can help this gentleman. I'm twisting your arm hard right now. Find him. What's your name, sir?
Ray Seeley. I'm the chairman of the Aviation Youth Mentorship Program, and actually my board is here with us too. So we came to represent the organization and to showcase what we're doing out here in DC.
Come find me later.
Yeah, come find Ellen, Kevin, and Shauna. You guys find this guy. Anybody, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to be the Good People Network. The good people on Mars. All right, let's go. And I see Artemis. Thank you, guys.
Well, if there are good people on Mars, I definitely want to go, right? Are you all coming with me, all the good people here? Before I launch into an introduction of the counterpart of Jim Bridenstine, John Werner, the boss of the European Space Agency, ESA, I want to remind you that I really like hanging out with you, and you probably like hanging out with us and with each other. And there still are some tickets for the reception tonight, $25 to, prolong your hanging out with us. Perhaps that's an idea. Then tomorrow, I'm looking forward to the lunch. Yeah, I like the food, and I know that the South African wine by the ex-astronaut Greg Olson is great. I mean, it's a great Pinotage, but that's not even as much where I'm going for. I'm going for Leonard David telling us stuff. Because for me, Leonard David, for the last 15 years or more, has been a great teacher on all the things that I didn't know yet about space. So I'm sure that what he's going to tell us about about the moon landings will be very interesting. And there's some tickets, again, not many, for that lunch. That's $65. And then you can go tomorrow evening, go whiskey tasting. It's wonderful whiskey, my colleagues tell me. I'm not a hard liquor kind of girl, so don't ask me. I don't know. It's nothing against the whiskey, because I wouldn't drink anything else either. But apparently it's really, really good and really special. You would get a taste tomorrow, just a small taste, with your lunch if you go to the lunch. But if you go tomorrow night, you can really taste it. It's a $95 reception. Again, some places there. And the Cosmo Club, well, that's worth going to. That I can tell you, even if, like me, you don't drink whiskey. Anyway, now back to John Werner. Regrettably, even we did put a man on the moon, several ones, right? We apparently can't really establish a good Skype connection here. Sorry about that. So he's not talking to us through Skype. We are going to just run a presentation with his voice of slides. I still think it's interesting to hear what Europe has to say, especially after what Jim Bridenstine said this morning, that we are not supposed to go, separate ways. Europe, other countries need to cooperate with the United States of America. And I just hope that this will come about, especially since I know that the European Union has quite a bit of money set aside for space. So there is possibilities for real cooperation and influx of funds. So I hope the slideshow can start now. And like I said, as a European, I'm really sad that Jan Werner isn't here, nor can talk to us via Skype. Well, still enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I cannot be with you. And even worse, I cannot show you my presentation, which I prepared, because I lost it in an airplane. But anyhow, I would like to talk, and therefore I prepared another presentation, and hopefully you can enjoy it. I'm talking about humans to Mars, but we have to look back first to understand what we are doing. Space 1.0, this was astronomy, and is still astronomy. That first method humans tried to escape from our tiny planet. Space 2.0, this was the race in space. And this was between the Soviet Union and the United States of America, with a well-known result of the first man on the surface of the moon. At that time, there was some more race in space. Animals were brought to space. On the American side, it was the monkey Ham. On the Soviet side, it was Laika. In Europe, yes, Europe did also something. Europe launched a small cat, Felicet. Originally, it was planned to have a tomcat called Felix to be launched. Unfortunately, this tomcat escaped on the day of the launch. So Felicet, a strong female cat, has to take the opportunity. Today we are in Space 3.0. There are steps for global cooperation like the International Space Station and also much more space applications than in the past. And what we are doing in space, we are tackling the global challenges. You see here a list. Each and every one of you might have the personal priority list, but I think all of them are important. And the last in this list is curiosity. Curiosity is the strongest driver for humankind to develop the future. And therefore, space is really also covering curiosity, because we are providing information, we are developing communication, we are doing science, technology, education, and inspiration, which is directly linked to the fact of curiosity. ESA has 4 programmatic pillars to explain what we are doing. The first is science and exploration, the second one is safety and security, the third one are the applications like Earth observation, navigation, telecommunication, and the fourth is developing new launchers, doing satellite operations, and also to develop new technologies. So this is the day-to-day. but the future is different. The future is what I call Space 4.0. We have a shift of paradigms. Much more actors in space, different motivations, different contents, so also the roles of agencies have to be changed, and we have new technologies. At the same time, we know that new space, the commercial companies entering into space, we have the Internet of Things. I will not go through all the different aspects, but look to the last one. This is digitalization, including also artificial intelligence. It's clear, and this is proof over decades and centuries, competition is a driver. Yes, who would run 100 meters in less than 10 seconds without a competition? I would even take my bicycle or my car. But it's also clear at the same time that cooperation is an enabler. Through cooperation we can do things we cannot do alone. And with that I come back to our tiny planet Earth. You see on this picture it's Saturn, but if you have a view on the right hand side of this picture, you see the Earth. This is our famous spacecraft Earth, the most beautiful planet we know. Unfortunately, we have some issue. We have to take care of our planet to understand what we are doing and to secure the future. ESA has an exploration program called E3P, which stands for European Exploration Envelope Program, and we are covering the destinations Leo, Moon and Mars through the exploration program. In parallel, we have the science program. The science program looks to dark energy, dark matter, black holes, gravitational waves, etc., also in an international partnership. So one destination, of course, is low Earth orbit, the International Space Station. It's an excellent laboratory for many different types of experiments. In the International Space Station, we are doing material science, we are doing biotechnology, but first of all, and this is for me the most important thing, we are doing also medical experiments because they cannot be substituted by robots. You cannot measure the blood pressure of a robot, that's very clear, or to look to osteoporosis, to salt regulation, immune systems. But besides these very clear research activities, there is more, because we send astronauts to the station. They come back also with some messages. Here you see the message of Samantha Cristoforetti. She shows on the left-hand side of the image the Earth in the very thin atmosphere. You can see the moon, and then you see her face. Her face is saying, I'm so glad to be back on the most beautiful place we know. This is the Earth. Therefore, exploration is not about leaving the planet, but it's to understand the world and then come back. Now, ISS will come to an end whenever that will be. And the advantages of ISS we have to take care of. That means we have to define what should be coming after the ISS, goals and demands about missions. Of course, it is human and robotic, this is clear. Microgravity lab, it's very important. Fundamental research possibilities, international activities, because we are bridging earthly crisis through the International Space Station. It should be inspiring and useful. It should be science and at the same time development. But very important also, whatever we are doing afterwards, it should be a springboard for future deep space travels. And it should have, from my personal point of view, also an independent access for different actors, so public and private. We should not define new fences in space. And it should be more than a single mission, it should be some sustainable activity and multi-purpose as it is covered by Space 4.0. And based on this, we need two things at the same time, according to my opinion. One is frequent Earth orbit activities, and the other one, international exploration. Now today I'm talking only about the exploration part. The question is where to go next. The next really nice planet might be a little bit far away. But there is no ultimate goal for humans. Humans always go further and farther. So this is the place where it is of interest. It's just 39 light years away. So if we today send a message, we are coming, maybe they answer in 78 years, no, we don't want to see you. So therefore, this is not the nicest place. Also, looking from the planet situation over there, it's at least it's something where we could say it's similar to the situation of the Earth. Many people therefore say, no, let's go first to nearer destinations, and maybe the Mars is a nice place to go. I agree. However, to go to Mars is a difficult thing. It takes at least something like 2 years, and if we go to Mars, we have to take care of the propulsion system to come back. We have to take care of safety and security. When I say security, I mean also secured communication so that nothing goes wrong with the communication. We have to take care of health. 2 years away from any hospital is really a challenge. The psychology. If you look to Mars today from Earth, you see a tiny red point, a tiny red dot in the sky. And the same will happen for astronauts if they are on the surface of Mars and they look back to the Earth. They will not see a blue, shiny blue planet. They will see just a blue dot. So psychology is an issue. And then to be 2 years out of the very nice Van Allen belt means also to have high radiation. And communication is an issue. Houston, we have had a problem. It's not possible if you go to Mars. It takes too long to find any solution. So some people, because of that, say, okay, let's go to Mars on a one-way trip. Some others are saying, let's go to the moon. The moon is so close, we can do it in 1 week to go there and back. Now, to make a one-way trip to Mars, there were some ideas already from some companies. I did not agree, and I never supported this one, because to live in cans on a very difficult environment, that's not the one I would like to do. And faster traveling is still not developed. Also, it might happen later on. So therefore, why not first focus on the moon? And in this respect, we created this, what is called multi-partner open concept, or short, Moon Village. It is not a program of ESA. It is not a mission of ESA. It is not owned by ESA. It is just an open concept where we believe that we can do it on an international cooperation. We can go there, human and robotic, public and private, and there can be done a lot of things like exploration, pioneering, but also outreach, not only for science, technology, engineering and math, but also for any other subject, and therefore I call it STEAM. We can do moon science. The moon is really our 8th continent, and it's more or less unknown. Only a few places were visited. We can do their cosmology, fundamental research, technology, and of course, finally, it is also a stepping stone to go beyond. What is important for me also, again, the moon should have a free and open access without any hedges, without any fences. And I'm happy that worldwide this activity, this idea, got some attention. And some people were designing in details how it should look like. The shelters for the astronauts built out of moon material, to use moon material to build on the far side of the moon. Also some observatory, radio observatory, to have a deep view into the universe. Some companies are developing communication possibilities to the surface of the moon, and also private activities for the exploration of the surface with rovers. NASA also said, yes, we will join this idea, and maybe we are building the streets and roads, and my only fear is that then we will have the same speed limits as in the US, so we should not have new limits and new restrictions on this next body. Private industry is joining. So for instance, Elon Musk, who was always saying, let's go first to Mars, is now saying, yes, as a first step, moon base would be a good idea. And Jeff Bezos, who announced a few days ago also his Blue Moon, was saying some time ago, in 2017 already, let's have a city on the moon. So it's bigger than our moon village, but the idea is the same, and therefore I'm very happy. There are several ideas, for instance, from a Scandinavian company, how the houses could be on the moon. Of course, this is not what we intend to do, but to go to the moon and stay there for a period, not to leave directly, to have some sustainable research done on the surface of the moon. This is what we are looking for. With the European Service Module and the spacecraft Orion, built in the US, and the SLS system, we are part of the journey towards the moon. The Lunar Gateway is a bus stop close by to the moon, from where one can either remotely control rovers on the surface of the moon, or where one can also go down to the surface of the moon, are good steps into the future. And therefore, we are also happy that there is now a discussion about return to the moon. But personally, I say let's not go back to the moon, because that would mean we are copying the same things we did some 50 years ago in competition and race in space. This time we should go forward to the moon with all mankind, and of course the one or the other one will be faster or slower, but to do it together. And therefore I'm very happy that we are partner of NASA in the joint activity to go to the moon with SLS and the Lunar Gateway as well. Space is more than just some activity for some space guys. Space is fascinating people, and fascination is a very positive movement in our head. If from fascination we go to inspiration, it's even better. Then we understand that somebody had an idea and realized this idea, and if by that we are motivated to have ideas and to do something, then we can plan even a better world for the future. So that means to have the dream to go to Mars via Moon. This is exactly the type of dreams we, the space guys, have to deliver in order to fascinate and inspire people so that they are motivated to create a better world. Thank you very much for your attention, and next time I hope I can be with you together. Thank you very much.
Well, it's either we get him here next time, or we get all of you to the European Humans to Mars Summit that might be held in December of this year in Berlin. We will keep you posted. And I'm pretty sure he'll be there. He's a German, it's in Berlin, not too far away, easy enough. We could even, grab him in Paris and drive him to Berlin. It's not so far. Now it's time to lunch. You have 1.5 hours about to get yourself fed, because he just told us all we need to keep healthy, psychologically and bodily. So I would say go at it. And I'm handing over to Matt Kaplan, who will be giving us the intermission program as usual. Matt, the floor is yours.
Break here. We'll start again. This is the lunch break on the first day of the Humans to Mars Summit for 2019. It has been a terrific morning. I hope you will agree. If you've been with us, you've seen some really excellent presentations and panels. Of course, we were thrilled to have the NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine this morning. We are also thrilled to have a couple of guests who are going to spend a couple of minutes with me before we start showing you some other videos during this break in the action. Please do come back with us. We have much more of the Humans to Mars Summit this afternoon. We'll try and give you a little preview of what to expect after I have a conversation with the folks standing next to me, beginning with Janet Ivey.
Hi, everybody.
Who you just led that wonderful panel called The Power of Mars and STEM, which is what you've been all about for years as the president of Janet's Planet, right?
Right. And, that is so near and dear to me. And the panel they were out of this world. They blew it out of the ballpark here.
Definitely. And we're going to meet maybe the most impressive person on that panel, if only because she's ridiculously young for having accomplished so much. But first, you got to tell us about your new job, president of Explore Mars.
Well, I've been telling everybody that apparently I was on a teleconference. I think I paused, muted people, went and got a cup of coffee, and I came back and I was like, I've been voted president? What? No, it went a little bit like this. Artemis Westenberg gave me a call and really inspired. They'd been talking about starting the endeavor of doing Explore Mars Europe. And she said, I want to go and do this, but I would like for you to be my successor. So imagine my surprise. I met Artemis at my very first H2M. I remember seeing this powerful force come out, and I thought, I want to know her. I remember her being, oh, sure, here's my card. We've been fast friends ever since. So I've got really big shoes to fill, but she and I are going to work in tandem and hopefully really exploit the brand of Explore Mars and push out all manner of education efforts.
And as we've seen, Artemis is still very involved with the organization as president emerita, I suppose. And she was the founding president, I believe. So you're only the second person in this job.
I know, and they picked a girl again. So yeah, H2 Explore Mars is ahead of the game in that. But again, her passion, Chris Carberry, the entire leadership team. There are many founding members here of Explore Mars, and my goal is to simply uphold all of those tenets that they established the organization for, and just push it as far as we can go.
And hopefully see a continuation of these annual summits that are so exciting and bring together so many great people.
And maybe even more than just one summit, but we may have additional things. And it's like we potentially have a partnership already to do an Explore Mars TEDx event next spring. So be on the lookout for that.
That's great. Speaking of TEDx, I want to let you introduce Alexa, who was on your panel just a few minutes ago.
Well, everyone, this is no ordinary 8th grader. This is someone extraordinary. I had the privilege 2 weeks ago to be part of a TEDx event at the Weiss School. Hers was called Won't You Be a Neighbor? She used one of my favorites, Mr. Rogers, as the source of all of this. She has launched CubeSats. By the time she graduates high school, she'll probably also be graduating college, working with Nobel Prize winners. She'll be one herself. So may I introduce your president of Explore Mars 2030. All right, so Alexa, tell everybody really why you're so passionate about being here, doing exploration, and all the science you're doing.
Well, I've always wanted to be somebody who is made an impact on the world. I wanted to make a difference, and I feel like in our current generation, one of the most important issues is space, and that's really what the new part of our textbooks are going to be written about. It's going to be written about our exploration in space. So that's really what I'm passionate about, is finding the new discoveries that we haven't learned about yet. And actually, when I went to MIT, we met with the head of the astrophysics department, and we got a tour of the laboratories, and that really inspired me. And I want to be an astrophysicist myself because I just found that opportunity so incredible. So that's me.
And to me, Alexa is the face of what STEM looks like. So if anybody's out there watching going, how do I get my kids interested in this? You inspire them, you entice them, you let them read a book, you get them into some kind of hands-on science program. But Alexa is inspiring for all of us. And yes, indeed, the most interesting panelist.
I have a question for you because I told you backstage that just 2 weeks ago, I was at the CubeSat Developers Conference at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and I guess you said nobody was there from the Weiss School, but tell us about your CubeSat, which could be passing over our heads right now.
Yeah, so the WISeSat-1 tests extremophile bacteria in space on a lab on the chip to essentially see if life could have come from a meteoroid and come to Earth that way. And we got accepted through NASA's CubeSat launch initiative, which picks proposals and they pay for the integration fees, which allows us to do that. So this has been we're our teachers' third generation working on this, because the ones who started this proposal are in juniors right now. But we recently just got accepted for a new proposal, which is our CapSat, which will be testing capacitors. So we were also chosen by the CubeSat Launch Initiative for the second time.
Capacitors, the electronic components, how they react in space?
Yeah, we're testing to see, currently batteries, they can be slightly risky in a CubeSat because there are some risks that come along with it. So capacitors are a much safer option. So we're testing those instead of lithium-ion batteries.
Like a supercapacitor, they're sometimes called.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Fascinating. You must be thrilled to hear this kind of stuff.
I'm just wanting to bow down to her and to her teachers. It's like, I really want to give a shout out to the Weiss School. What they are doing there is so profound, and we really would like to clone their enthusiasm and their way of having this kind of open classroom, problem solving. I really see that as the way we not only solve the STEM problem, but create interest in what can sometimes be, what's that acronym for again? So, I just will encourage you. It's like this is our future, and I would love to tell more stories. There are more Alexas out there, many great students who are doing good work, but she is the cream of the crop.
Sure seems that way. I want to thank both of you for the passion you bring to this. And Janet, congratulations to both of you on everything you're accomplishing, but particularly on becoming president of Explore Mars.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And Explore Mars, of course, is why we're here. They are the sponsors, producers, creators of the Humans to Mars Summit, which takes place every year about this time of year. I'm Matt Kaplan from the Planetary Society. They let me come in and do this part of supporting this terrific meeting every year so far. Hopefully that'll continue. I just want to give you an idea of what is ahead of us as we break for lunch here at the National Academy of Sciences. After the lunch break, a panel led by Ellen Stofan, who just was on stage with Janet Ivey in that STEM conference. She is going to be talking with her panelists about the International Mars Robotic Precursors, which I'll have to learn about that at the same time that you do, I suppose, but she's going to have, among others, Lori Glaze, who is the still fairly new Director of Planetary Science for NASA. Then, a little bit later today, a session titled Technologies Developed, Synergies for the Moon that will enable Mars exploration, findings from the 6th Achieving Mars workshop. And wrapped around all of this, of course, is the big announcement that we heard from NASA, from the NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine just last night about this supplemental budget for fiscal year 2020 at NASA, which may set us on the path toward returning humans to the moon by the year 2024. A very ambitious goal indeed. All right, we are going to take a break now, and to do that, I'm going to go back to my little cheat sheet here. There is a guy I could have asked Janet about named Steve Sherman. And Steve, if you're watching, hello to you. Steve is in South Africa, where he is the man behind something called Living Maths. But Steve has been a participant in HTM from literally halfway across the world, almost from the start. He has always been a passionate and exciting participant and does so much in the area of STEM there in South Africa, including conducting a lot of online and in-person interviews for Living Maths. And he's going to bring us one of those now. It's a name you've already heard several times just in the last few minutes. Steve had a conversation with Ellen Stofan, who is the leader of the National Air and Space Museum here in Washington, D.C. So as we head into the lunch break, we're going to bring you that right now.
And now we are officially live as part of the Humans to Mars Summit. I sort of quickly mute everyone. As part of the Humans to Mars Summit, I've had the wonderful opportunity to get to interview some of the people that are working quite closely with the people that are organizing the event. And of course, Ellen Stofan, Dr. Ellen Stofan is by no means a stranger. We have worked with her on several occasions. She was the former chief scientist at NASA, and I will ask you what that means. And now she is the head of the Smithsonian Institute Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so let's go back. What is the chief scientist of NASA? What does it actually mean?
So as chief scientist of NASA, I got to look at all the science that we do at NASA, from studying this planet to studying the planets and moons of our solar system, to studying our sun, to studying the universe, as well as all the science that's done every day up on the International Space Station. Put all those together, think about what are we doing, why are we doing it, how are we doing it, and advise the NASA administrator on what are the science priorities, how do we best use science going forward. So I got to work on fun things like, what are we going to do with the ISS in 5 years? And are we really going to be able to turn it over to commercial space companies? And that whole idea of getting humans to the moon, and then on to Mars, how exactly do we do that? So lots of fun things that I got to work on.
Wow. Do you miss it now that you're not there?
You know, what I really miss are the people that I worked with. I worked with a true hero, Charlie Bolden, who flew on the shuttle a number of times, just an amazing individual. And I really, really miss the people that I work with.
Okay, but at least you're still connected to NASA at the moment, and you're doing a lot of work with them.
Yes, very much so. And now I feel like I'm doing really something important, which is how do we tell that story of the exploration of how we got off the ground and defying gravity, from getting into the air with the Wright brothers in 1903 all the way to the Sea of Tranquility in 1968, to where are we going next? Sending humans to the moon, sending humans to Mars, you know, moving outward. It's this amazing story to me of exploration, of adventure, of ingenuity. And we tell that story here at the Air and Space Museum.
Do you think that the way the museum has been currently, maybe even now, the way you've been telling the story could be changed?
I think
because maybe a new audience, maybe a new generation of children, they tend to see things in a different way?
I think we absolutely have to change it. You know, when this museum opened here in 1976, it was just a few years post-Apollo. Everybody had just lived through Apollo. And in fact, you know, a lot of people at that point, very few people actually flew on airplanes. Here now, fast forward 43 years later, it's a different world, right? I mean, now we have people living in space for 18 years up on the International Space Station. And most of the kids today, most of the population of the world was born after Apollo. And they're not even quite sure it happened sometimes. So I think how we tell the story has to change. And also, I think most of your audience today would agree they're a much more digitally oriented generation. That's how they're used to getting information. They tend to be on the internet. So how do we, for kids who can never come visit us at the Air and Space Museum, how do we reach out to all of you? What's the best way to get you information about what we do here? And those are the kind of questions we're asking as we actually physically rebuild, but also kind of mentally rebuild our building here on the National Mall in Washington, D.C.
I mean, I think at the moment you are in a very enviable position, because you're coming to redesign something that's been around for a long time. And now all of a sudden you're getting an opportunity to think it through and say, hold on, can we deliver this in a better way? And now you get a chance to, hopefully with the funding, revamp the center for the next 2 decades or 3 decades.
Yeah, I'm really coming in at the perfect time, because unfortunately our building here on the National Mall is actually falling apart. The stone on the outside is warped and it's cracked. And so we actually have to basically rebuild the building. But what an opportunity to say, well, while we're doing that, if we have to take all the artifacts out, what do we put back in? What are the stories that we need to tell that we haven't been telling? How do we inspire that girl who could be someone who's listening out there today, who's going to be the first girl to walk on Mars? How do we get her excited and inspired? And so it's a huge opportunity that we have here.
Unbelievable. So I know that we've got students who would love to ask questions, and we have some friends in Russia who are also joining us as well. Hello. So we've had India, we've got Russia, we've got the US, and I know we've got people who are watching it live at home via the live stream as well. So Alison, is there anyone in your class that would like to kick off with some questions? Because I've got lots of questions, and if they're too shy, I'm going to take advantage.
Oh, no, we have one right here.
Good.
She'll introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Sneha. I have been to your museum, and today I'm going to ask you a question. My question is, what changes are coming to the National Air and Space Museum under your leadership?
That's a great question, Sneha. Thank you. I'm so glad you've had the opportunity to visit, because it really is an amazing place. So, you know, one of the things that we like to talk about is that we're a museum of ideas that defy. You know, before the Wright brothers flew, people used to say, well, you might as well fly, because flying was something that people regarded as impossible. And of course, the Wright brothers flying, which we have the original 1903 Wright Flyer that the Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk here in the museum, that'll still be here after we are transformed. That sort of standard of impossibility actually, you know, the next one was, well, you might as well go to the moon. Well, that one lasted right till about 1968 till we went to the moon. And right now, I'd say the next standard is, well, you might as well walk on Mars. And that's something actually we don't talk about here in the museum right now, is what's next. So when you come back to the museum for your next visit, I think what you're going to see a lot more of than what you remember is a lot more looking forward. Where are we going in aviation? How are airplanes going to change? How is the way we use airplanes? Are we going to have flying cars? How are we using drones and increasing in different ways? So I think there's lots and lots of exciting things looking forward. And again, how are we going to get humans to Mars, and what's going on with companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic? Those are the stories that we weren't telling that we're going to be able to tell now. And in fact, just about 3 weeks ago, we got a new engine into our collection that actually was on the first Virgin Galactic flight into space that took place in December. So we're already starting to collect new artifacts that will help us tell these new stories.
That was a super question. I think my job is going to be taken over. Lovely stuff there. Well done, well done. Hold on, I think you were just muted there, Alison. On that note, another big event happened recently with Virgin Galactic. I know that Beth Moses and the team, they flew recently, and now it's astronaut 570, 571, and 572. How is that going to change space as we know it with commercial space travel?
This is such an exciting time period because obviously, Steve, when you and I were growing up, hardly anybody got to go to space, right? In general, the astronauts came from a military background. They were mostly from the United States, and they were certainly all male. So what has changed over the last, say, 40 years since then is you've seen astronauts coming from lots of different countries. We've seen women astronauts. We've seen people of color be astronauts. So that world has changed. But one thing that's been constant over the last 50 years is they've all been government astronauts. So whether they're from Russia or Japan or Europe or the United States, it's always been the government that funds the space program. With Virgin Galactic, we've got something new going on, which is also true coming up for Blue Origin, and that is private companies sending people to space. This is space tourism. This is something that, as a science fiction reader, I've been reading like this was going to happen, and it was some far-off science fiction-y thing, and we're on the verge of actually seeing it happen, and Virgin Galactic has really been, pioneering this, and with getting their more crew members up last week, they're moving towards getting those first real tourists up into space. Now, the Russian space program has taken some tourists up to the International Space Station, so this has happened a little bit before. But what we're talking now is a whole different scale. The thing that's hard right now is I think for the next 10 or so years, it's going to cost a lot of money. So it's going to be out of reach of most of us. But as this happens, you're going to see the price come down and down and down until at some point, it might be affordable for any of us to go to space, just like right now, it's pretty affordable for many of us to fly somewhere on an airplane.
Wow. I mean, I know about the excitement of the prospect of commercial space travel just being within our reach. At the moment, if you had to look at previous astronauts, they were probably spending about $20 to $30 million to fly to the International Space Station via the Russians. But right now in Virgin Galactic, you can do that for $250,000. So you can imagine if it's been scaled down from 20 million down to 250,000, give it a couple of years, it might only cost $2,000 or maybe not 200, but even 5,000 or maybe 2,000 or even $1,000 just to take a quick 30-minute trip to space, spend 5 minutes floating around and come back again.
Yeah, and I think the thing that was most exciting to me, from last Friday's flight that Virgin Galactic did, which again was another test flight, was the look on the photo they showed of Beth Moses's face, the woman who's the astronaut trainer for Virgin Galactic who went up. The look on her face was this combination of awe and surprise and happiness as she looked out the window and got this view of our beautiful, beautiful planet that, again, only 571 other people have been able to get what the astronauts call the overview effect. It's seeing our planet without national boundaries, one planet, this beautiful blue ball hanging in the blackness of space. And the look on her face to me really captured that wonder that hopefully someday more of us will be able to get.
Awesome. I have put in a request to interview Beth because I'd love to hear from her perspective. But I see that Mr. Crouch, maybe you've got someone in your class that would be itching to ask a question? Or are they too shy?
Yeah. Wyatt, you got one?
My question is about how many satellites have you sent into space?
So the question is about satellites into space, yep.
Oh my gosh, you know, we have sent NASA alone, and that's not including the European Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency. There's the United Arab Emirates has a space agency. Nigeria has a space agency. You know, there have been literally thousands of satellites sent up into space. Right now, NASA has 18 different satellites that are just looking at the Earth. Right now, we've got about 3 satellites at Mars. We have a satellite called New Horizons that just went past an object way out in an area past all the planets called the Kuiper Belt. We have 2 spacecraft, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, that were launched when I was in high school by a rocket my dad was actually in charge of. And Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 have now left the solar system. So it's really amazing to think of all these little eyes, ears, and you know that we've spread, looking out into the universe, looking at the sun, looking at all the planets of our solar system, and then really, really importantly, looking back at this planet to understand what's happening on this planet, understanding the effects of climate change on this planet, being able to help us make better models to understand what's going to happen with climate change. So all these thousands of satellites are doing important things. And then I'm not even including things like communication satellites and global positioning satellites that help us. You know, all of you, like most of you guys might have a phone, right? I'm thinking maybe you're allowed to have a phone, maybe you're not. How many of you guys, raise your hand if you have a cell phone? Okay, about half of you. And how many of you have ever used the map on your cell phone to figure out where you were? Okay, a bunch of you. And how many of you have ever used a camera on your cell phone to take a picture? Okay, the camera on your cell phone, that technology came from satellites, cameras being developed for satellites. And every time you ask your phone to tell you where you are, it's using satellites in space to actually figure it out. So you may not think that the space program has anything to do with you, but just your phone actually really relies on the space program for everything it does.
Wow. Well, I mean, if we think about it logically, if you have too many satellites, doesn't that lead to space junk?
It certainly does. And that's something that actually all the nations of the world, and there are over 16 of them now that have space programs, everybody's getting increasingly worried about the possibility that satellites could start running into each other. And there have actually been instances where people have launched satellites into the path of someone else's satellite, and that satellite has had to maneuver out of the way of another satellite. So even though space is really big and it's not a crisis yet, it could get to that point. And so you have a lot of talking going on through the United Nations, through different forums of people saying, how can we make sure that we keep space usable? Because once things start crashing into space and there's a lot of debris or a lot of particles, that actually hurts everybody, because you could actually have so much junk up there that everybody's satellites are getting knocked into and nobody's satellites work. So it's in everybody's best interest to avoid space becoming too crowded and too much of a mess.
Maybe we've got a question from Russia. Are you too shy? You want to ask a question? You can just unmute yourself. There we go.
1 second. Hello, nice to meet you.
Доброе утро.
Доброе утро. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Well, I have visited your museum. I mean, I was in Washington and I could spacecraft. I could see the shuttles, and it was impressive for me. And I would like to know what is better for visitors to visit your museum in Washington, I mean Space Museum, or to visit a NASA museum in Florida?
Oh, that's such a hard question because the Kennedy Space Center is one of my favorite places on the whole planet. I first went down for a launch when I was 4 years old, and that was when I got my first tour of the Kennedy Space Center. And it is a special place. So I'm going to say and rather than or, because if anybody has a chance, the Kennedy Space Center is not that far from Disney World. So if you have the opportunity to go to Florida and go to Disney World, don't forget to go to the Kennedy Space Center, because it's really a place where history was made. All the Apollos took off from Kennedy. Pretty soon, the U.S. is going to start launching crew up to the space station with the Boeing Corporation and SpaceX from Kennedy Space Center. So it's a fun place to go. And if you happen to be there when you can see a launch, it's really an amazing thing. But I would argue also, people have to come, as you did, and thank you for having visited, come to the National Air and Space Museum, because we have things that don't exist anywhere else in the world, like the Wright Flyer, the original plane that the Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk. We have the Apollo 11 command module at Columbia. We have the original Spirit of St. Louis that Charles Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic. We have a plane that Amelia Earhart flew, though we have a lot of visitors that say, is that the one she disappeared in? And you have to say, stop and think about that. No, it's not. It's her plane she flew before she disappeared in a different plane. We have moon rocks that people can touch. So we have an amazing experience too. So you absolutely have to go both places if you can.
Awesome. Now, do you have any questions from India? From Hari Krishna, you want to ask a question? Just unmute yourself.
Okay, my question is, it's my privilege to ask one question actually, and this question has been a really problematic for me, and I need immediate answer for this question. And as you know, that NASA has been doing an extremely important role in finding the life on the Mars actually. So in what way the NASA has been successful so far in identifying the living conditions for the human being on the surface of the Mars? How far the NASA has been successful in identifying the living conditions for the human beings to live in the future? That's my question.
All right. So Ellen, I don't know if you got that, but I mean, essentially, we're obviously talking about getting to Mars. How successful are we in terms of living conditions on Mars and getting close to living conditions on Mars?
Yeah, obviously, Mars is a pretty inhospitable place. So a lot of times when people ask me, are we going to have giant settlements of thousands of people on Mars in 30 years? I tend to lean no on that for the very thing that I think it's at the heart of your question. Mars has a couple of things that make it really difficult. One is, first of all, it's really far away, right? It takes 7 to 8 months to get there. On the way there, you're subjected to a lot of radiation coming from the sun, but also coming from something called galactic cosmic rays that are very high energy particles that can actually do damage to human cells, human DNA. So you get radiation on the way there, and then because Mars doesn't have a magnetic field, humans would actually experience a fair amount of radiation on the surface. And actually, the Mars Curiosity rover has sensors on it that have actually been measuring the radiation environment on the surface of Mars for the very reason of understanding what would be the effect of humans living on Mars. So we know if humans are on Mars for very long, they're probably going to have to live underground and probably 1 to 2 meters underground to get away from those really high energy galactic cosmic rays that are so damaging. Again, not a problem here on Earth because of the Earth's magnetic field, but a problem at Mars. The other problem is we know there are a lot of pretty toxic chemicals that occur naturally. No one put them there, that occur naturally in the soil of Mars. Chemicals called, for example, perchlorates. which here on Earth is like a byproduct of the manufacture of rocket fuel. So nasty kind of chemicals. And the thing is, when you go outside on Mars and just think, oh, my spacesuit's going to get all dusty, and then I'm going to go inside, and what if I start breathing that dust? So this is something else that we've been doing experiments on the surface of Mars are, what are the properties of the Martian dust? What's its chemical makeup? And how can we understand it? So, for example, could we design spacesuits that would actually repel Martian dust to make sure that it wouldn't get onto the spacesuits and then potentially be breathed later by humans? So we're doing all kinds of science experiments getting at that very question you answered. How can we understand Mars well enough so that the scientists and engineers and doctors and explorers that we send to Mars in 20 years can be safe? But right now, I think that all those things I just talked about, that's going to make it hard for us to send lots and lots of people to Mars because it's a pretty harsh environment. And yes, we're going to have to learn how to grow food on Mars in that low gravity environment. We're going to have to find ways to use Mars to manufacture things like Mars bricks to make settlements out of. So lots of work to do. But I'm a little dubious of getting large numbers of people to Mars.
Sure. But now there was an interesting development in the last week. Elon Musk launched an Israeli moon lander that is going to travel to the moon and land there approximately in April. How's that going? I mean, we've already had the Chinese arrive and sending some amazing footage. What's going to happen now with the moon? Why is the moon such a big focus?
You know, the moon is such a big focus, especially for the commercial industry, private industry, but also governments around the world, because it's a lot easier than Mars. You know, it's 3 to 4 days away. And so you start saying, well, why don't we use the moon as a testing ground? We went there back in the 1960s, haven't been back except for some scientific spacecraft. Let's go back. And so you see great missions like the Indian mission, Chandrayaan, that helped us learn a lot more about the moon. There's potential resources on the moon, and maybe there's opportunities for space tourism. Think about a moon hotel that you could go visit someday. So I think it's a really interesting question as we go forward, especially over the next 10 years. What is the role of the moon in getting humans to Mars, which is certainly my goal? What is the role of the private sector? How much are private companies really willing to pay of their own to go to the moon, try to use it for tourism or industry or whatever? I think it's an open question. Is there a profit for companies now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now? When is that tipping point going to occur? And this is all changing right in front of our eyes. Really interesting time.
I mean, in the last 5 years, more has happened. Then, of course, we have New Horizons, not only popping on past Pluto, but now by the Kuiper Belt and looking at Ultima Thule, or Thule, however you pronounce it. I mean, that's quite a fascinating development.
It's so exciting. I mean, New Horizons, it took it about 9.5 years to get to Pluto. And we absolutely loved those images. Pluto didn't look anything like we thought it. I thought Pluto would look like our moon, kind of just craters, nothing very geologically interesting. But I'm a geologist, and I tell you, Pluto was just incredibly exciting to see. And then now we've seen our second, Kuiper Belt feature. Pluto is part of the Kuiper Belt, as are its moons, Charon and what's the other one? I forget Pluto's other
Whichever one you think it is.
Right, that other one.
Yes.
And then out to this latest body, which is so bizarre looking, clearly what we call a contact binary, two bodies that actually at some point collided and stuck together. But the weird thing is they're both kind of pancakey flat, really weird. And things like this, for scientists, it's all very well to predict something and then see exactly what you predicted. But for a scientist, it's way more fun to predict something and then have it be a twist or something not quite what you expected, because that's where you really learn. That's where you say, wow, we don't understand everything. We have a lot more to figure out.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe, Alison, I see that some of your students are holding up a laptop with Pluto. Ironically, there was an image of Pluto, the Disney character, hidden in the actual planet of Pluto. I don't know if you've seen that. A patch that resembles Pluto, which I thought was quite interesting. But Alison, does anyone in your class have another question? We'll throw another question opportunity to you guys. Yep. Okay, you just have to unmute.
Okay,
there we go.
Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Alex, and I'm going to ask you a question about what could we learn about climate change on Earth from your research about Venus?
Wow.
Alex, that's such a great question. And, you know, Venus should only be about 10 degrees centigrade hotter than the Earth because it's closer to the sun. But it's over 500 degrees centigrade on the surface of Venus. Lead actually melts on Venus because it is so incredibly hot. And it's because Venus has what's called a runaway greenhouse atmosphere. And it has so much CO2 in the atmosphere that we actually think early in its history, Venus had oceans on its surface, that as more and more CO2, carbon dioxide came out of the interior of Venus, it just ran away in the ocean. It got so hot that the oceans boiled off. So Venus has kind of, to me, always been first of all, climate change is real. We understand the role of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide. And don't think that bad things can't happen in an atmosphere when processes start to run away. So one of the things that's really helped us, you know, I talk to a lot of people who say to me, well, climate change isn't real. We don't really understand the role of greenhouse gases. And I said, well, you know, actually, that's where you're wrong, because we can look at Venus that has a lot of CO2. We can look at Mars, which has a moderate amount of carbon dioxide in its atmosphere. We can look at Saturn's moon Titan, which has a nitrogen-based atmosphere like ours, but in Titan's case, the greenhouse gas is a gas called methane, which is a very powerful greenhouse gas. And understanding the composition of those atmospheres, we can make fairly accurate predictions about the surface temperature. So if there's one thing that we actually understand, it's the role of greenhouse gases in atmospheres. And that's why you see the scientific community so confident that we understand what's happening with climate change, with the role of carbon dioxide, is because we can compare the Earth to other planets.
Sure. Now, I know Amy has just joined us, part of the homeschool fraternity. Amy, do you have any questions you want to ask?
Thank you so much. We can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful. We just joined, so we didn't really hear the beginning of the conversation, but my daughter has a space question that she wanted to ask. And the question was just about, why does Saturn have rings and what's the purpose of them?
You know, I always tell people that kids ask, you know, people think, well, kids ask questions that aren't very complex, and kids ask the best questions. And they ask the really basic questions that are the questions that the scientific community still really struggles with. And Saturn's rings are one of the great things that the scientific community is still trying to understand. The complexity of Saturn's rings, how they look. And one of the things we absolutely just learned from the Cassini mission is that Saturn's rings are actually going away. So planets have rings because at some point, there were collisions of material around them. So say multiple moons, they run into each other, they produce debris, or debris gets ejected or collected by gravity, and it goes into orbit around the planet. So think of Saturn's rings as almost being lots and lots of little satellites in orbit around the planet. So they're slowly being pulled into the planet by Saturn's great gravity, and some of the material that's lighter on the very outside of the rings actually at times can escape away from Saturn's gravity. But so you can see right there, that's not a stable situation, right? And so we always knew that. We knew that rings never last. And in fact, there's actually a theory that the Earth at one point had a ring, probably at the time of the formation of the moon. The moon formed when something collided into the Earth, knocked a big chunk of the Earth off along with a lot of other stuff, and that stuff condensed into the moon. But before the moon actually condensed into a single body, the Earth would have had a ring also. So what we just found out from Cassini is that the rate of how fast Saturn is sucking in the rings is actually greater than we thought. And so I can't remember the amount of time, Steve, you might remember, but Saturn's rings are actually going away. But don't worry, not in our lifetime. Saturn will always have
a few billion years before we get to lose it eventually.
Exactly. So we don't need to mourn Saturn's rings quite yet.
Okay, I see Mr. McNulty, your group have finally joined us. Do they want to ask any space questions now that you are there?
Yes, come on up. We got some questions for you guys.
Awesome.
This is Holland Middle School. We're in Pennsylvania, and here's our question. Go ahead. Microphone's right here. There's your camera.
Okay. Why won't NASA send another rover to Mars to revive the Opportunity rover, and the robots can become friends?
I love it. That makes me so sad because I about a week or two ago, it was right when we found out that Opportunity was indeed not coming back, and I started talking about it, and I almost started crying. I got this little catch in my voice, and I said, I can't be crying for a rover. It's like a car, right? You know, you can't be too sad about it. But you know, the Opportunity rover, you know, it was designed to last for kind of 3 to 9 months. And it lasted over 10 years. And so it's one of those things that you say, is it really worth the money to try to wake it up and go clean off its panels and recharge its battery and kind of give it new life, versus sending one that has much newer technology, can go further, can go faster. And so the money you'd want to spend, actually, it's much better spent in newer, faster rovers, because frankly, that technology is now kind of ancient technology. Just think if someone said, I'm going to give you a cell phone from 20 years ago, you'd be going, no, thank you. And so think of Opportunity as kind of like an ancient cell phone. Even though we love it dearly and we're sad and we wish it could have a robot friend, I'd rather send it a spiffy, new, faster moving, because, you know, one of the things when people say, why do you want to send humans to Mars? In Opportunity's first 10 years on Mars, it went about 26 miles. Now, 26 miles is the distance of a marathon. And, you know, there's some people out there that can run 26 miles in 4 hours. I certainly can't. But you think, let's get a new rover that could maybe go 200 miles in 10 years instead of 20 miles.
Okay, well then on that question, which I think is fascinating, InSight obviously is our latest rover. First of all,
it's not a rover, it's a lander.
It's not a rover, it's a lander, but it's doing some very interesting experiments on the planet. And you being a geologist would know that. Maybe you want to talk us through some of the experiments that it's doing.
Yeah, now the thing about InSight that you need to understand is, I'm sure most of you in school in various classes about earth science, you've seen those cutaway images of the earth showing the earth's core, the mantle, the outer crust. And you might think, how do we know what the inside of the earth looks like? And one of the reasons we know so much about the inside of the earth is because every time there's an earthquake, the earth wiggles, right? It shakes. And by studying how those waves of energy, how those waves of motion pass through the earth, that's how we've been able to figure out the interior structure of the earth. And in fact, really big earthquakes over about a 7.0, which occur a bunch of times a year somewhere on the globe, those things actually send the whole earth, that big of an earthquake actually makes the whole earth wiggle like a big bowl of jelly. And so from that, again, we know the interior structure. Now, I told you all that because what InSight has on it are seismometers to measure not earthquakes, right? They're not earthquakes because they're on Mars. So they're
Marsquakes.
Marsquakes. So InSight is going to measure Marsquakes because we want to know how Mars wiggles, because if we can understand how Mars wiggles, we can figure out the interior structure of Mars. And that'll help us understand its history. It'll help us understand the history of water, believe it or not, on the planet, by really having that three-dimensional cut into the interior of Mars. So InSight is a really exciting mission. Even though it beat out my Titan boat mission, it's a great mission.
Wow, wow. We're going to move over to, let's see, Eric, does your class have a question?
We did have a question. Michael had a question. And Tony has a question if we have time. Michael,
Yes, bring
shout
on
yours
2
out.
questions. We've got time.
Go on, hurry. All right, Tony, go ahead and ask yours while you're here.
So, is there any kind of technology that you know of that NASA might want to like introduce to the
Oh,
public?
hold on.
Oh, come closer, come closer.
I didn't hear that. You're going to have to come a little bit closer.
Is there any technology that you know of that like NASA might want to introduce to the public that the public doesn't use yet?
You know, that's a great question. And I have to tell you that almost every day NASA is introducing new technologies to the public that the public doesn't know about yet. For example, there's a water purification system on the International Space Station that that technology is now being taken into disaster areas as a portable water system to clean water when there's been some kind of disaster and people don't have clean drinking water. A nutritional supplement, so basically a vitamin supplement that astronauts take up on the International Space Station, is in over 90% of baby formula that babies drink. So every day up on the space station, and in fact in most areas of NASA, they're working on technologies that actually has huge implications here on Earth. I was skiing last week in Colorado, and there's NASA technology in my skis, in my ski boots, and in the clothes I wear out on the ski hills. So NASA technology really is with you absolutely everywhere you go. And that's the great thing about investing in technology. So when NASA says, well, we're going to go to the moon, we're going to go to Mars, it benefits us right here on Earth every day.
That is just incredible because, I mean, I've heard Jim Adams, our friend Jim Adams from the former chief deputy technologist, he talks about the spin-offs that have come from NASA, which are obviously sometimes a little bit below the radar and then sometimes far more glaring and obvious, like cell phone technology and stuff like that, which is absolutely amazing. But of course, we're in a situation where we want to go to the moon. We've been sending rovers to Mars. Why have we not been sending many rovers to the moon?
You know, there's been a lot of scientific rovers proposed to go to the moon, especially to the far side of the moon, near the South Pole, where there's some really interesting rocks that would help us get at this question of, did the moon really form from the Earth? And could we understand the chemistry of the moon better, which would help us understand what was the Earth like before it got hit by something that knocked the moon off? It would kind of allow us to see what were the starting conditions on Earth. So people have proposed, but they haven't been selected. And I think now you're going to see those missions happen now that there's a lot more interest in sending people to the moon. It's really interesting why a mission gets picked versus not. Of course, NASA has limited resources, as do all space agencies around the world. And so they have to say, what's the most important thing to do right now? And, you know, Mars has had this big priority because we've really been trying to nail down this question of, is there life beyond Earth? And Mars remains our best candidate to go figure out, did life evolve somewhere else besides Earth? And how does it compare to life here on Earth? And that's why we've stayed so interested in Mars. And to me, why Mars is still the priority.
Now, if I remember correctly, there was the moment just before the end of your term of office at NASA where you made some announcement about life on other planets. Was it? Did you hinted that some sort of discovery or something to that effect, and that caused a lot of buzz? What was that all about?
Yeah, what I said was, which I didn't think was controversial, I still don't think it's controversial, that in the next 10 years, so say the next 8 to 10 years, we're going to find strong indications of life beyond Earth. Now, what does that mean? Strong indications means that we're going to see some gases in an atmosphere that would be possibly consistent with life. It means we're going to find some really intriguing molecules on Mars, or maybe something on Mars that seems like it could be consistent with the presence of life, but there's still going to be some doubt in our mind. It's going to be like, well, that's good evidence. We're getting closer, but we're not all convinced yet. And I said within the next 20 to 25 years, we're going to find conclusive evidence of life beyond Earth, whether it's on the surface of Mars from rocks that an astronaut breaks open, whether it's in the oceans under the ice on Europa, whether it's from the oceans under the ice on Enceladus, we're going to find evidence of life beyond Earth. And, you know, I don't think that's controversial. I think a lot of the scientific community says it's just a matter of getting the spacecraft out there and making the measurements. And that's why my only hedge in time is, are we going to get the spacecraft out there? Because based on what we know about the evolution of life on Earth, Mars should have had life. There's a good chance there should be life under the ice on Europa, and a good chance there should be life under the ice on Enceladus. And then you have places like Titan that has seas not of water, but of basically liquid gasoline. Could there be life there? We don't know, but maybe.
And when you say life, you're not talking humans, you're obviously talking microbes and that type of thing. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're still probably about 30, maybe 40 years away from really definitively finding that Earth 2.0 around another star, that blue planet, where we can say, yes, based on the fact that we can image this planet, we can see colors change across the surface, like you can see from space when it goes from, you know, spring to summer to fall. You can see those changing colors associated with life here on the surface of this planet. The technology to actually image planets around other stars, we're still about 30 to 40 years out. We know how to do it. It's just a question of getting the technology all together and making it happen. And it's going to be expensive.
Okay. I know we've got Vladimir who joined us. I think Vladimir might be someone different. So Vladimir, if you have a question, you're welcome to ask a question. Just unmute yourself. We'll see if Vladimir is listening. If not, oh, Vavato. Oh, so you obviously know Vladimir. Okay, there we go.
Hello.
Hi there, Vladimir.
My name is Volodya. I'm from Russia. Okay, I have a question for you. Are there any landscape features on Mars?
Are there any landscape features on Mars? That's a good question.
You know, one of the most fascinating things about Mars that we've been able to see almost since we started studying it was that Mars had some kind of long channels on its surface. They were first thought to be, you know, made by Martians, and they were called canali, or they were thought to be canals. But then as we got higher and higher resolution images of the surface, what you see, especially around the equatorial zone of Mars, but extending up into the northern plains, is evidence of water-carved surfaces. So you can see areas where there used to be running water all across the surface of Mars. And we've also seen features on the surface of Mars that look like dust-covered glaciers. So that if I took a picture of a glacier, say up in Alaska or somewhere in Russia, and I showed you some pictures of Mars, you would be hard-pressed to say which one was the Earth and which one was Mars. So there's all kinds of landscape features on Mars that we associate with either frozen water or running water. Now that's important because it all goes back to this life question. And what we've been able to determine by putting all the data together collected by spacecraft from countries all around the world is that Mars was very wet from about 4 billion years ago to about 3.5 billion years ago. And that's the same time period when the Earth was also wet and life evolved. And Mars's conditions were pretty similar. So we probably should have gotten life on Mars also. But then Mars changed, it lost its water, it got cold. So life either went extinct or it went underground, and it probably stayed in microbial form.
Okay. Mr. McNulty, anyone in your class want to ask a question?
Yeah, Lana, go ahead and introduce yourself. Your camera's right there.
Hi, I'm Lana. Do we have the technology to go to an Earth-like planet if Earth ran out of resources?
You know, Lana, that's a great question. And the answer is a big, huge no, I'm afraid. And that's why I always, when I talk about climate change, I say there is no planet B. You know, this, and Carl Sagan said it years ago much better than I could. The Earth is where we make our stand. And part of the reason for that is we basically use the same propulsion system that we used back in the 1960s. And by propulsion system, I mean what we use to make rockets take off. It's a mixture of liquid propellants and chemical propellants that we use, solid and liquid. But it hasn't really changed, again, since the 1960s. So when you see great science fiction movies, and they're like, let's go into warp drive and let's go into hyperdrive and move near the speed of light so that we can move the huge distances in space without it taking tens of thousands to even 100,000 years to travel from galaxy to galaxy, which is what it would take with the kind of technology we have now. You've got to invent a whole new propulsion system. So when I talk to classes like yours, I always say, if the teachers could please add that to tonight's homework assignment, just at the bottom of the page, add in invent warp drive. And if one of your students could invent warp drive tonight, then my answer to Lana would be, yes, we're going to do that. But so far the answer is a big no, unless one of you makes a breakthrough.
That is actually very important. But they are looking at developing new proton drives. How far are they?
You know, there's plasma drives that would get us to Mars in half the time if they work out. But again, even those aren't getting you to the kind of speeds. They might cut getting to Alpha Centauri, our closest star, from like 10,000 years to 7,000 years. Okay, that doesn't do us much good, right? And the problem you see in a lot of science fiction movies is you're like, oh, we'll put people in deep freeze and then wake them up. But I tell you, one of the problems we already have with astronauts in space is that they don't get enough exercise and they don't get enough pounding on their bones. And so when we have astronauts in space, even if they're not asleep, they actually lose huge amounts of muscle mass and bone density unless they're exercising sort of 2 to 3 hours a day. Because it turns out every time you move against gravity, you're exercising. That's great for those of us who don't like to go to the gym. We can just convince ourselves we're exercising all the time by fighting gravity. So the idea that people could really survive very easily without really huge damage to our bodies in space for long periods of time is a tough one.
Sure. All right, Alison, anyone in your class got a question? Oh, we have two. Oh, you're getting a double header here. Let's have a look.
Excellent.
All right, thanks for asking us again. Here we go. Say your names.
Hello, my name is Thea, and my name is Narahi. Our question is, what advice would you give to young students interested in one day working in the field of aeronautics, aerospace research?
You know, that is such a great question. Thank you for asking it. And, you know, I have to say, since you're both women that asked me that question, is we need more women in this field. You know, we still only have about 20 to 30% of engineers, of computer scientists working in aerospace are women. And women make huge and amazing contributions every day, but sometimes women don't feel welcome. And sometimes they might get discouraged. Their friends might say, engineering is for boys, or engineering is not for people who look like you, or computer science isn't for people who look like you. But you know what? It absolutely, absolutely is. And we need your talent because people like you have already made incredible contributions. So what I always tell kids is, first of all, find something you're really passionate about. You know, for me, I wanted to study Mars. I wanted to be a planetary scientist. And everybody around me encouraged me, my parents, my teachers. And you know what? I struggled with math. And in fact, a lot of the times I didn't get very good marks in math. And I really had to work hard, but I knew I needed to have it. And I've had so many people say to me, well, I didn't become a scientist or an engineer because I wasn't good at math. And I say to them, I wasn't good at math either. But you know what? I had people who encouraged me. I wish I had known people like Steve, who makes math fun and enjoyable and exciting. It's really my aim to say, you know, every aeronautics person who works on airplanes, people who work in space, not all of them were the top in their class. Some of them were from the middle of their class, and some of them were from the bottom of their class. But you know what they had in common is they had a dream of really wanting to do something, so they stuck to it, they stuck with it, they kept working at it, and they got there. So for any of you who think of that this is interesting, stick with it. Don't let a bad grade turn you off. Don't let a little trouble with math turn you off. Look at living maths and make math fun, and you'll get there.
I mean, the most important thing that you actually said there is, whenever I interview people, I often ask them, what is the origin story? What switched you onto science and technology? So Ellen, what was your light bulb moment when you decided that something in the sciences was going to interest you? Was it an influential person? Was it a moment, an event? What was it that switched you on?
Steve, that's such a hard one for me because I grew up in a really unusual household. My dad was a rocket scientist at NASA. I went to my first launch when I was 4 years old. My mom was a science teacher in elementary school. She was a 5th grade science teacher. This didn't affect my sister. She became an attorney, but science to me was just something that I grew up with. And I was always interested in. But I think for me, the real moment was when I was about 14, I had the opportunity to meet Carl Sagan and hear him talk about why we were going to Mars and the fact that you could go and study how Mars formed and maybe learn that if life ever evolved there. And I thought, you know what, that's what I want to do. So there was a person in it, but to me, it was also an environment. But the most important thing I had was people who encouraged me. So everyone who's listening today, if you ever feel discouraged, remember Steve and I telling you, you can do this. You can be what you want to be.
Absolutely. I mean, if I think about it now, if you put someone in a context where your father is a rocket scientist, your mother's a science teacher, you get to go and see rocket launches. I mean, it was inevitable that you were going to be moving in this trajectory. I mean, so what you're saying is that maybe if students are interested in space and science and math and engineering, whatever it is, they should kind of gravitate towards circles that encourage them and support them.
Yes, definitely.
That is very good advice. Now, we've only got about 7 minutes left. And maybe, Amy, you've got another question on your side?
Yes. So I missed some of the beginning, so you might have already addressed this. But I have a question. I'm wondering, and maybe I haven't missed a headline or something, but when will the next people be sent to the moon? And the next question is, how soon do you think people will be sent to Mars?
Very good questions.
Those are great questions. And I get asked that question kind of from two different perspectives. And I would say, I've been thinking about this a lot this particular year because we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Apollo missions. And, you had President Kennedy saying we're going to land a human on the moon within the decade. And we did it in 8.5 years. And we started from scratch. I mean, we really had very few of the technologies. We didn't have the infrastructure. Kennedy Space Center didn't exist. Johnson Space Center didn't exist. So we overcame huge challenges in 8.5 years. Now, at that point, NASA's budget was a lot bigger than it is now. But it's always a question to me to say, if we wanted to get humans to Mars, we could do it in the next 5 years easily, because it's so much easier than the step we had to take to get humans to the moon back in the 1960s. Now, then the question is, will we and can we afford to? And I would say, I think you're going to see humans back on the moon within the decade, hopefully within sort of 5 to 7 years. I think we're going to get humans back to the moon, either through a private company or probably more likely through a public-private partnership with maybe private companies working with government space agencies from around the world, not just the United States. And then humans to Mars. I think we could have a Mars orbital mission by the early 2030s, so about 15 years from now. And then humans down to the surface, probably closer to 2040. So maybe about 25 years from now, we'll actually get humans down to the surface of Mars. But it's more, to me, again, a question of will. Are we going to do it? Is there a mandate to do it? Is there a push to do it? And for people who say, well, gosh, is that a lot of money? I'd remind you of our conversation earlier. When you invest in space exploration, you actually are investing in your economy, and there's a zillion spin-offs that help you in ways you haven't even thought of.
Well, I mean, obviously, the good news is that NASA has managed to get a larger budget for this year, so they're quite excited about that. Now, I know Vladimir Vada has got another question he wants to ask you. So he's just going to unmute himself. There we go.
Hello again. Well, Could rovers explore caves or canyons or something like that on Mars, or it's impossible mission for them?
That is a very good question.
That's a great question. And scientists have actually been, and engineers at NASA have already been looking at that. Actually, not, I'm sure just not at NASA, but also the European Space Agency. And I think even the Russian Space Agency has looked at this a little bit, is to say, if we think that for example, caves or lava tubes would be a place that people would have to maybe spend, if we're going to be on Mars for, say, a year, you'd want to be spending a significant amount of time underground to avoid that radiation. And so we know where there already are a lot of lava tubes on Mars. We know where they are. And so we've actually had groups that have looked at sort of what would a mission that went into one of those lava tubes, especially maybe an early mission, not with humans, that would explore them, map them out, understand how difficult they are to access. What does the entry point look like? You know, how hard would it be to get not just a person wiggling into an entrance, but actually get equipment into a lava tube? And so, no, these are mission concepts that are actually being worked on. The fun thing that NASA does that a lot of people never see is NASA, the European Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency, all those agencies spend a lot of time looking at missions that might happen 5, 10, 15, 20 years out and doing lots of sort of concept studies. What are the technologies you need? How much would they cost? What kind of instruments would you do? Those studies are going on all the time for planning purposes.
Sure. Well, I mean that is quite fascinating. But now, if you think about it, New Horizons took 9 years to get there and several years of planning, which means if you take, let's say, a 15-year round, let's say 15 years roundabout to plan and execute the project. You were only just at NASA a couple of years ago. So are there missions that were planned 5 or 6 years ago, even before you, that we are going to hear about in the next few years?
Oh, yeah. In fact, there's a really exciting mission to come up, just to name one, called the Europa Clipper mission. So, you know, I talked about there maybe being life under the ice on Europa. And so in the early 2020s, NASA is going to launch a mission called the Europa Clipper. I'm sure it'll get a fancier name at some point, but it's going to go out. It'll go into orbit around Jupiter, but it'll have lots and lots of close passes by Europa. Europa, actually, there's cracks in the ice on Europa, and it erupts some of that subsurface liquid water ocean out into space. So one of the things the Europa Clipper mission will be doing is to look at those erupting plumes to try to figure out, again, this question of could there maybe be life under the ice on Europa? And so that's just one of the really exciting missions coming up, along with really exciting telescope missions that are going to look out into the universe. Lots going on. There's always missions in the queue that are going to be launched in the next couple of years that are going to change the way we look at the universe, change the way we look at this planet. Lots of fun things.
Wow. I mean, you'd have to convince me. You had me at hello. I mean, I'm always excited about space and getting young people involved in the idea that there's a lot more to space than just the couple of missions that we've had. If you just look at the activity that we've had in space 30 years ago, and the activity we've had in space 20 years ago, and then 10, and the last 5 years, there's been an exponential number of activities, and private entities are launching their own satellites, Cube satellites, and private companies are launching their own landers on Mars, on the moon. I think that there's still a lot more excitement to come. But on that note, I would like to thank you, Dr. Ellen Stofan, who is one of my favorite scientists because she is so down to earth and so approachable. Thank you for giving us your time and your enthusiasm and your passion and your words of wisdom. If there was one parting shot, what's the one message you would give to young people with regards to pursuing careers in STEM?
You know, those of us who work in science, technology, engineering, math, computing, design, we have the most fun. We get to explore the universe. We get to understand this planet. We get to help this planet. So if you want to have a career that makes you just want to jump out of bed every morning, that's a STEM career. And plus, they also have pretty good salaries.
Ah, So you said two important things, salaries and excitement. Mr. McNulty, you wanted to say something?
Nah, we just want to say thanks. And guys, let's give a round of applause. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And I see that Alice and your group are all assembled on the carpet there. You want to say goodbye?
Yes, we wanted to say thank you to
Awesome. So we're going to end the broadcast over here, but thank you very much to all of you that took part in the live interview as well as the live stream as well. Ellen, you need to smile so we can get a photograph of you looking at your camera. That's it. There we go, because YouTube sometimes chooses its own random photo of you from the actual interview, and it's always the one where your face was half like this and that. So we just like to ensure. So we're going to get a big smile. There we go. Excellent. And thank you for your team. I know Kelly and the team behind the scenes for organizing all of this as well. We really appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay.
On September 26, 2001, I turned 4 years old and had my life completely figured out. I wanted to do a backflip, not a front flip, on the moon, but in order to do that, I would first have to become an astronaut. That's step 1 of my seamless plan. Step 2 would then be to go to the moon and finally do my backflip. Step 3, finally, is to rejoice and be glad, and there you have it. Work hard, play hard, right? As a result of reaching for the stars and even jumping for the moon, I've grown to question everything, including myself and even the very foundation I stand on. At times I wonder, why did I want an escape from my home at such an early age? And more importantly, what was I trying to escape from? At the early age of 4, I was already terrified of murder, theft, and destruction. It was at this age that I unknowingly conceptualized a plan to get away from the only place I called my home. I was willing to isolate myself if it meant detaching from the malevolent, selfish nature of those who occupy the space around me. But with more answers comes more questions. Why haven't we come together as one yet? How do we still think of ourselves despite the desperate cries for help? What will it take for humanity's chaotic cycle to end? And who's to say that this won't all repeat in the future? If we're all responsible for the destruction, we're equally responsible to rebuild.
What is space to us? Vast and mysterious. We've touched the stars, soared to the heavens, and placed our feet in tranquil dust. What is it about the unknown? The need to explore and adventure. To see something for the very first time. To feel something bigger than ourselves. For years we've dreamed, researched, designed, and worked together to do the impossible. To go places no woman or man has ever been. We knew we'd always get there, make our place in the sky. And look at our home, all of humankind. Through one window. Space is in all of us. We haven't forgotten that we're still pioneers, searching for secret terrain, yearning for new horizons. NASA's new Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System, the most powerful rocket in the world, will take us deeper into space than we've ever been before. Launching from American soil, our new vehicles and exploration missions with reusable and sustainable infrastructure will take astronauts back to the moon, deep into the unexplored regions of our solar system, and onto Mars to unlock mysteries about the red planet we've only dreamed of. With the capability to launch and carry habitation, propulsion, and logistics modules for a deep space gateway, NASA's exploration missions with Orion and the Space Launch System are the beginning of a new era of deep space exploration, adventure, and discovery. We are proud of our past, are grateful for our present, and we're hopeful for a future of research and solving mysteries of Mars, our entire solar system, and the unsolved mysteries of our home planet, Earth. The future is for us, the brave. We've been there before, but now it's time to go farther.
Okay, all packed.
Humanity is on the verge of a journey into deep space. But before we can return to the moon, and before we can visit Mars, or any of the worlds beyond,
Look what we almost
we
left.
have to take the
What if I don't like it there?
You will. It's amazing. It's like nothing you've seen before.
What if it's dangerous?
Don't worry, we'll be safe.
It's gonna take so long.
Just 3 months. It used to be 9, you know.
What if we can't breathe there?
People can breathe there.
What if there are no people and I'll have no friends?
There are people there, and I'm sure you'll have plenty of friends.
Mom, do we really have to go?
Yes, baby, we do.
I'll never get used to it. It's just so different. Even the sky is different. And it rains.
Trust me, Earth is great. You're gonna love it.
Till you come back home.
Today, world leaders met to discuss the global food crisis. They're expecting to form an international agreement that will facilitate global agricultural research with the hope that it will bring about a food production revolution.
No, that's not the way you plant vegetables, Leica. I'll show you how to do this one, and then you can do the next one. Leica, try a carrot. They are delicious. I'm really worried about my exam tomorrow, Leica. Let's grow plants all over the galaxy. Phew. Yes, I'm in. Leica, I am going to the school of NASA.
Ground launch sequence has begun. Everything is go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Somewhere like on the Gateway. You're not on the moon, not on Mars, but on the Gateway. Anyway, the next panel, International Mars Robotic Precursors. We do those a lot. International institutions, universities, anywhere on the planet, could have an instrument on one of the robots. And that's how we cooperate already, at least on the non-human spaceflight to Mars part. Now, the next panel will be led by Ellen Stofan, and I am thrilled. I am really tickled pink, because I like all her knowledge. I've always loved listening to her. She's a truly old hand at planetary science and space administration. And since last year, she leads one of my most favorite museums. I mean, the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum is really awesome, I think, and that's now her responsibility. Of course, she also worked before that at JPL on missions exploring Venus, Earth, Mars, Saturn, and she worked at the long-range plan to sending humans to the moon and Mars in the next decade and a half. And basically, I think she's more than well informed to lead this panel about international Mars robotics. To Ellen Stofan, please come and introduce your panel.
Come on out. Okay. So our topic is going to be robotic exploration of Mars, but I want to start out, I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves. So Lori and then Sanjay.
I'm Lori Glaze. I'm the director for the Planetary Science Division at NASA headquarters. Prior to that, I spent about 10 or 11 years at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center working on trying to develop mission concepts for planetary missions.
Hello, I'm Sanjay Vijendran from the European Space Agency. I'm coordinating the Mars sample return activities at ESA. I've been in this role for almost a decade now, so it's something I'm really hoping we can get off the ground soon. Prior to that, I worked on the NASA Phoenix mission to Mars in 2008, and so I've been in Mars exploration for around 15 years now.
For a long time, Lori was my boss, so keep that in mind.
That's true.
So I'd like to pull back to sort of 45,000 feet and talk, before we get into the details of how we're exploring Mars robotically, is to go back just for a minute to the why we're exploring Mars robotically and what robotic exploration has told us and where we're going. So huge question, Lori.
That's a huge question. And, one of the biggest questions we have, of course, when we're trying to answer as scientists is there life beyond Earth? And Mars has been one of the keys to that, because we've always thought where you find water on Earth, we find life. And there's always been hints, or we've thought there have been hints that there could have been water present in Mars's past. And over the last 15 to 20 years, the robotic missions that we've had, orbital missions, and then more recently some of the landed missions through Phoenix and the MER rovers, we've seen that there really is good evidence that water was present in Mars's past. And so we keep trying to answer that question, I think, trying to better refine our understanding of where the water was, how long did it persist, and there's geologic clues in the surface that can be answered through orbital missions or from the surface, and really trying to understand those water cycles and where life may have been able to grow and perhaps persist at some time in the past. To me, those are the biggest questions that we're really trying to get after.
Sanjay?
Just to add to that, Laurie, on general planetology as well, understanding the history of Mars and how Mars was in the past when it was warmer and wetter, and how it became a cold, dry planet is something that has implications on understanding the future of our planet Earth. So this is another reason why we like to understand Mars from an environment perspective as well.
In both of your minds, what have been sort of the standout, they don't know about this question, so what has been the sort of standout science discovery of the last 30 years that to you motivates Mars demanding the center of attention that it sort of has?
Well, I think there have been some really key findings, certainly from Phoenix, identifying water ice on the surface of Mars. But then more recently, to me, the one that's really catapulted us to continue our exploration has been the discoveries from Curiosity of these complex organic molecules that have been found on the surface of Mars, that really give us that extra bit of emphasis to try and continue looking for biologic signatures on the surface of Mars.
Sanjay?
Yes, just the same from the European perspective as well. The potential to find evidence of past or present life is the biggest motivator. And coming especially from 1996 announcement by NASA of potential discovery in the Allen Hills meteorites of signs of past life, that was the big spur, I think, that's driven the program on all around the world over the last 20 years heading for Mars. And ESA's now developing the ExoMars rover that's going to be looking for signs of life to be launched next year. So indeed, the life question is the biggest driver for Mars.
And I will say, as somebody who's been involved throughout my career with radar missions, I think certainly the contributions that Marcis and Sharad have made in terms of understanding that there are large reservoirs of ice relatively near the surface, even in the equatorial latitudes, has been something to me that's been particularly interesting from both the robotic and human exploration. The fact there's these large amounts of accessible water ice, I think, has been extremely exciting. I want to give you both an opportunity to sort of talk about, okay, what is the program of record? Like, what are we doing now? Before we talk about what could be, let's talk about sort of what is. Sanjay, I don't know if you want to go ahead and start. I don't know what order these slides are in.
Sure, I've got some slides, if you can put up the slides from ESA. So I've just got a few slides here to tell you what we're doing at an international level between ESA and NASA on preparing a Mars sample return campaign. Next slide, please. So there's been a lot of work on by multiple space agencies in the international global forum, to develop this global exploration roadmap, which has the horizon goal of sending humans to Mars. So this is a shared objective amongst the many space agencies around the world that are in space exploration. And you'll see on that map that robotic Mars sample return is a step before we go to send humans to Mars to better understand the planet. So what we're working on now is indeed in line with what all the space agencies around the world believe is the pathway towards Mars, with the moon as a stepping stone, but also robotic missions to Mars. Next slide, please. And you can go to the next one. So we've been actively working with NASA for a decade now on looking at how we can do an international Mars sample return campaign together. Prior to that, in the 2000s, and of course on the NASA side, even longer than that, the agencies have been looking at doing Mars sample return on their own. But 10 years ago, it was realized that this was such a big endeavor that it's something that we really need to work on together. So an international MSR campaign was started to be studied with the publishing of the IMARS report in 2008. So in the last few years, last 3 years, in fact, we've been re-energized in our working relationship together with ESA and NASA, looking at how we can do this in the 2020s. Now that Mars 2020 is in development and will be launching next year, and Laurie will talk more about that, and the ESA ExoMars rover is also launching next year. It's time that we look seriously at what we're going to do after that in the 2020s. So the two objectives we've been working towards together is the return of at least 0.5 kilogram of samples from the surface of Mars to be analyzed in Earth laboratories, and at the same time to ensure that we comply fully with all the planetary protection requirements that are required for backward planetary protection to protect the Earth. And this is a key driver for this mission. Next slide, please. So that first step, I won't say too much about it, Laurie will talk about it, is already underway. So we must remember when we talk about Mars sample return, it's about finishing Mars sample return because it's already starting. The next step would be to look at the retrieval missions. And so NASA is looking at the sample return lander mission, which would have a rocket that would launch samples into orbit. And ESA is taking the lead on the Earth return orbiter mission, which would capture the samples in Mars orbit and bring them back to the Earth. Next slide. So this is my last slide, and I just wanted to point out what the connection might be between Mars sample return and humans to Mars. What are the feed forwards that we see? Next slide. So the first aspect is environmental hazards. This is something that we can understand about Mars in a much better way if we have samples returned from the surface of Mars. So the dust, the toxicity of the dust, any possible pathogens in the Martian soil. This is something that we can properly understand with return samples as a feed forward to understanding what our astronauts would face on the surface of Mars, as well as engineering system safety. So how are the equipment on the surface of Mars going to function in the dusty Mars environment? It's something we can understand better by understanding the dust properties themselves. Next slide. And finally, the important question mentioned many times today, both for the Moon and Mars, is how we can live off the land, in situ resource utilization. So this is something as well that we can understand better through return samples, and maybe not necessarily with the first Mars sample return, but if you think about multiple Mars sample return missions in the future, we can target our returning of samples to understand better the properties of the materials that we would eventually use on the surface of Mars.
Thank you. Great.
Laurie.
Okay. Thanks. Oh, I get music.
Oh,
I get a soundtrack.
Music. Very nice.
Can we turn off the sound, please? Thank you. Next slide, please. One more. Thanks. Right, so this chart here shows our current and future planned missions, robotic missions that NASA's involved with, not just leading, but also partnering with international collaborators. Along the top is a swoosh that shows some of the orbiting missions, including missions that are doing science, still doing a lot of great science at Mars, but also serving as a communications infrastructure. And this includes missions like Mars Odyssey, Mars Express, the European Space Agency Mars Express, the MRO, Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, MAVEN, which has now been moved down into an orbit to help support the Mars 2020 landing as a communications asset. And then there's also the Indian Space Agency mission up there, Mars Orbiter mission, and then most recently the Trace Gas Orbiter from ESA is also now in orbit doing full science, but also supporting communication relays from the surface. So this is an incredible fleet to not only do science, but to support robotic activities on the surface. And currently on the surface, of course, you heard a lot about InSight this morning, which is doing fantastic science to help us better understand the seismic environment and also the weather on Mars, giving us the highest resolution weather data that we've ever had on the surface of Mars, which is fantastic. And then Curiosity rover, which I'll talk about again in just a moment. Looking forward, you can see also additional missions that we're working, and then also international agencies, including the United Arab Emirates working on their mission, JAXA working on the Mars Moon's Explorers, which will be a sample return from Phobos, and we're collaborating with them on that as well, which will be the first opportunity to bring something back, a sample from the Mars system, and that will be an exciting activity as well. So if we go on to the next slide, just talk a moment about Curiosity. So as I said in the opening, I think this has been an incredible mission to explore the environment within Gale Crater, where we've discovered, it really was an environment that had standing water, and not just any kind of standing water, but standing water that was of a pH level that could have been safe for life as we know it. And so I think that was an incredible discovery, and then also the discovery of the complex organic molecules there is an indicator that there could in fact be the right chemicals, the right building blocks for life on the surface of Mars. So this has been a great mission to really spur us forward and lead us to the next mission. The next slide is the Mars 2020 rover, which, as Sanjay said, is going to launch in July of 2020. This has been also a fantastic international collaboration in order to put this mission together. It looks a lot like Curiosity, and it's intended to. It's intended to be a rebuild of the basic rover, but with an entirely different instrument suite. To not only do science, but this really, as Sanjay indicated, is the first step in sample return. And this mission is, the landing site was chosen over the last few months. It's going to be Jezero Crater, or I think I'm told the correct pronunciation is Jezero Crater, which is an environment where we believe there is an ancient river delta, the kind of environment where on Earth, a river delta, if there's any place where you would find life, it would be in this type of environment. And so it's chosen because it's an ancient river delta that's about 4 billion years old, and we expect to find there, if there were life, we would be able to find it. And we will be taking samples that can come back to Earth where we can analyze them with more advanced analytic capabilities than we are able to bring to the surface of Mars with us. And so this, as I said, the very first step towards Mars sample return, but it doesn't do us any good to collect and cache the samples if we don't bring them back. And so the next step, as Sanjay said, is to bring them back. If I can get the next slide. Sanjay already talked a lot about and gave a very good description of the motivations for the Mars sample return mission. And as he indicated, NASA and ESA have been working very closely on this in kind of a new approach to how to do an international collaboration as far as getting in front of the concept. And a year ago, the two agencies had an agreement to do a joint study of what this mission architecture might look like. And in that agreement, essentially assigned different roles for the two agencies to go off and do studies in a joint fashion to understand just how this could be done together. So this architecture shows a launch that carries, there would actually be two launches, a US launch and an ESA launch that would go at the same time. And they would fly to Mars, and that would include, as Sanjay said, the ESA side includes the Earth Return Orbiter, which would bring the sample back to Earth, but it also includes a fetch rover that would be carried to the surface on the US lander. The US lander also includes the Mars Ascent Vehicle. The fetch lander would go off and collect the samples, bring them back to the lander, to the home base, put them into the sample return capsule, which gets put onto the Mars Ascent Vehicle, which goes up and rendezvous with the Earth Return Orbiter, and bring those samples back to Earth. And so the idea is this complete partnership with different elements provided by the two agencies, again, with the orbiter and the fetch rover provided by ESA, and the other elements, the Mars Ascent Vehicle, the lander, and the sample return capsule provided by NASA.
Should add also that the capture system and the Earth entry vehicle on the orbiter is to be provided by NASA. So,
that's correct.
So we have payloads on each of the partner missions.
Exactly. So we carry payloads, and it's a shared partnership all the way around, with clean interfaces and well-defined roles. And I think that helps a lot as well. And trying to get in front, as I said, of the funding processes in both on both continents to try and align our strategies with the type of funding cycles that we all have to deal with. And so one of the important steps that I can say today is that in our current US budget that we got for the proposed budget for 2020 actually includes a line item for Mars sample return, which is a huge gain for us on this side, that we now have the support of the administration to move forward on this activity, and we're very much looking forward to moving it forward.
Now, in the early 2000s, I think it was 2003 or 2005, the U.S. National Academy of Sciences did a report called Safe on Mars that actually said we should do a sample return mission before we ever send humans to Mars. I'm curious, it's now over a decade later from the time that report. That's obviously the path you're going down, but what would you say to an outside entity, perhaps a commercial company or some other organization that said, we didn't have sample return before we went to the moon, why do we need sample return before we go to Mars? How would you both respond to that?
I'm going to respond in a way, I feel that, as I said, there is a potential for life on Mars. So there is a difference between Mars and the moon. And we didn't know that, of course, when we first went to the moon, but we know now that the lunar samples are safe from a biologic perspective for humans. But we don't actually know that yet for Mars. And as we're developing the plans for Mars sample return, one of the really big aspects that we're studying very carefully is what are we going to do and how are we going to treat those samples when we bring them back to Earth? How are we going to keep them safe and how are we going to keep ourselves safe from anything that might be contained in the samples? So I have to say that I do feel like that it seems like a good idea to try and bring those samples back and look at them. I'm not saying that it's absolutely required, but I do think it would be very informative to us as a human race to understand what might be present in those rocks.
Sanjay?
That's a good point, Laurie, about the backward protection. But when we think also about the astronauts that we're sending to Mars, there's an aspect of how much risk do you want to take. So of course you can try to go to Mars without understanding Mars to such a great extent, but then you're taking more risks than if you did try to understand better what it was that you're facing when you get there. So I see Mars sample return as contributing to that lowering of the risk of a human mission through a better understanding of the environment by bringing the samples back and analyzing them. So it's a risk perspective.
When you think, since this is the Humans to Mars, what do you think of the missions you have planned in terms of not just answering those big science questions that we talked about earlier, but in terms of making the necessary measurements, getting ready for in situ resource utilization? What are the measurements we're making and or instruments that we're taking, and what are the things we need to do you think, with robotic exploration to really get ready for human exploration? This is both on the way to Mars and on the surface of Mars.
There's a lot of crossover between the science and what's needed for exploration, and we've seen that on the moon and we see it on Mars as well. Again, the water is one of the key pieces. It's part of the scientific story, but it's also one of the key things that we're going to need if we're going to be able to implement an in situ resource utilization. Water is going to be the key resource. So the ability to really localize where water is present, to understand how deep it is beneath the surface, what kind of form it's in, whether it's liquid, whether it's frozen, whether it's contained or tied up in minerals, understanding exactly how we're going to get at that. And I think those are the types of measurements that we need to be making. And certainly, like you mentioned, the surface penetrating radars that can help us, and have already helped us start to localize where water might be present. The missions that we're sending to the surface to help us better understand the types of water that might be present in different places and the types of rocks that we see. I think those are the kind of measurements that we're going to need. Like I said, a lot of crossover between the science and what we need to prepare for humans.
Absolutely, and on top of the scientific understanding and the measurements you would do about the environment that we've talked a lot about, there's also the technologies and the capabilities that you'll want to use robotic precursor missions to develop, to prove out. And we talk about going to the moon to prepare human exploration, using that as a proving ground. These robotic missions to the surface of Mars are a proving ground as well for new capabilities like landing large payloads, for example, new power systems that we might need, dust cleaning off our solar panels, accessing the subsurface. These are all capabilities that we'll want to develop before we send humans to Mars, so that we are sure that they're going to work when they get there. So we can use robotic missions as well for these kinds of capability building steps.
And are there actual planned demonstrations that will take place, say, within the next decade that sort of are definitely feed forward into that technologies?
So Mars 2020 is carrying at least one example of that, the MOXIE experiment, which will be I'll probably get the acronym wrong, someone will shoot me. It's the Oxygen Exchange Experiment, which is being developed by the Human Exploration Mission Directorate to actually demonstrate the ability to convert I guess the CO2 to oxygen. Yes. Yeah. So we are doing some experiments along those lines, but certainly I think more of that is needed. Through the lunar programs that we're working right now for the commercial lunar payload services that I think was mentioned a little earlier this morning, we're developing a lot of technologies that could feed forward to Mars, that are also trying to develop the capabilities that we're going to need to make use of and to live off and be sustained on the surface of either the moon or Mars. So we are working on a variety of those and do technology demonstration through that, hopefully rapid access to the surface of the moon.
And what about ExoMars? Are there feed-forward things on ExoMars?
So for ExoMars, it's really a science mission. So it's about searching for life. So the feed-forward is understanding whether life exists or has existed, and how that might impact whether we send humans or not, or in fact might provide further imperative to send humans sooner than later if we show that there's something there to be found. But from the ESA perspective, we've been so focused on Mars sample return as our long-term objective of our robotic Mars program that we haven't spent a lot of time yet looking at what we would do after Mars sample return. But if this goes ahead at the end of the year, as we hope it would, from next year onwards, we would be starting to look at the kinds of missions we would do after Mars sample return in the early 2030s that would support eventual human exploration. So the kinds of things just mentioned, testing in situ resource utilization technologies, for example, is something I can see that would start to become important as we look at robotic precursors in support of human missions.
And obviously, as you talked about, the whole issue of landing large payloads on the surface is something that's really critical, and that's something that will be tested. And of course, just the issue of ascent itself from the Mars surface, which is obviously something we've never done before.
Exactly, and so with the sample return architecture we're talking about, we'll demonstrate that for the first time, being able to actually launch from the surface of Mars and dock in orbit with the return orbiter. So those are some new things that haven't been done at Mars before.
You know, when I go out and give talks, a lot of the times I still do get the question of this: do we really need to send humans to Mars versus just doing everything with robots? And I try to turn the question around, and I'll turn it around for you. It's not so much humans versus robots; it's humans with robots. And so, can you talk a little bit about looking forward? You know, okay, let's fast forward 20 years from now, we've got humans on Mars. How are we still using robotic exploration to further science and exploration on Mars? Sanjay, I'll give that to you first.
Okay, thanks, Anne. I think we use robots especially to do mundane tasks. And I think once we send humans to Mars, there will be tasks as we start to set up infrastructure where robots can be automated to do things instead of humans, because there'll be a few humans and their time will be has to be spent very usefully, and robots will be needed to set up infrastructure, to build things, to maintain things. So these are areas where we can really benefit with the partnership between humans and robots, and this aspect of using robotics will also drive autonomy that will be needed in order to allow these robots to function in an autonomous manner as well.
Yeah, and I think it's a great question. I never think of, is it humans versus robotic exploration. I think whenever we do send humans, it will absolutely be a joint exploration between humans and robotics. Just thinking from my background, trying to study geologic things, as a geologist, you would want to go out and explore. Once we're there on the surface of Mars, we're not just going to sit in the habitat, I hope we get out and move around a little bit. And if we had things like rovers that can go out and explore before, so to help us find our way, or perhaps even, we're going to have a helicopter that's going to fly with Mars 2020 and demonstrate aerial flight in the Mars atmosphere, which is just a phenomenal demonstration in such a low density type atmosphere, but if we have that capability, you can imagine a small drone that could go out and do sorties and do reconnaissance and help identify where you want to go to help maximize your efficiency and your effectiveness. You know, as an explorer, I think those are the other types of things where the robotics are going to be key to maximizing our presence while we're on the surface.
Now, obviously, when we think about exploration or how we explore on the surface of this planet, we incredibly rely on things like, for example, GPS, the comm satellites that help us communicate. So when you think of that infrastructure piece, also, I'm curious, sort of, again, a little bit forward-looking, but how is that going to be needed in order to have any kind of sustained presence on the surface of Mars?
I think you heard this morning that Administrator Bridenstine said that there is an expectation that when we go to Mars, there will be some type of a permanent fixture in orbit, similar to what he's envisioning for the Gateway. But I think in addition to that, we've already shown that our network of orbiting spacecraft provide a great, not just the GPS, but also the communications network that allows us to constantly have access and communication to any of the assets on the surface. So I think certainly, you know, NASA's thinking forward as far as what that support capability is going to be there for humans on the surface. And from a robotics standpoint, from the science perspective, you know, trying to continue the steady stream of orbiting missions that provide that continued infrastructure. But internationally, I mean, that's not just a NASA endeavor. I think that's, as you saw from the chart, it's becoming more and more an international endeavor.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of benefit to be taken by the fact that many different countries are sending spacecraft to the same place. And if we start being more forward-looking, we ought to think about how these spacecraft could embark small payloads like communication payloads, which can interoperate with the other spacecraft so that you can take benefit of this relay network as we're doing already with Mars. I think this will happen with the Moon as well, and we start to see interplanetary networks being formed and common standards being produced so that everyone can take benefit of each other's resources for their own benefit.
You mentioned autonomy earlier, and to me that's something in the robotic spacecraft world that's, you know, becoming increasingly important. But I think that feed forward to human exploration is really critical when you consider the distance and light time travel, the fact you can't really have Houston, we have a problem, and expect a response anytime soon. So can you talk about how the importance of autonomy and how we're developing exploration?
So when we talk about robotics autonomy and for the roles that the robots are doing, there are many things which indeed there cannot be human oversight constantly over that, and the quicker robots themselves can solve problems, the less time investment there needs to be from their human counterparts in there. And there's a lot of spin-in from commercial interest in AI, artificial intelligence, and autonomy on use on the Earth that we can use in space as well. And we're starting to look at how we can spin in these huge investments that are going into autonomy for Earth users. But there's also ways that we can spin out that from the space industry. But the sheer number of robotic elements that will eventually be needed to support a human presence, I think will necessitate the use of high levels of autonomy, because we just cannot expect astronauts to be holding the hands of our robots in the way, and with the light time difference indeed. It will have to be the on-site human beings who are in charge of the robotics.
Absolutely, and there is a lot of investment already into a lot of these autonomous systems. I mean, even, again, just kind of going back to the rover systems that we have on the surface. Now we've seen progress from the MER rovers to the Curiosity rover in the level of autonomy and the quickness at which it can move without interaction from Earth, and then moving to the Mars 2020 rover that's coming along. There's going to be even hopefully, as developed even more advanced autonomy for that rover, whereas we typically had to take images and step back and examine them and then move a few inches, and then it's just been a little bit of a creep at a time. And the intent as we go forward is to develop the capabilities that we're investing in that allow us to say we're here, we want to be over there, and allow the rover to autonomously navigate from one spot to another. It's those types of autonomous systems that I think are going to be incredibly valuable.
Now, as we move forward, obviously, we're hearing a lot about the cooperation that's taking place around the Mars sample return architecture. And I'm curious if you could both talk a little bit about the levels of overall international cooperation. Is it working? Are there ways we can do better? Where are there gaps? And maybe how we cooperate internationally?
Do you want to go first?
Please.
I would say that certainly right now around Mars, but also in planetary science in general, there's a tremendous amount of international interest and a lot of collaboration going on. And I'd say that by and large, those collaborations are working very well, and that we have a lot of great discussions and a lot of new, probably more projects and more activities and missions than we can ever possibly fund, each of the various agencies even working together. But the biggest challenges that we have, I think, and I alluded to this a little bit earlier, is trying to get our budget cycles in sync. And that tends to be one of the forces that works against us in trying to move forward and really to get things confirmed, to move forward, and then to keep them moving ahead with continued budget constraints from the various agencies and various host countries. So I think, again, the Mars sample return that we're working on now with ESA is an attempt to try and change that paradigm a little bit and get in front of the funding process to get both agencies moving in the same direction in parallel. And we'll see how effective that is. But in my mind, that's one of the biggest challenges that we have to trying to do the international work.
Yes, and I think we've got to the point in science and exploration in general that the kinds of missions that we want to do to answer the big questions have become so big and expensive that international cooperation is a necessity in many cases in order to pool resources. Now, of course, international cooperation comes with its own risks and challenges, but it also brings a whole lot of opportunity with it. And just like ESA was founded on the belief that if we work together as a group of nations, we can achieve more than a single nation. I think this is becoming quite apparent in our space endeavors now between agencies, between countries. But it's also important to choose your partner as well. And I think one of the things that we've learned through the Mars Sample Return Corporation, that the last 10 years of ESA's investments in technology development and studies, but also in flight missions like ExoMars TGO that's flying around Mars, develops our capability and credibility towards an international partner when we start discussions about working together, especially when you do something as big and important as Mars Sample Return, and a partner is playing such a critical role which can't easily be replaced by the other partner if it doesn't work out. Then the credibility of that partner to deliver the result becomes an important factor. So if it's 5% of an overall mission, it's less important than if it's 35% of the collaboration. And so I think it's important, and we're trying to do this on the ESA side, is to do these early technology developments, to do some of your own flight missions to demonstrate the capabilities on your side before you start discussing the next thing you want to do internationally with partners, because you can bring that heritage and that evidence that this is going to go smoothly, and you can deliver on your side of the bargain.
Now, we were, unfortunately, we were supposed to have a representative here from the United Arab Emirates Space Agency, and they had to cancel at the last minute, but you've already given a great shout out to them. Obviously, as you mentioned, India coming up, How do we make sure there's room for everyone and make sure everybody has a role? I'm curious in that aspect of the international. How do we make sure now that the playing field is widening, which I think is a great thing? How do we broaden the opening?
It's a great question, and as Sanjay said, part of what the efforts have gone on within ESA is to really develop their capabilities to demonstrate their strengths, and I think that's what we're seeing now with UAE and with ISRO, starting to really demonstrate their capabilities. ISRO with their first mission, successfully on orbit at Mars and doing science, and working now on the second one. We want to try and continue having conversations and working together to help leverage their capabilities and bring their expertise along so that we have more international partners to work with. As Sanjay says, these endeavors are big and they're going to require a lot of international work. So trying to keep those communication lines open and provide the collaborations where they make sense.
Timing can also be important in this, in the sense that if you have perhaps too many players at the early stage of formulating architecture of how to do something, you can spend a lot of time in that period, as everyone has a different opinion about that. And sometimes it's more efficient if one or two major players efficiently come together on what such an architecture should be, and then open things up to niche roles that others could join in to take once the overall backbone is fixed. So how and when you bring in partners and internationalize something is I think depends on a case-by-case basis on what kind of mission you're trying to do.
Now, a last question before we open it up to the audience for questions. I was on a panel earlier this morning talking about STEM, getting kids excited. Can you talk just a little bit about how your missions to Mars, your robotic missions, how do you look to those to leverage that excitement with the next generation of Mars explorers?
Good question. I'm going to cite the example just recently when we landed InSight on Mars, and I thought this was a really incredible event that actually touched not just, and it touched students around the world, but it's touched everyone, and not just your normal audiences of people that are watching the evening news. And part of what the strategy that was taken during that InSight landing was to invite, and this is kind of a different approach, but invited people into that event who were from all walks of life, doing all kinds of different activities, not your normal types of STEM activities, invited them in to tweet and to share their experiences worldwide. And that activity actually, I think, touched an enormous number of people that an audience that we don't normally reach, including students and younger generation of individuals who may not even realize that these are activities that are going on and possibilities that are out there. So in addition to the more traditional types of outreach activities, which we have a lot of those activities going on, but I'm thinking particularly about our specific Mars robotic missions and how we can use those to help reach a broader audience, in particular trying to inspire next generation scientists and engineers. I thought that was one example that was particularly effective, more so than other things I've seen in the past.
I think in the Mars exploration program, in some ways, we have an easy job with selling our program to the public. It practically sells itself in many ways. People like drama, and this is why EDL for Mars programs has always been a success with the public, and NASA has quite rightly milked that for everything it's worth. But looking at what we're doing now in Mars Sample Return, I think we have a fantastic opportunity to engage the public. And why do I say this? Is because inherently the architecture, as Lori has described, we're flying to Mars, 2 launches, a spacecraft lands, it deploys a small rover, it has to find a piece of treasure on another planet. It has to do this in a short period of time because we have to do it before the winter sets in, otherwise the rover is going to get caught in dust storms and die, so there's a time limit to do that. It has to bring it back to the lander, then it launches it into Mars orbit, and then this little ball has to be found by another vehicle, lost in space, and it has to be found and rendezvoused with, also under time pressure, otherwise we'll miss our ride back. And then we bring it back to the Earth, and then it crashes into the ground. So the many different phases of Mars Sample Return, each of them are actually quite easily understandable and relatable to people, I find. And as a whole, the fact that most of this happens over a fairly short period, about a year, the surface mission has to complete. That's the kind of time frame that the general public can sort of relate to. And there's so many key points that can be put out there as the next thing that we're working to, the next bit of drama that we have to solve. And so I think we have a great opportunity here to engage with people, young people, and the public during the mission itself. And ultimately, it's anyone with kids knows that kids love to go and pick up rocks and bring them home, right, in their pockets. And we're just big kids picking up rocks from a different planet.
So, questions from the audience, and there are microphones in both the aisles, so if you want to come forward. And Clive is running to the microphone.
I'm running to the bathroom.
Oh, Clive, now you have to answer a question.
But I can ask my question from there with this microphone. So. All right, everybody's awake now. So listening to Mars sample return and as a young lad back in the 90s, was involved with Mars sample return by 2005. Wrote papers on it, was thoroughly excited. It was great, and here we are, 2019, talking about Mars sample return. The thing that I was always worried about and still worried about, planetary protection. Forward and backward planetary protection, especially if we're going to impact the sample return canister with a bit of litho braking back on Earth. How are you addressing forward and backward planetary protection in your Mars sample return architecture?
So there's a lot of work going on right now. There's a Mars Sample Return Science Planning Group that's doing an enormous amount of work thinking about both directions, but in particular about the rocks that hit the surface and how we're going to pick those up and what we're going to do with them and how we're going to make sure that they're safe before we actually open the canisters and start doing the work. And then once we've done that, ensure that everyone remains safe. So there is actually a working group that's thinking about these questions. They've already had 2 meetings, and they're I think there's a 3rd one coming up maybe this summer. Still thinking about those questions. I mean, it's an important question, and so there's a lot of thought going into that now, and how we're going to. What type of facilities are we going to need in order to hold those samples until they're ready to be declared safe, and then how they get transferred into a kind of a more traditional curation facility if that's a possibility. So there's a lot of thought going into that at this point. That's still kind of in the beginning stages of planning.
Yeah, but the humans to Mars, we're going to be the dirty things. That go to
That's
Mars.
true, so that's the forward, yeah.
So I'm just, lessons learned from this is going to inform the human aspect, and then,
So there's actually a meeting going on this week in Houston at the end of the week for planetary protection for humans, humans to Mars, I believe. So that's going on at the end of this week. So hopefully we'll get some good information out of that.
Hopefully.
And see what they have to say.
Yes, Doug Cook from Aquila Mission.Space. You've addressed some of the comparisons between using robotic exploration of Mars and putting human boots on Mars and working with humans and robots together. I've met planetary scientists who are working deeper in the solar system who are vehemently against humans in space, I think because it competes for their funding. From the standpoint of the NASA's Planetary Science Division, and you're working both sides of the fence, I just wanted your perspective on that, robots in deep space versus humans in deep space.
I think there's a balance there, right? I think there's a lot that we can do with the robotic exploration. And you can do a lot of the groundwork and do a lot of the understanding and characterizing the environment and really defining and understanding where you would want to go to optimize. So when you do send humans, that you're sending them to the place where you're going to get the most return for what you're going for, whatever your objectives are. And then when you do send humans, there's a lot you can do that you can't do with the robotics. And that is, again, kind of in real time. We have the most incredible computers in our brains and our eyes that we have yet to really duplicate and replicate with robotic systems. So the ability to scan across and integrate all of the information and make decisions quickly is something that only humans can do. And so that companionship between the humans and a robotic working together in that environment, I think, is going to take us to the next step of understanding of those planetary systems going to Mars or beyond. So in my mind, the robotics are the precursors that help us better define and allow us to have those efficient human missions as follow-ons.
Yeah, and I think if you add on to that, I mean, you're talking to Lori and I are both field geologists, so right away we're only going to give you one answer, but you need a field geologist on the surface. But if you consider the question that we're trying to ask, which is, did life evolve on Mars? But that's not the end of the question. If so, to what extent, how widespread? And finding life, okay, check mark, is really not what you're after. You really want to know then, to what extent did life evolve? And that doesn't take one sample. It takes hundreds of samples, and that takes boots on the ground.
And I think that the value of human boots on the ground is underscored with what was accomplished on Apollo in hours and days.
Absolutely.
Compared to what robots have fantastically accomplished on Mars, but over a much longer period of time.
Very good point. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Dave Murrow from Lockheed Martin. So we think about landing on Mars too, and we are chomping at the bit to help with Mars sample return. What can we do, and what are your thoughts about how you plan to engage with industry on both sides of the ocean?
Okay. Well, I can't speak for Lockheed Martin from the ESA perspective, but as you may know, ESA conducts all of its work through industrial contracts with European industry. So we very much will be relying on our industry to produce the hardware to support us in Mars sample return.
Fantastic.
And from the NASA perspective, we rely very heavily, as you well know, on all of our industrial partners to do the planetary exploration, and Mars sample return will be no different. And it's a little early to say exactly what that's going to look like, but I can say that there will probably be more information on that coming within the next many months.
Super. Thanks. We look forward to that.
Yeah,
last question.
Maybe I missed it, but aren't you planning any kind of robotic precursor missions to the moon to support the 2024 mission, and then especially for the 2028 mission to
Yes.
establish a base on the moon, which then could be transferred technology-wise to Mars later?
So thank you for bringing that up. And I did mention the commercial lunar payload services activity that we have going on, which is to buy, and Administrator Bridenstine talked about it earlier as well, where we buy services from commercial entities to fly our payloads. And we actually have our first task order out right now. We expect to make an award fairly soon to carry some of our early payloads, which can include technology demonstrations to show how, again, drilling, in situ resource utilization, radiation experiments, all those types of things on the commercial payloads. In addition to that, we're also hoping to develop capabilities within the Science Mission Directorate to bring bigger payloads, landers that can carry rovers that can move around, survive the night. And so those will also be robotic missions in precursors prior to a human landing on the moon.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really addressing developing the precursor missions for establishing infrastructure so the astronauts can live in some habitat or someplace, and establishing that before they land on the moon, and then they use that same process for Mars. But doing science is great, but living and getting established capability is another thing.
So again, as the administrator said this morning, that's the intent, is to be able to get that infrastructure there at some point. The 2024, I believe, will be a landing, and then working towards building, as we go forward from there, that infrastructure that allows sustainability on the surface.
Thank you all very much, and thank you to both Lori and Sanjay. This is an excellent panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I do believe that the complexities of the Mars sample return mission now really warrants a networking break. So I'll let you off for another half hour, go out and discuss how to do this very complicated project. Please come back with good ideas to this panel. They can use it.
Go ahead, thanks. And that was the post-lunch session here on the first day of the Humans to Mars Summit. Coming to you from Washington, D.C., specifically the National Academy of Sciences. I called it a temple of science earlier today, never more so than with the Humans to Mars discussion, and particularly that discussion that just took place about robotic precursors. Precursors, of course, to humans, footsteps, boots on Mars. But the only way that we've explored Mars so far, and a vital role to continue to play as we prepare to send humans there, hopefully before too long. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, but I am here, as I've been for the last several years, hosting this live webcast from the Humans to Mars Summit. Humans to Mars Summit is brought to you by, produced by, really, Explore Mars. And this is the wonderful crowning event of the year for Explore Mars that brings together so many people from not just the Mars community, as you have heard, but increasingly across all of space and space development, space exploration, and not just from here in the United States, but from around the world. And you did just hear on that panel that was headed by Ellen Stoffen, Sanjay Vijendran, talking about ESA's work to support sample return from Mars. I'm hoping in a moment we'll have Ellen's other guest, who was just on stage, Lori Glaze, who heads NASA's Planetary Science Division now. And maybe we'll talk a little bit more about sample return. Hope to get Sanjay perhaps tomorrow, because of course we have 2 more full days of the Humans to Mars Summit to bring you tomorrow and Thursday. And so lots more great sessions, lots more terrific people to hear from over that period. So since we just had Lori Glaze on stage, she's about to join me now. Lori, stand right over here, right next to me. Thank you very much for doing this. Matt from the Planetary Society.
I'm Lori Glaze. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Great session. Wonderful to hear that we're seeing robotic exploration of Mars and elsewhere in the solar system continue as a very important priority. In fact, an essential priority. You talked about it's almost becoming a cliche, but there aren't enough people who've heard it. It's not humans versus robots, is it?
Absolutely not. It's absolutely humans with robotic exploration. When we go, it's going to be hand in hand. I don't think we can send humans without have the robotic companionship there. That's going to be the best way.
So a lot of the discussion that we just heard was about sample return, which has been described, another cliche, for so long as the holy grail of Mars exploration. It sounds like with this collaboration with the European Space Agency and perhaps others, we're actually now finally getting to the point where it looks like this may happen.
I think you're right. I think we're closer than we've ever been before. We're working closely together. As Sanjay said when we were on the stage, this is a big endeavor. It's probably something that's too large to do for one agency, but when we work together, that will really help us to make sure that we can actually get this done. And I think, as I said, we're closer than we've ever been. We've got a great partnership. We've got some good studies that show the feasibility of the concept. And for the first time, we have support from our administration as well. So that's a big step forward.
This is not an entirely fair question, since no one, including you, has really had much time to think about this, perhaps. Although from the inside of NASA headquarters, maybe you've had a little bit more warning. But we had that big announcement from the administrator just yesterday about the augmented or supplemental budget that, with any luck, will allow NASA to reach the moon, put humans back on the moon in 2024. Sample return from Mars, still a ways off, probably. Are we now looking at a virtual race between robotic sample return and humans with a shovel?
I think if we get the budget that the administrator requested, that he mentioned earlier, the 1.6 billion that's been the augmentation that's been asked for, I think they're going to get there before we do with Mars sample return. But we're not going to be much behind. I think we're well on a path to get us, moving towards Mars before the end of the decade.
And I wonder, I mean, Mars is a big and very diverse place. We probably want samples from a lot of places, don't we?
Absolutely. I think, as Ellen said a few minutes ago, we're after trying to understand if life evolved on Mars, and if so, how far did it evolve, and what kind of locations did it evolve? And that's not going to be just one sample. That's going to be multiple samples. We're going to need hundreds of samples from across the surface to understand what kind of environments these life may have evolved, to understand what time periods that life may have persisted on Mars. So that's going to be a big question. It's going to require a lot of access to the surface.
We want a lot of data points.
Exactly.
You're still fairly new in this job as the head of planetary science in the Science Mission Directorate. Your predecessor, Jim Green, now the chief scientist for the agency. You've got quite a portfolio. I mean, I'm with the planetary side. We talk about missions all over the solar system. You want to talk about just a little bit about what's happening all over the neighborhood?
I would love to. I think this is an amazing, incredible time for planetary science. It's absolutely invigorating when I look across our entire planetary portfolio. So right now, we're not only working towards Mars 2020 to launch next summer in July of 2020. We're also developing the Europa Clipper mission, which is a fantastic mission to go into orbit around Jupiter with multiple passes by Europa to map the thickness of the ice shell and try and understand the global ocean underneath, understand its salinity, which helps us better understand what types of life might be able to persist in that environment. So that's an incredible mission going on right now in development. We're also working on 2 missions to fly to small bodies in the solar system. We're working on the Lucy mission, which will go visit multiple asteroids that are trapped in Jupiter's orbit, and they're called Trojan asteroids. And there are theories that Jupiter has moved around in the solar system, and as it has moved, it's picked up these different small bodies during its travels, and by visiting multiple different types of asteroids, we'll learn about how Jupiter has moved, if it has, and more about those different types of asteroids and their backgrounds and what they can tell us about seeds for the different planets that have formed. We're also building a mission now called Psyche to go visit a specific asteroid named Psyche, which we believe is an iron core, remnant iron core of some protoplanet from early in the solar system formation. And so that's a fabulous mission as well that's in development. And we hope to have all of these launching within the next about 3 to 4 years. So it's an incredibly exciting time. And that's on top of the incredible portfolio that we already have in operations, which is probably more than we can talk about right here.
Yeah, that flotilla that's above and on the surface of Mars. Pretty cool. We had Nancy Chabot back on the show. She's actually been on twice already this year because we had a panel at the recent Planetary Defense Conference talking about near-Earth asteroids. And I'm thinking of one more mission that is coming up, and I bet you know the one I'm talking about.
I sure do. So thank you for bringing that up. In addition to the science missions, we also have an incredible mission that we're developing right now called the Double Asteroid Redirection Test. And this is a key component of our planetary defense program, which is designed to, we have a lot of ground-based and some space-based observations to identify and characterize near-Earth objects. But the DART mission is special in that it is going to demonstrate a new technology that has been theorized but hasn't been tested, and that is called the kinetic impactor, where it's going to take advantage of a near-Earth experience by the Didymos asteroid, which is a double asteroid, and the spacecraft is going to impact into the small moon of Didymos, the smaller component, and try and change the orbital period of that small moon and see just how much we can change that period by just transferring momentum to that small moon. And that's going to demonstrate a capability that might allow us in the future, if there were an asteroid that were potentially endangering Earth, if we knew it early enough, we could do a similar type of activity, impact that asteroid, change its orbital period just enough so that it arrives and crosses Earth's path a little before or a little after Earth passes by, thus avoiding a potential impact. So very exciting mission.
And like so many of these missions now, there is international cooperation in this one as well, which I didn't know about until the conversation a couple of weeks ago. A CubeSat from ESA?
It's from the Italian Space Agency. It's from OSSI, yes, but there's a CubeSat that they're developing, which will fly along with DART, and then at some point separate because we don't want it to also impact into the Didymos moon. But it will take images of the environment, and we don't know exactly how that's going to work with the one we're sending, but the idea is to help us to characterize the impact event and better understand what our influence was on that asteroid.
You can't play favorites anymore as the head of the entire Planetary Science Division, but I know that you are a Venus person. And Venus, Uranus, Neptune, they going to get any love?
Boy, I hope so. You picked the three that have, feel like the poor stepchildren that have been left out in the cold. But I do have a very soft spot in my heart for Venus. I won't deny that I do believe that, and actually Venus, Uranus, and Neptune, all three are great examples of potential exoplanets that are out there that we keep observing now hundreds and thousands of exoplanets, many of which, hundreds, are in those size classes of either Venuses or Earths or in that Uranus-Neptune size. And we really need to understand those examples that are present in our own solar system if we're going to be able to interpret the exoplanet observations that we're making. So certainly I would love to see some opportunities to do both of those, either a Venus and or something to one of the ice giants, to Uranus and Neptune.
We're with you on that. Finally, back closer to home. If you've seen the logo for the conference today, I mean, the moon is right there between us and Mars. And it seems pretty clear, especially with that announcement last night, that the moon is, and humans on the moon are very much in our future. You must be pleased to know that the money to accomplish that we heard about last night, not going to be taken from science.
Absolutely pleased with that. And that's been the going in position from the very beginning. As soon as the announcement was made that we were going to try and get to the moon with boots on the ground in 2024, it's been very clear from the administration and from the agency leadership that this is not going to be something that eats into the other programs of NASA, but it's an augmentation. And with that in mind, Science Mission Directorate has been working hand in hand with human exploration to make sure that we're all on the same page, understanding how science can enable exploration and exploration can enable science. So we really do see this as a joint operation.
What are the most important remaining science priorities for the moon?
The science priorities for the moon really overlap a lot with the other interests in the moon as far as exploration. One of the key things is really understanding where the water is and what role that plays in the lunar history, and from a science perspective, and then from the exploration perspective, how can we better localize and understand where the water is to help us establish sustainable presence on the moon.
In situ resource utilization. It overlaps.
Absolutely, it's absolutely overlapping. Trying to understand where the volatiles are is the key question, not only for science, but also for exploration.
A lot going on. Thank you very much, Lori.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, Matt.
You bet. Lori Glaze is the director of the Planetary Science Division in the Science Mission Directorate for NASA. And we are still in our break here, the last afternoon break on the first day of the Humans to Mars Summit, coming to you from Washington, D.C. I think we're probably going to go to a video. Is it one of those Project Mars videos? Okay. Well, just for anybody who didn't hear me explain this earlier, Project Mars, you can find it online, of course, is the result of this competition that was put on, or is the competition, to develop both posters and videos that look toward our future exploration of Mars, and particularly putting humans there. So, of course, it's near and dear to all of us at the Humans to Mars Summit and Explore Mars. And so we're going to take another look at one of those films right now, and we'll be playing these back over the 3 days of the Humans to Mars Summit. Hope you'll stay with us.
Today, world leaders met to discuss the global food crisis. they're expecting to form an international agreement that will facilitate global agricultural research with the hope that it will bring about a food production revolution.
No, that's not the way you plant vegetables, Leica. I'll show you how to do this one, and then you can do the next one. Leica, try a carrot. They are delicious. I'm really worried about my exam tomorrow, Leica. Let's grow plants all over the galaxy. Phew. Yes, I'm in. Leica, I am going to the school of NASA.
Ground launch sequence has begun. Everything is go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
Today, NASA began its Orion mission. On the ship is botanist and astronaut Vera Jemison, whom we spoke to earlier this week in this exclusive interview. So Vera, please tell us about your research mission on Mars.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to be investigating how we can optimize plant growth on Mars. The question I'm investigating is, how can we grow the most amount of food on Mars with the least amount of resources? Leica, just look at our wonderful home from up here. It seems so small and fragile in this black mass.
Several major cities across the globe have now officially declared themselves to have no remaining water stores. Those cities trying to offer support can only do so in a limited capacity, as their resources are beginning to diminish as well.
Initiating landing sequence. Deploying landing legs.
Pressurizing module. Air composition stabilizing. Heating module. -20. 0. 20. Module heated. Simulating Earth's gravity. Ready to rock and roll.
I've worked out the optimum temperature, light exposure, concentrations of key gases, plant nutrition, and growth cycles. Let's run the simulation.
Initializing optimum plant growing simulation. Simulation complete. Optimum growth achieved. Life support system stable.
We have successfully managed to grow vegetables on Mars. I have completed all the experiments that were needed, and the results are looking very promising. I will be returning to Earth to share my research with the world.
Orion Mission 1 has landed. I repeat, Orion Mission 1 has landed.
Leica! I'm so happy to see you. I've missed you so much. And so I think the most exciting thing about this research is that this technology will allow us to grow more food and more sustainably than ever before, which means we can finally feed the world.
Right, that's it. It's all on board. See you later.
We called this procedure Lazar, neither sleeping nor awake. The minimum sustenance required for 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, whatever. Limbs stimulated 8 times a day to prevent muscle atrophy. You better enjoy meditation. Or, in my case, have a very good memory. It's time.
Well, off you go then.
Is that it?
Yes.
We've been over this so many times, Dad.
I know. But I also know there used to be a child playing here. Used to love catching grasshoppers. Throwing a ball as high as he possibly could.
That was a lifetime ago.
Well, I'm still in that lifetime. And if I don't say goodbye to you now, I'll still be in it. Keep the memory of that little boy playing.
I probably won't be coming back, you know.
How can you want this? Think again. Think about your family, about your friends, your whole life.
I do, Dad. I think about all of that. I do. Without doubt, the most challenging concept for our human brains to process was leaving Earth. But I know one day my dad will understand. As indeed will the rest of humanity. This is a necessity, a fundamental need to push the boundaries of human understanding, to go beyond our rivers and our hills, our oceans and our mountains, even our own planet. We need to reach further and reach higher if we want answers. After all, it's for the benefit of everyone, isn't it?
Microphone was off, but we are back from the last break on the first day of the Humans to Mars Summit. Coming to you from Washington, D.C., we are in the glorious, the spectacular National Academy of Sciences. And we're headed into the home stretch, at least for this first of 3 days at H2M, Humans to Mars. We mentioned as we were talking to Lori Glaze in the aisle a few moments ago, she was just on the panel with Ellen Stoffen, and the other member of that panel is with me now, Sanjay Vijendran. You are the coordinator, as we heard, because this is largely what we talked about, of the Mars sample return effort by the European Space Agency, by ESA. And I learned a few things. As I said to Lori Glaze, sample return has been the holy grail for Mars for so many years. It sounds like we're actually making progress, like it may be happening.
I'm very, very excited about this, Matt. As you said, it's been years, in fact decades, that agencies have been trying to do Mars sample return. But now the stars are really coming together. With all the efforts that have been made on previous Mars missions, we've now demonstrated the capabilities to actually do this in a sort of lower cost, lower risk way than we've ever thought about doing it before. So I think we're really at the best opportunity now to come together as an international community to make Mars sample return happen in the next decade.
You are not kidding about decades. I was just sitting with Scott Hubbard, the former Mars czar of NASA, and they were talking when he was in that position about Mars sample return decades ago, and he had to stop it because we just weren't ready at that time. And it won't be easy, even with the better technology that we have today. In fact, it's difficult to imagine a more difficult robotic mission.
I think it's going to be the most challenging robotic exploration mission ever done. It's also going to be the most exciting one. The sheer scale of the campaign is not just a mission, Matt. This is 3 missions in a campaign. So it's a set of exciting endeavors that all have to go well in order to see the result back on Earth at the end. So very exciting.
Would you, and I'm sorry to ask you to repeat this, but for anybody who may have just joined us, and possibly also for the radio audience, would you take us through this? It begins, of course, with the 2020 rover from NASA, which is going to collect the rocks, right?
That's right. So Mars 2020, which will launch in summer next year, will be the first step of Mars sample return. So it's already underway. Now, when that mission lands in 2021, it will start its 3-year Earth year nominal mission to do science on the surface of Mars, but also select the best samples to bring back to Earth in later missions. So Mars 2020 will collect up to 35 tubes with samples in them and leave them on the surface of Mars. And then we will have to work, ESA and NASA will work together in 2 following missions that will land on the surface, deploy a rover, find these sample tubes, bring them back to the lander, launch that into Mars orbit, where another spacecraft, an ESA spacecraft, has to find the samples in Mars orbit, do a rendezvous and capture, seal it, and fly it all the way back home. And this will be the first time we're flying a spacecraft to Mars and back from Mars, and then release it into the Earth's atmosphere for a landing and retrieval. So many, many exciting phases to a big endeavor, but it's underway with Mars 2020, and now we really need to make the retrieval missions happen.
Even hearing it described again has me shaking my head, although it is very inspiring. And in fact, you talked about the inspirational value of a mission like this on stage for young people and others.
Absolutely. I think Mars sample return provides a very dramatic, inspirational endeavor with a lot of exciting moments within a mission that people will be able to relate to and follow as it happens. And I think this is going to be very exciting and engaging for the general public to see dramatic space exploration happen in a robotic way.
Could you say a bit more about ESA's component of, as you said, this 3-part mission, or really 3 missions to get those samples back here?
Sure. So ESA has currently 3 very critical roles in the overall Mars sample return architecture. So it's made up of many elements, but there are 2 leading elements, which are the retrieval flight missions, the NASA-led lander, on which ESA will be providing a sample fetch rover. So this is a small rover that picks up the samples and brings them back. There's also a sample transfer arm, a robotic arm that has to transfer samples from the rover onto the lander. So that would also be an ESA contribution. And then on the other side, there will be the orbiter in orbit, and that's being foreseen as a ESA-led contribution as well.
And the return flight as well, the bringing those samples back to Earth.
Yes, so that orbiter brings the samples back to the Earth, and the entry vehicle, which will land the samples on the ground, that's foreseen as a NASA contribution. So in both the lander mission and the orbiter mission, we have partner payloads from the other agency.
Last question. Any idea when we might see this underway? The samples, of course, the 2020 rover, that's definitely going to Mars, but how about these other components?
Well, we're looking towards having a launch as early as 2026 for these, for the lander and the orbiter missions. We have backup opportunities also in 2028, but we really hope to get this endeavor starting off in the 2020s.
Best of luck, Sanjay, and best of success, even better than luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sanjay Vijendran, who was just on stage with the panel and joined us. He is the coordinator, the lead for ESA's portion of the sample return mission, which will be, as you heard, a collaboration between ESA and NASA and very likely other space agencies. I wouldn't be surprised. I believe that we are now ready to go back to the stage and finish this first day of the Humans to Mars Summit, coming to you from Washington, D.C. And yes, here is Artemis.
Yes. I just made sure that the panel is there. Kind of important. Machinery or setup is limited, regrettably. So if we think we can build for the moon, test it there, and then simply plant it on Mars, no. But the next panel will no doubt discuss this, because they are exactly going to discuss that sixth Achieving Mars workshop that I'm talking about. Now, sending humans to Mars will involve numerous design decisions required to assemble a human Mars mission, and many of these interconnect with one another. Ceteris paribus is what you would hope for in designing something so complex, but that's not how it works in space life. A change in one variable results in ripples, sometimes unintended, throughout many other facets of the design. Throw in this mix a human mission to our moon, and the complexity goes even more up and up. How to design for the moon and for Mars without wasting money, energy, time, is what the findings from the sixth Achieving Mars workshop was tasked to find. Kent Joosten and his panel will lead us through the results of that workshop. Kent, the floor is yours.
Got a different spelling on my name. All right, well, welcome everybody to our panel of technologies developed synergies for the moon that will enable Mars explorations, findings of the sixth Achieving Mars workshop panel. So thank you very much for being here. If it's reviewing what's happened in past AM conferences, there's nobody better for that than your group of panelists here today. The folks to my left have been a key contributors and participants in most, if not all, of the past AM symposium. So they are a wealth of knowledge in that area, and they will share that with us today. I'll introduce myself quickly, and then everybody else. My name is Kent Joosten. I'm a longtime participant in human exploration activities based at NASA's Johnson Space Center until about 2012. Currently, I do aerospace consulting with various gullible clients. And as you can see, when I spelled out Booz Allen, design engineer, I was obviously thinking of something that was going to happen later tonight. So my apologies to the company. Okay, the panel has constructed a well-oiled and meticulously coordinated discussion for today. It's going to be great, so I'd like to introduce them. To my left is Joe Cassidy. Joe's the Executive Director for Space in Aerojet Rocketdyne's Washington operations. He also serves as the Executive Vice President of Explore Mars. Joe is going to review some of the results of previous AM workshops, particularly the Mars architecture assumptions and some of the potential scopes of lunar activities. Next, to my left, to his left is Dr. Steve Mackwell. Steve is the Deputy Executive Officer at the American Institute of Physics and is a planetary geophysicist. He was previously the Director of the Lunar and Planetary Institute in Houston. And Steve is going to talk about some of the more relevant systems and technologies. They're what we called the long poles when we put these together in past symposiums that could test and demonstrate Mars technologies during lunar missions. And finally, last but not least, Dr. Clive Neal is a lunar geologist and a professor at the University of Notre Dame. He has chaired NASA's Lunar Exploration Analysis Group, the LEAG, or LEAG.
No, League. Thank you.
From 2006 to 2010, took a break, and then again from 2015 to 2018. Clive is going to talk about, going to focus on lunar ISRU and how it can feed forward to Mars also. And then as a wrap up afterwards, Steve once again will close with some selected observations and proposed activities that we came up with from past workshops. So that's it as far as introductions. Unless there are corrections or anyone wants to bail at the last minute, why don't we go ahead and get started? Your opportunity is done.
Gave us the option.
So Joe, you are up.
I'll lead off then. So yeah, this is going to describe for you a lot of activity that happened last year in August. We gather periodically to do these AM workshops, as I mentioned this morning. This was the 6th one. And actually, we accelerated it a little bit because we got some requests. So we do take requests at Explore Mars. And the request came from a person in a position that we wanted to pay attention to. Some of the key stakeholders here in Washington were interested in us gathering a group of folks who did not represent just interest in Mars, but also in a return to the moon. And actually, that's how Clive got to be involved with us. And he might say something about his feelings about that before coming to the meeting. But it turned out we accelerated it from a December timeframe into August, just so we could support some of the activities that were coming soon after that and provide data to those. And so we gathered a group of folks that you see here in this picture, about 50 to 60 folks from a cross-section of industry, academia, and NASA folks, and also some international folks. They were people who had backgrounds in looking at things you could do on the moon, as well as interest in exploring Mars. So it made for a very lively discussion on the 2.5 days, and I'll talk a little bit about what our setup was going in. So let's see, I think I have the clicker. We had a number of companies who helped us put this on, so we just wanted to once again recognize them, companies and associations. A little bit about the history, as Kent said. In the previous workshops, we had discussed things like how do we take some priority science goals and try to blend what we see in the science community as important things to do with what we feel we need to have for data to inform future human spaceflight. And that gets into the idea that I mentioned this morning about having robotic missions as precursors to human missions. And so that included the important topic that was brought up by Clive previously about planetary protection. And so we've been talking about that for the last several years and discussing that among the communities of the planetary science folks and the human spaceflight folks. The subsequent meeting, which was AM4, was where we really started to delve into the long poles. And we recognized that one of the things that we've heard for many years is that we're always seeming to be about, pick your number, 16 to 20 years away from going to Mars. And some of that is because there are some things that just take a while to burn down the risk on. So we wanted to try to figure out what are those major technological long poles and what kinds of investments and decisions needed to be made in order to begin burning that risk down so we could start to move inside that 16 to 20 year window and say at some point, hey, we're only 10 years away from getting people on Mars. And then the previous one, just before AM6, we focused on some interesting alternative scenarios. We wanted to do a little compare and contrast. So one of the things we said in there was, what if we did a really skinny look at how to go to Mars? What if we took a very austere view of how to get people there? And we went from that as our one bookend to something like a base in Antarctica, and I think on the opposite end of the spectrum we had something near colonization, I'll say. So those were three different styles of Mars exploration that we discussed and looked at what technologies and what things are implied by each of those at these previous workshops. And for AM6, having had all that as background, what you see in this chart is we took what we came out of the AM5 workshop with, which was what we called the architectures. And in that architecture, in that workshop, we had come out with basically the three types and the three styles, as I said there. One being just sort of an Apollo-style sortie missions, very short stay. The second being more like an Antarctic research station where you go to the same place over and over again with subsequent missions in the campaign and you build up capability over time, but still with relatively small crew and not the idea that you're really going there to have a permanent habitation. And then the third was basically going with the idea of colonizing, making a permanent habitation on Mars. So those three architectures formed sort of a framework that we also then had the long poles from the AM4, and we had coming out of that, in that workshop, we had identified 10 key technology long poles. So those became inputs that went into a matrix that we put together where we mapped the criticality of each one of those long poles to one of the AM5 architectures. And that was all done before we got to the workshop for AM6. At the same time, since we were bringing our lunar colleagues in, we sort of polled folks and said, okay, let's look at 4 notional lunar architectures. 1, the gateway. We're just in orbit. We're not on the surface. 2 was more, again, like Apollo. We go back, very short stay, get a couple of folks down on the surface for a short time and get off. 3 was something that had been worked on by the international community in what's known as the Global Exploration Roadmap, and that was the third GER class type mission. And in that case, the first 2, obviously on the first one, you're not on the surface at all. The second one with the sortie missions, you're limited to day only. You're there for 14 days max because you're not gonna survive the night. You're not gonna stay over the lunar night. The GER class, and then the fourth one was a field station, a full lunar outpost. And in both the third and the fourth, we assumed that you would have to have the technologies to allow you to stay through a lunar night. So those fed in, and that was the beginning of the workshop. And then for each long pole from the selected Mars architecture, we would take and rate the degree to which it could be advanced by each lunar architecture. So what I haven't said yet is the goal of this workshop was to really look at these plans for the moon and say, out of these things that we're thinking about doing on the moon, how are we going to learn things and how could we better focus them to learn things that are going to help us go to Mars? So that was basically the idea and the setup for the workshop. And this was our assumed Mars architecture that we chose to use out of those 3, which was essentially the middle ground. And what you see at the top there in green was some of the key assumptions. So it's a conjunction class mission, not one where we go for a very short stay and come back, essentially in the same opportunity. It allows for pre-deployed cargo and a range of lander sizes, so we could take advantage of things like solar electric propulsion to move cargo out and pre-position it at Mars. We assumed that we would use for ISRU only oxygen at the early stages of this, not rely on any kind of water or I'd say subsurface resources. And the idea there is the atmosphere is everywhere. So it didn't restrict us to any one region on Mars. And as I said before, because it's a conjunction class mission, we would have a relatively long surface stay of several hundred days. And that our crew vehicle that we use to get out to Mars is going to be the same vehicle we use to come home. So it's a round trip crew vehicle. The ones on the bottom, I won't read through all of them. These were basically parameters that we believed to be the right size, but we allowed for some trade-offs in those parameters. So the top 5 or so were fixed. The other ones there were our suggestions, and we allowed for some trade-off in the workshop. And then what we did is we looked at these lunar attributes and we evaluated them against the 4 classes that we talked about for the lunar mission. So the attributes being, are we going to be on the surface? How many people are we going to take to the surface? What's the length of time we'll be on the surface? Do we have any pre-deployed surface assets or do we require them? And then any other key attributes that kind of are affiliated with that type of mission set. And so you can see there's the 4. Gateway only is orbital, so we're not on the surface. The sortie class allows you to go to multiple sites. A crew of 2 to 4 could go down, but your stays are relatively short. When you go to the GER class, you do go to multiple sites potentially. You have a crew of about 4, and you can stay for as much as 42 days. That implies things like nuclear power. You see kilopower showing up there. It applies something like a pressurized rover and probably cryogenic propellants for the lander and ascent vehicle. And then you go to the full field station and you can see you add on a couple of more things like a habitat and likely ISRU. So this was the kind of setup for what we saw as the requirements for this. And then that then led to, okay, we're sending these 2 groups together, and I didn't mention it, but we had a in-space transportation, propulsion systems and operations group, and we had a surface systems group. And Steve and Clive will talk a little bit more about those 2 groups and the outputs. But before we turned them loose to go work, we said, okay, here's your ground rules. So the first mission to the surface of Mars that we want to use this to inform is going to happen sometime in the 2030s. So we're not going to go and spend 3 or 4 decades at the moon learning how to do this stuff. We've got a limited amount of time to do it. We also assumed that the budgets that are going to support this from the different space agencies would grow approximately with inflation. That's been an assumption that we've made for several years in these Affording Mars workshops or Achieving Mars workshops. It turns out, as we're finding out here in the last several days, we may be a little conservative with that. We'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. We also, this is a really key one, the third one's one of my favorite ones. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the cartoon. I think a lot of us in the business and in academia have seen it. There's a guy at the board and he's got the big equation and everything, and then there's this one little spot, and then that's the point where the miracle occurs, right? So that's ground ruled out in all of these. We didn't allow for anything that was considered to be a technological, political, or budgetary miracle. And finally, the SLS, Orion, and the Gateway, as well as commercially available medium-lift launch vehicles, were assumed to be available during the time period that we were considering. The things that I described before for both the Moon and Mars scenario couldn't be altered in significant ways. We didn't allow them to go in and tinker with it to make it more, fit their plan. They had to live with what they had there and see what they could do with it. And we also assumed that while we were doing this, we'd continue to have a presence in low Earth orbit on the ISS that would allow for research and development opportunities. And it could be the ISS, or as you heard this morning, as Ken Bowersox was saying, this could evolve into commercial LEO platforms as well that could serve that purpose. And then finally, a key assumption too is that we're going to do all this with partnerships. We're going to use international partners, industry partners, reach out to academia. Wherever it's appropriate, this would be done in a partnership model, very similar to ways the ISS has been dealt with in the past. So I'm going to turn it over to Steve to go on from there.
As Joe said, we broke into two groups, and yes, it's the same people in both pictures. Two groups were defined by people voting with their hands, and then we split into two different rooms. So it was perfectly reasonable, and it turned out that the way it was done worked quite well. The lunar people kind of split between the two rooms. And so we actually had a really good mix between the transportation group and the surface systems and operations group. And in fact, everybody got along very well, as was mentioned this morning. It was really a very productive activity. And you can see an example of that sitting on the stage. If you look at the tie of the Mars guy and the tie of the lunar guy, and this was not planned. Scary. But anyway.
Never met him before in my life.
I digress. But anyway, okay, so what was the Transportation Propulsion Systems and Operations group looking at? They were looking at exactly that. They were looking at heavy lift, Earth re-entry, transportation through space, on-orbit aggregation. The Gateway was included in that team. Landers for crew and cargo, ascent vehicles, the issue of radiation in open space, human resources issues, human factors in space, and of course, life support systems, etc. For the surface systems and operations, it was reconnaissance, habitats, surface suits, rovers, intelligence systems, in situ resource utilization, so actually looking at resources, not necessarily utilizing them, though you will use them on the surface, but you also use them in space. Surface power is a big issue. Communications, both using from surface back to Earth, but also surface to surface. Important information there. And also the different factors of the human factors piece associated with humans on the surface, which is somewhat unique and overlapping with the human factors in space. Obviously, there was a lot of overlap between the two groups when you started to get these discussions. We didn't preclude that. Both groups actually looked at the same tall poles, the same long poles, and assessed them for the purposes of the capabilities in terms of building up a capability on the moon that's extensible to Mars. We discussed all of the long poles that actually fit within our purview, and we voted essentially on how well the activities that we were looking at, these long poles, would actually be addressed by the 4 different options for the moon that could feed forward to the field station option for Mars. And we filled in a matrix like this. No, you're not really supposed to read it. It's hard enough to read at the best of times. There's a lot of information on these charts. We literally, if you get the report, and the report is on the website, for Explore Mars, you can find this whole report. The bulk of the report are all these charts that we went through at the meeting. And essentially, what we looked at was we took the long poles, and for this particular one, it was the Mars Ascent Vehicle. And this was the transportation team was looking at it. And we pulled apart that long pole into the various important aspects of it that we felt were critical in terms of building up the capability. And we mapped those against the Gateway option, the lunar sorties, the GER-class lunar missions, the field station option, as to how doing activities in those particular environments would help us move forward to Mars. And so a yellow color it would help in a medium way. The green color would help a lot. Red, it wouldn't help at all. And this one doesn't have any red on it, but there were plenty of reds on others of the charts. We also had a space to talk about the key environmental differences and how between the moon and Mars, and then how that would impact the long poles. space for other considerations, and we also included issues where we felt that capabilities could be matured in LEO, such as an ISS, as well. And so we kind of mapped all that out, and we could sit here for like 4 hours and go through all these charts, but we summarized it fairly closely, and in the end we all got back together again and talked about the conclusions that we got from the two different teams. So, just to draw all the threads together on what we came up with in terms of discussion and prioritization of the major opportunities that we saw for activities on the moon or around the moon that would feed forward to Mars activities. We looked at from the transportation team, looking at transportation and propulsion systems, technologies and operations. We found that there were several priority issues that we felt could be addressed near the moon and near or on the moon. The first one was long-term cryogenic fluid management. Issues of long-term storage of cryogenic propellants, liquid oxygen, particularly liquid hydrogen. Issues such as that. Passive, active, reduced boil-off tanking. A major issue that needs to be resolved before we use cryogens and go to Mars. Liquid acquisition, tank mass gauging, many different aspects that we felt could be addressed, many of them actually basically out at the gateway. That before we could address them and fix them before we went on to Mars. Lander development. You could say, oh, well, landing on the moon, landing on Mars, they're very different things. But there are certain aspects of the landers that are shared, the capabilities that would be shared. You could develop, when you develop the lunar lander, you want to make sure that as much as possible of what you are developing can be extended to a Mars lander. Because it's crazy to go to all the trouble of developing separate landers for the two environments, particularly when there are so many overlaps and capabilities between the two. So you talk about propulsion systems, precision autonomous landing, hazard avoidance. We felt that cryogenic engines in the 40 to 100 kilonewton range was probably about the appropriate overlap that you would need. Deep throttling engines, cryogenic reaction control systems, etc. So there are clearly some things that could be done and demonstrated at the moon before going to Mars. You want to get it right near the Earth. You don't want to try and figure out what your problems are when you get to Mars. Vehicle aggregation. The process we talked, you heard this morning, we're basically working with the lander, the human lander on the surface of the moon. It's got 3 components. It's got a transit vehicle, it's got an ascent vehicle, and it's got a descent vehicle. We're going to assemble those and take them down to the surface, take them from the gateway is the current plan, and take them down so that in the end you get humans landing on the surface of the moon. Those vehicle pieces have to be aggregated somewhere. You have to demonstrate the capability there. What you learn in trying to build together the pieces of your architecture, you can do that around the moon, and that capability can then translate forward to Mars. Because once we start moving humans down from the Mars surface back up into space, we're going to have to do the same sorts of things. So there are a lot of things that we actually can do near the moon to do with space transportation. And the fourth one here, which is really key, human health and biomedicine. There's a lot of things that we don't know yet about how humans are going to survive long periods of time in space. And several of our concerns is once you make the trip to Mars, there are so many things that we need to address in the meantime. We are addressing many. There's a lot of work on bone loss, muscle loss, effects on the retinas, immune system response. There's a lot of other issues that may or may not come up. We don't have mitigation processes for many of these. We don't understand the long-term effects as well. Radiation is a huge factor. There are many of these issues that we need to address and we can address, some of them at ISS, but some of them need to be looked at beyond low Earth orbit. So there the gateway comes in and the lunar surface comes in. So there are many things too that we can address there. In terms of the surface systems, technologies and operations, that group came up as their highest priority, human health and biomedicine again. The issue of how humans are going to survive. We have to feed them. If they're going to be on Mars for a year or coming back, how are we going to deal with food? How are we going to deal with issues, medical issues? We all know about stories of people in the Antarctic being stuck over a winter and getting very, very ill. How are we going to deal with those sorts of issues on Mars? How are we going to deal with somebody getting cut or hurting themselves badly or needing operations? There are many, many things yet that we don't really know how to address that we may be exposed to on the surface of Mars. And some of those, though, we can certainly practice how to do in places that are much closer to Earth and much safer to deal with near Earth. Power systems. For humans to survive on the surface of the Moon or the surface of Mars requires power, and it requires more power than, in general, than we have currently available through solar or various other means, particularly for sustained presence. That power would come from something like the kilopower system, where you're dealing with fission reactor power. We haven't yet demonstrated that on the Moon, though there is talk now about demonstrating the kilopower project on the Moon. That will be a huge step forward. Demonstrating kilopower on the Moon is terribly enabling. It's hugely enabling for our capability of providing power for humans to survive on the surface of Mars, and for resource capture, resource processing. We do need the kind of power capabilities that we get from fission power. So there are certainly demonstrations that we can do on the Moon for that. Demonstrating rovers. Okay, the rovers aren't going to look the same necessarily on the Moon and Mars. They've got different issues, but many of the same capabilities. And so we can demonstrate rover capabilities for human exploration on the Moon prior to going to Mars and make sure they work well and sustainably. Surface suits, once again, somewhat different, but a lot of common capabilities that we need to demonstrate. The next highest priority was a series they're not insignificant by any means, communication systems for for communications not just back to Earth from Mars, but also across the horizon communications for rovers. We need to demonstrate those. We can demonstrate that capability at the Moon. In situ resource utilization. That's a big one. Clive's going to talk more about that, but there are many people who say using resources, we're not going to use in situ resources for another 2 decades. We don't have the capability. Many people believe and are basing their architectural designs on the fact that we will have this capability. So we need to address that, and we need to establish that using resources that we find in space is viable and is viable in the near term, because we're going to be basing architecture, going to be basing engineering on whether or not we accept that it's a viable option going forward. Surface habitats and laboratories, how do you build them up? We certainly, if we're going to have humans sitting on the Moon for a while, we're going to have to figure out how we build up habitats, how we build up the infrastructure associated with them for landing sites and things like that. All that kind of capability we can demonstrate on the Moon and reduce risk when we go out to Mars. And with that, I will pass it to Clive.
All right. Thank you, Steve, Joe, and Kent. Now for something completely different.
It's not.
Just walking into the AM6 meeting, it was a bit like walking into a lion's den. Having been raised on the Moon or Mars culture through SEI, through Vision for Space Exploration, so on and so forth. But history tells us that competition does not breed sustainability. You see that with the Apollo program. It was done in competition and it was cut. It was cancelled. So cooperation through ISS breeds a bit more longevity. So it's pleasantly surprised that AM6 focused, as you heard from Steve and Joe, focused on the synergies between, not the differences, but the synergies between going to the Moon and going to Mars, because destination agnostic architectures can survive throughout different administrations' whims and their changes. So we focused on that, and you can see a lot of those synergies just basically fell out. When it comes to water, everywhere we look on the moon, we find water now, which is unheard of. And it wasn't until those samples were brought back in 1971 from Apollo 15 and 1972 from Apollo 17 that we didn't realize we had samples that contained significant quantities of water from the interior of the moon. 2008 told us, holy crap, there's water there. That may be useful. We could actually start to use that, and then we use some of the orbital images to start seeing a water signature in some of these pyroclastic glass deposits. And you can see that on the top left there. We knew from Apollo you can make water just by heating regolith up that's been exposed to the solar wind. It implants hydrogen. Heat it up, you get water because it reduces the oxides in the minerals. And then 2018, just before the AM6 workshop, a paper came out in the Proceedings of the National Academies, very significant, saying that there was up to 38% water ice at the surface in some of these permanently shadowed craters at the lunar poles. And if you couple that with the water that we know is on Mars, there are a variety of different resources of water on Mars, at the poles, in the minerals, just below the surface. So water could be the oil of the solar system, because we talked about liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen engines, and cryogenic management, but we've got the resources both on the moon and Mars. They've got the same resource. Now, can we develop systems that can actually start to utilize that resource and then move forward by taking those same or very similar systems to Mars to operate it there? And those are some of the big questions. But it's the synergies between the two destinations that become vitally important if we're going to not only move ahead with pushing humans out into the solar system in a sustainable and long-term way, but also for developing private industry and getting our commercial partners involved with that push out into the solar system. So the question we have, and this is something I listened with interest to Jim Bridenstine this morning. He used the term resources, and I think he meant reserves. Now, there's a very subtle difference in there because I've put my geologist hat on. It may be a bit crooked, but it's on. The thing is if you've got resources, we have a resource on the moon and we have a resource on Mars. We don't know if they're actually reserves. Now, what does that mean? It means that it's in a easily extractable form. It's in a form that we can use. How much do we have to refine it to get it pure to be able to use it for human consumption? How much do we need to dig and process to be able to do that? Now we know how much it would cost right now to take several metric tons of water up to the moon. We know that. We can calculate it from current launch rates, so on and so forth. It may change in the future, but right now we have a price point. Can we get water from the moon or Mars for a lower price than that? And we don't know. We don't know because we haven't done the prospecting. So we don't know what's there. We don't know what form it's in. We don't know how much is there. We have an idea, and we can arm wave, just like anybody else. I can throw some numbers out. Or I can tweet some numbers out. But the data are needed. We need those data in order to make informed decisions. So we need prospecting campaigns, and actually Mars is ahead of the moon because they've had surface assets down there looking for following the water, following evidence for life. Well, how do you do that? Well, you follow the water. So the moon, if we're going to use lunar resources, we really need to get to the surface to be able to do that. And if we look at how those different exploration, science, and commercial sectors come in, they basically need the same data. Science is interested in those ones in green and then the ones in yellow. Exploration is interested in those ones in green and the ones in blue, and commerce is definitely interested in those ones in green because that's how they can build a business plan to economically extract those resources.
They also need the other things in white there. So there's a lot of overlap in by sending a science mission to either to the moon or Mars to gather those data in green, because it will inform exploration and it will inform commerce. So we stovepipe these missions and say, well, I can't do that. That's an exploration mission. No. And I'm glad to hear that that is changing. And things are actually moving forward in a very interesting way that will enable this synergy for these different sectors, so that we can move forward and start getting the data needed to show, should we start developing these systems in earnest to use in situ resources? Or, now we can save our money there because it's not going to work. And these are very fundamental data that we need in order to move forward, but it's both for the moon and for Mars. But if these resources are in fact reserves, then it opens up a whole new realm of possibilities for science, for exploration, and maybe most importantly for the private sector. As I say, I have this ambition that before I retire from Notre Dame, which will be a good 20 years from now, maybe. That was a joke and nobody's laughing. They must believe me. I want the graduates, if I say, what are you going to do after Notre Dame? I'm going to go work on the moon. I really don't think that's science fiction anymore. I hope that their kids will be able to say, if they become professors to their students, oh, what are you going to do after Notre Dame? I'm going to go work on Mars. I think we're getting close. I really do. And hopefully we can move forward with that. But these demonstration of ISRU concepts becomes very, very important, even right now, to show that we can do it. What we need those data for is to show that we can do it in a mass production way to allow basically economic relief from everything comes from Earth, to develop those commercial partnerships to extract, refine, transport, refueling depots if you want to go that far. But just the very fact of water that you can use for radiation protection, that you can use for life support to sustain humans long-term off-planet becomes very, very important. You also need to think about site engineering. You've got a mine up there on the moon. Well, how do you prepare that? What lessons learned can you then take to Mars? So these are the synergies again that come in that wow, we're actually developing technologies that are becoming, they're destination specific, but they can be applied elsewhere. They're almost destination agnostic. So we use the moon also for operational experience. How are you going to run some of these off-world enterprises? How are we going to do it? Pre-deployment will become critical for extended stay, human stays on Mars. Well, we can do that on the moon. If there's talk about teleoperations of rovers to do sciencey things from the gateway on the moon, why not teleoperate getting an ISRU plant set up and running, because you're going to need to do that on Mars. So you can land crew with empty tanks and then have ISRU products ready to be made. That's in the future. We've still got to do the prospecting first, otherwise we may not be going anywhere. So again, if these resources are in fact reserves, long duration surface operations become a real possibility. The sustained human presence on the moon and Mars becomes a real possibility. So this demonstrating the Mars forward aspect of this lunar surface exploration becomes very critical as we get into this integrated mode of expanding humans into the solar system. It's not a competition, it's cooperation. And the more we focus on the synergies and the cooperation, the more we go to Congress with a unified voice to say this is really important. It's important for science, it's important for the next generation, it's important for basically the economy, because this can happen, but we've got to get prospecting and we have to get those data to where we can actually make informed decisions, otherwise we're just blowing smoke, and that really doesn't work well.
Okay, so drawing the threads together, there are a number of workshop observations. There were lots of observations, but some of the key ones we've got on this chart here. there are clearly ways in which, basically will and potentially reduce carbon human emissions. That was pretty clearly established from our discussions, and I think it surprised a lot of people at the workshop about how that really came out for everybody, both the Martians. There weren't many normal people there. One of the things that came out very loudly too was that we've got a pretty complicated program developing. And since the workshop at the program at the activities at NASA have got even more complicated. We've got activities in Science Mission Directorate, activities in Human Exploration Mission Directorate, and Operations Mission Directorate. We've got activities in the Space Technology Mission Directorate. All these things have to work together effectively. We've got, activities going on, learning with the exploration, the human and robotic exploration of the moon, activities going on at Mars. Keeping all these threads together isn't simple. It's easier when there's a lot of money to go around, but it gets harder when money gets tight. And doing what we're looking at doing over the next 5 years is going to be tough. So if it's going to work, then there's got to be some kind of oversight provided within NASA of the activities there to make sure that everybody plays nice. Otherwise, the stovepipes will appear, resources will be siphoned off into different places that aren't necessarily effective, and we'll do things that don't necessarily make sense. And so we felt pretty strongly that there needed to be a single integrating kind of office at NASA to look after this. Now, we heard from Jim Bridenstine, and we've, recently too, that he does have now a person who is looking after the Moon to Mars type issues. But we still have a significant number of activities spread around, all of which need to work in synergy for this to go forward. And so it would be nice to see a little more concrete structure in place to be able to make sure this is moving appropriately. And it's going to be tough on the timeframes we're looking at. So this single integrating authority would have priorities. The lunar and Martian priorities should not be assessed independently, but should be assessed together. We shouldn't be doing things on the moon that are that we could do in a way that would feed forward to Mars. We do need to make sure that that happens. We don't want to be doing things that are essentially blind alleys, where we're using technologies that don't feed forward. Future priorities for Mars exploration may, and yet will, and certainly will, levy requirements on lunar exploration. It may cost more to do things on the moon that feed forward to Mars than it would cost to do them without that feed forward component. We have to be prepared to absorb that additional cost to make sure that in the long run, we're being efficient and effective in the use of taxpayer money. The Gateway actually turns out to be an important test bed for a whole bunch of different activities that can and should be done prior to moving on to Mars. Some of those are capabilities in terms of building up infrastructure, developing the vehicles that we need, test bedding, robotic teleoperation, and things like that. There's many things that we can do at the Gateway that would be useful. ISS is a very important platform as well, especially for human factors, but also there's a lot of kind of capabilities that we can use the ISS for, but we have to be thinking about using the ISS for that purpose and set up the programs necessary for it. And the other aspect of using both the Gateway and ISS is definitely reducing human health and looking at reduction of biomedical issues. Okay, so we came up with a series of trade studies that we felt after we walked away from the meeting that there was a bunch of stuff we didn't know well enough, that we needed to understand better. One of them was the issue that Clive raised, and that is, If we compare the end-to-end costs of resources extracted from the moon with those supplied from Earth, we know it costs a lot to get a kilogram of water off the surface of the Earth. What we don't know is getting a kilogram of pure water from some hypothetical deposit, well, a deposit on the moon, to the same place. What does that cost? So we need to understand that because we obviously don't want to be going, if it's going to cost more to extract the water on the moon and move it to where we need to move it to than it is to lift it from the Earth, then that's not an economical approach. We don't think that's the case, but we need to establish that. And there's a lot of debate about that. We need to look at the extensibility of capabilities for the Lunar Ascent Vehicle and lander from the lunar environment to Mars. Look closely at what the engineering looks like and what the overlaps are, the synergies are. Pros and cons of different cryogenic propellant combinations. If you're looking at ISRU and you're looking at the lunar environment, LOX hydrogen looks pretty attractive. If you're just thinking of Mars, then LOX methane has certain attractions. So do we want to set up different propulsion systems for different planetary bodies if we're going to be going to both? Common development parts for Moon and Mars, surface suit thermal systems. There are obviously commonalities. We'd like to see some trade studies go into that. Long-lived pressurized rover energy production and storage. Actually, power on both bodies, power and energy storage on both Mars and the Moon. We need to look into that more and understand the synergies there. The rover needs on the two worlds. That's operations as well as capability, looking into that. And of course, looking into ISRU-based site preparation and construction. It's going to be different on the two bodies, but there are certainly some overlaps. We'd like to understand what the overlaps are and what the synergies are, for sure. Okay, and on top of that, we felt there was a couple of things that really needed a look at. And some of these are there are two things that we felt needed to be looked at, and we felt that the appropriate place to look at them was the National Academies. And the reason we felt that was because the National Academies looking into it, they will look broadly, and they will come do the study, and it may take a while, but in the end, they will come up with a careful, detailed study that will sit on all the bookshelves in Congress, on the Hill.
Hopefully be read. Yeah.
They may be read, exactly. So we wanted to actually get a National Academy study looking at ISRU. It has the potential to enable sustained exploration of the Moon and Mars, but there are a bunch of questions associated with it that we feel need to be addressed, and you can see some of the thoughts there. Particularly the roles of the federal, commercial, and international partners. It's really important to understand how we can get the commercial sector engaged, what it would take to get them engaged, because if they don't get engaged, then this is not necessarily going to work out well. And the other place that we felt was really critical was to have a look at the whole issue of the human factors. What are the big issues with taking astronauts all the way to Mars and look at the whole issue? And I don't just mean, as I was saying earlier, I don't just mean kind of muscle loss, bone loss, psychosocial issues. You're taking people a long way away. They can barely see the Earth, if at all, from space, crammed in a tin can for 6 months, and then sitting on the surface of another planetary body for a year or more. What does that do to people? How do they change? It's not necessarily a low-stress environment, any part of that. And so there are a number of issues that need to be addressed there that we felt it would be good to get the National Academies to take a look at. Anyway, that's kind of just drawing together the threads there. The key takeaway here is that there are many things that we can do associated with the current plans of going back to the Moon with humans that, if done carefully and thoughtfully, would be very effective in retiring risk and cost for our future exploration of Mars with humans. Thank you.
Good job, man.
I'll use the moderator's prerogative and get the last word in. When I took a quick look over the data from the past couple symposia and looked at it in the context of the 2024 kind of imperative that's going on now. One of the things I found was interesting is Joe showed the different levels of lunar activities that we assume, from no landing at all, Gateway only, Apollo class, a couple of guys, a couple days. Man and a woman.
Yeah, right.
That's obviously very important. The GER class missions, which were maybe a month and a half, regional mobility, lots of capability, and farther on. And when you kind of stacked up these kind of capabilities that we've been talking about, particularly in the areas of the surface activities and the human health and performance, there's almost a step function that happens between the Apollo class and the GER class,
very much.
where the applicability to Mars is very limited. And then all of a sudden it becomes very relevant. So the conversation the administrator had about still striving for sustainability, still striving for a greater a content to the missions than would probably be available in 2024, I think is really important, and we really have to emphasize that that is key to the at least in those areas, that is key to the feed forward to the Mars kinds of activities. So it's it's not just a one answer kind of solution. There are gradations, and there are things that we're seeing that are very clear breakpoints. So I just wanted to bring that up after I took a look at that again. It was pretty clear. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions. I don't see Artemis yet, so if anybody that has questions can make their way to the mic, I'll try to pick you out and you can decide who you want to ask them to. There's one.
Hi, how you doing? I had a question about whether or not you had made any serious considerations in your workshop towards nuclear thermal propulsion. I know there was a lot of talks of reviving the old NERVA program, and to me it always seemed kind of crazy that they built these engines, tested them, but they never flew. And I mean, they seem great, and you guys are considering kilopower, which is great. I was happy to hear you guys working on that. So what's going on?
Yeah, so I can tell you a little bit. There are trades going on, a way I would characterize where we're looking at NTP right now is it's something that can be on-ramped in, especially if you have a water economy like Clive was talking about, where you're producing hydrogen out in space. The long-term cryofluid management aspect of what we're talking about here plays very well into any NTP scenario. The harder part right now has to do with the hydrogen, maybe, and not so much the actual, engine itself and the reactor. But there's work going on. We're doing some studies at Aerojet Rocketdyne right now, working with NASA Marshall. There's interest in the DoD again. There's some folks in the DoD looking at nuclear thermal propulsion for increased maneuverability. In general, exploration of the types we're talking about requires the ability to move a lot of mass around over very great distances, and current propulsion that we have today is inadequate to do that. And that's why we're right now working very hard on SEP. That's going to be demonstrated on Gateway. And eventually, if we're going to make it routine to go out to Mars and back, and we want to reduce the trip times and have more abort scenarios and things like that for crew, then I think something like NTP will play a role in that.
Do you foresee any major, I would say, policy considerations towards getting the nuclear material into, LEO to actually test the engines? Because it always seemed that at the time when NERVA was being worked on, the big consideration was we have the engines, they're built, but there's a lot of public and congressional pushback on getting that material launched into LEO.
Right. I do know that there is some talk at the National Space Council about revisiting that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Dr. Edmond Mashi from EMAC Corporation. There's a thought about launching internet from the space. Is that going to be from Mars or from the moon? That's my first question. And also, President Trump was talking about Space Force. Would that base going to be on the moon or in the Mars? Thanks.
Want to try that one, Clive?
So we are launching resources from the moon and Mars. Is that what you're asking?
No, internet. That's it.
Internet.
Yes,
Internet.
SpaceX was.
Oh, okay. Communications. How did we communicate? We got into communications in terms of being able to communicate basically back to Earth, but also around the globe you're on. So how that is done was not specified, but the need for it is going to be quite large, especially if you've got a sustained human presence either on the moon or on Mars. You're going to need to have very effective and redundant communications, both intraplanet and interplanet. So that was discussed, and it was one of the issues that came up in our conclusions.
What about the Space Force?
Space Force.
Space Force.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Space Force.
That's above my pay grade.
Yeah.
They pay you?
Exactly. I don't get anything.
On that note, I think we're done. So could we have another thank you for the panel, please?
Yeah. I love how they made it all seem like it's really straightforward and easy. Being part of that 3-day workshop, I can tell you, it was confusing as hell. And, I think I'm kind of worded and, experienced in this field. Jancy McPhee, the next speaker, created the International Humans in Space Art program and has been working to establish Sci-Art Exchange since 2010. And the funny thing is that, as chance has it, I was actually there when she was toying with this idea at the very first moment. We met in 2010, April. I was at Johnson Space Center to talk about my experience in Mars analog stations and how to use the space and, make it best for humans. I met her, she was discussing this, and now, 9 years later, she's here at my conference, and she's going to tell us what it's all about. And it's interesting, I can tell you that. Jancy, come out and tell us.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's not forwarding. There we go. So I am very excited to be here. It's quite a privilege to be able to talk to you about Storytelling Mars. And we're going to talk a little bit about what does that mean, why is it important, and who is responsible to tell these stories. And we did a great job with a setup this morning because we talked a lot about how we need public support and we need more engaging and inspiring educational systems as well. But let me start off by telling you a little bit about who I am. I am actually a neuroscientist by training, and I grew up in a humanities home, though, so full of art and literature, and all of my hobbies were music and theater. So I can thank some really great educators from my childhood for turning me on to science, but I actually had a very broad set of interests. So when it came time for me to decide what I wanted to be when I grew up, I tried to combine those interests as well as I could and started to study the biology of thoughts and emotions and creativity and movement, which is what neuroscience is. Then I went on to, after 17 years as a laboratory researcher, I went on to work in NASA Space Life Sciences, where I basically had the job of herding cats. And it was basically coordinating international research activities. And it was a really great experience for me to learn how important it was to communicate well and have effective teams. I also learned that our space challenges include huge challenges in developing science and technology, but that's not all. They're much more complicated than that. And we've been talking a little bit about that today. There's political challenges and strategic challenges, and our workforce needs to be well developed, our current and our future workforce. And underlying some of that important need and challenge and preparation is we need to be better at communicating, being creative, and working together. And so I started some activities while I was still a scientist at NASA looking at how can we actually help people to be engaged, innovative, and collaborate better. And I started using art integration techniques, again, while I was still a scientist. And then about 4 years ago, I spun off this work into a nonprofit. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. But first, let's do a little experiment here. Let's see if we can recognize good communication. So this is actually an excerpt from something that I saw in a neighborhood newsletter. And I won't read it all, but you'll see that it says, magma sources in Mars are made from analyses of sugartite meteorites, mafic to ultramafic igneous rocks, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if I was a fellow geologist, that might really be very effective communication, but the problem is that this was a talk for a general audience, and it actually said that. The very same week, I saw this. Our meteorite traveled millions of miles to get here. The least you could do is come touch it. Space is freaking awesome. Okay? So I think that we all understand that this second communication was more effective, especially if you're not talking to your immediate peer. And why is that? It's because it's inspiring. It makes people want to learn more. It makes people to really want to be a part of it. It makes them want to join us. And so the bottom line here there we go, is that it's important to communicate not just the what and the how, but also the why of what we do. So if we really want people to support us, to join us, no matter what their background is, we need to talk about that why. And when Artemis started us off this morning, she began with, what are we doing here? We are talking about our dreams and how we're going to make those a reality. We are imagining the future of space exploration. And while I was a scientist, I was not trained to communicate to anybody except my most immediate peer. I didn't understand the value of telling stories in order to communicate the importance of what you believe in and why. And so I am now trying to put that into practice. And like many of you in this audience, my why includes that I want everybody engaged in the future of space exploration. And I'm hoping that some of you are already going to start thinking about what is your vision of this future? Why is it important? And if you could storytell about that vision, that dream, that why, maybe you could better make people understand your vision, and then they'll make it their vision, and then they'll storytell about it as well. And I think you can see where we're going with this. So we're going to talk a little bit about why storytelling is so effective. First of all, it's always been a part of us. It's how we taught each other. It's how we chronicled our history. But that's not all. We also have a physiological reaction to stories. When we're listening to stories, hormones are released. If it's stressful, cortisol is released. If there's a character that we can really relate to, oxytocin is released. If it has a happy ending, our reward centers are activated and dopamine is released. If there's an activity going on, we actually mirror those activities in our brain as though we were carrying them out as well. So storytelling creates long-lasting and important memories and impressions, better than the white paper, which I'm sure is a great surprise to you. So we have lots of professional storytellers doing an excellent job talking about the future of space exploration. Multimedia, music, visual images, films, literature, they're doing a fabulous job. And it's very exciting and very engaging. And that's because they're telling us the why. They're weaving a story. They're giving us a multi-sensory reaction to the future. They are also giving us role models, relatable characters, people that we want to emulate as we grow up. They are inspiring us to want to be a part of the future, this space. They are also giving us symbols that speak 1,000 words. So sometimes those symbols are about the past. Sometimes those symbols are the beginnings of ideas about the future. So we've been talking a lot about remembering all the imagery and the stories and the speeches of what happened 50 years ago to get us to the moon. But now it's time for some of those stories and those symbols about what those next steps are to be. So it's not just the job of the professional, however, to tell these stories. I actually think that it is our responsibility. Everyone in this room needs to take on the responsibility of telling the story of our future in space, and in particular on Mars, to people who are not in this room. And what's more is we can't do it by ourselves. So we need to invite everyone to tell the story. If we really want them to join us, if we at the minimum want them to vote appropriately and give us their support, and at best, we want them to lend their creativity, their different perspectives, to help us solve our challenges. And that's really what we need to do. And that's going to take everybody telling the story. So one of the things that our nonprofit does is we have this program called the Humans in Space Art Program. And it's through this activity that we try to initiate that spark, that inspiration in different kinds of people, to get them to help us to tell our story. And sometimes our target audience is children, sometimes it's college and early career professionals, and sometimes it's professional scientists or artists. But in either case, what we basically do is we ask them to be inspired about space exploration and to be creative with that inspiration. So we give them a topic that we think is important about space, and we invite them to explore that topic, to learn about it, and then to relay their visions of that future through music or literature or film or visual art. So it's multimedia. And then we go one step further, and we make sure that their stories are heard, because we weave all of that multimedia into displays and live performances online, locally around the world, and in space when we have those options, so that now all the listeners and the viewers of these stories are also getting engaged and inspired and making those stories their own, and then wanting to tell those stories as well. So that's one way that we're really trying to have the snowball effect of really getting everyone telling the story of the future of space exploration. And this project did begin with children. And those children gave us a really good snapshot across the globe of some of the things that they thought were the most important. And their belief is clear through their stories, their beliefs, there we go. For instance, they really felt like it's a human necessity for us to explore beyond the boundaries of the Earth, that there's almost a primordial instinct that we need to be exploring, and that they recognize that the challenges are great and that it is up to them to solve those challenges. It's going to take a lot of creativity to solve the challenges ahead and to get us further into space. They also really feel that it's important that we search for the existence of life elsewhere, and that we build our cities on other planets. They are all for it, and in many cases, some of them believe that that's necessary to actually save humanity. And in doing all of this work, it's important to remember where we came from and to bring all of those benefits back to Earth. So this is the Humans to Mars conference, and we did most recently carry out a joint activity with NASA to invite college students and early career professionals to create films and posters about NASA's plans for Mars. And I think it would be really interesting to look at some of that artwork very quickly in just the next couple of minutes. Maybe it will help you to either identify or remember your why story for why you think we should go to Mars. Mars is in our DNA. We have just got to go there. We can't be stopped, and we need to go to the moon, but we also need to go beyond the moon. It's just obvious. Mars is the next frontier. You know, we're always looking for those frontiers and we're always pushing them, and Mars is the next one. Or for some, the why story is that journey to Mars is a journey for hope. It's going to bring us all together as the human race because it's going to take all of us working together in order to get there. Maybe your Mars story is really about perseverance and ingenuity. We're going to go to Mars because we can. And especially with the help of international collaboration and the support of our families and the larger public. Perhaps what's important is that we really need to become an interplanetary species, even if that means that someday our children are going to be born on another planet and never actually experience life on Earth. Maybe it's the perspective that we gain from leaving the planet and looking elsewhere and looking back at the Earth. Maybe that's what we really need and why we're going to Mars and why you want us to go to Mars. Or maybe you just think it would be so awesome to call Mars your home sweet home. Or maybe what really gets you going is the space economy, and that's what you want to do. Or maybe you just want to be that tourist on Mars that has that selfie. So perhaps some of these things are part of your Mars story. It's important we don't all have to have the same Mars story. That's really not essential. And some of our Mars stories will resonate better with different kinds of people. And you are most convincing when you tell your Mars story. So that's what you really need to be thinking about. And I was very fortunate that I was able to meet some of the top artists from the Project Mars competition. And it was very interesting because those artists fell into two rough groups. There were those who had been waiting their entire lives to tell the story of the future of space exploration, and they just needed that opportunity. And they were really, really grateful for that chance. Then there was the other group that actually wasn't all that interested in space until there was a competition. And then they got interested in space, but then they had to do their homework. And then they became really inspired. And then they wove these amazing communication masterpieces. And now they're hooked. And they're waiting for the chance to tell their next Mars story. And both of these kinds of participants are the people that we need to tell our story. So we do need to invite them. Also at this event, which was actually at Nat Geo headquarters late last year, was one of our judges, who is a professional storyteller. It was Gareth Edwards, the director of Star Wars Rogue One. And he told everybody there that he became a filmmaker because he really wanted to talk about going to Mars, but he didn't feel like he had the aptitude to become a rocket scientist, but maybe he could inspire those who did have that aptitude to become a rocket scientist. And he pointed out that it's really important to have relatable characters in your story. And in the best world, you actually have real people who have gone to the places that we want to go to. So there is great power. We've been talking about it all day, about those humans who first put their feet on the moon 50 years ago. Those are great, relatable characters. And he said we should hurry up and get some people on Mars because they're going to be the best for the stories. But in the meantime, the least we can do is every one of us needs to tell the story of going to Mars. So I'll leave you with the following challenge. Every one of you needs to be a space evangelist to people who are not in this room, and you need to invite them to also tell the story of Mars, that dream we all have of living and working and exploring Mars. And when everybody is storytelling about Mars, that's when our dreams will become a reality. Thank you. All right.
Well, good afternoon. I hope you're enjoying the conference. It seems to be going well, so thank you for all of our speakers who are coming so far. Before we introduce at 5 o'clock the member of Congress coming, Congressman Waltz, we have a few announcements for Explore Mars. First of all, we want to award some special people with some awards for recognizing their extreme contribution to the Mars cause and to Explore Mars in general. One person in particular, let me find the, somebody who has been who ran the Explore Mars, Achieving Mars workshops from the beginning, from the first one all the way up to the recent one that Joe Cassidy and the rest of the panel talked about over the last hour, was Harley Thronson. Harley Thronson has worked tirelessly for the past, since 2013 when we founded the Achieving Mars workshops. These workshops have been started right after our first Humans to Mars Summit, actually. At the time, we found that we saw there was evidence there might be a growing consensus, there was agreement about Mars, that Mars should be the goal. This was not a consensus at the time. This was not assumed as it is right now that Mars was one of the primary goals. So we decided it was time to do a workshop to bring the community together and see if we could build up that unity. First off, determine if we agree. Second, can it be achievable? And the third question of that first one was, can it be affordable? Took a lot of arguing, but eventually we came to a yes answer to all of them. And since then, we've probably run one of the most successful workshop series that bringing together people within the community that have had a real impact on U.S. space policy. And once again, Harley Thronson, who couldn't be here today for this workshop, he got pulled off onto travel to JPL, but he was the driving force behind that, and we could not have achieved this without him. So we want to give them this Explore Mars Achievement Award, which we will present to him at a later date, but we want to make sure to recognize Harley's extreme dedication to the Mars cause and the success of our workshop series over the last 6 years. So thank you very much, Harley. If you're watching online, you deserve this very much. So. Somebody else I want to recognize before we hand out the next award, one of our staff members, actually the only other full-paid staff member other than myself for Explore Mars, Wade Holler. Wade Holler, and I assume he's in the audience. Wade has basically worked 24 hours a day for the last 6 months, it seems, to make sure this conference has run smoothly. And as you've seen, he's been pacing back and forth, running around back and forth, escorting people. So sometimes we don't acknowledge the contribution that Wade has given to our organization, and we should. And we are tonight, so Wade, we don't have an award, but we're going to give you a $150 gift card to whichever restaurant you want in Massachusetts. You can tell me which. I was going to give it to you for Beverly Depot, but I figured you know restaurants in the area, so I'll give you the one that you want. So thank you very much, Wade. For our next award, I want to call up Gary Fisher to present it. Gary is one of the founding members of Explore Mars. He's a board member. He's also our treasurer. And to my knowledge, this is the first time, Gary, you've been on stage at the Humans to Mars Summit. Am I correct in saying that? It is true. It is true. So thank you, Gary. And I'll take Harley's away. So.
I am a reluctant public speaker. As one of the founders of Explore Mars and the person who has known her the longest and worked with her the longest, It's my honor and my duty to recognize Artemis Westenberg. Come up here, Artemis. Come on up. You know, I heard this piece of advice once about making it easier to do public speaking. But honestly, imagining you all naked is not helping. Not at all.
I can't imagine why.
So we're here to recognize Artemis for all that she's done, not just for Explore Mars, but for the effort of Mars in general. So I've known Artemis for, I guess, at least 16 years. We worked together at another Mars organization. I'll leave it unnamed. And we began to feel quite a bit of frustration, so Mars, Artemis, myself, and Chris, and the other founders created Explore Mars because we thought there was a better way to advance this great goal. In order to do that, we realized we couldn't be partisans. We don't care if you're old space or new space, if you prefer robot exploration to human exploration, if you are a Democrat or a Republican or a socialist. That doesn't really matter. We're agnostic about whether the ISS or Mars advances the goal. And so we found it possible to bring lots of different people together to address these hard questions of how to do Mars. And we've been amazingly successful, more successful than I ever imagined we would be, and to a large extent, the credit for that goes to Artemis. If you've ever met Artemis, you will remember Artemis. She is a force of nature. If you've met her, resistance is futile. You will be assimilated into her circle. She is dynamic, persuasive, and tireless, and that's the reason we made her our president. And it's also why we've decided to kick her out. Not because we don't want her, but because we need her to be the midwife to this new organization, Explore Mars Europe. No, maybe midwife isn't right, because it's more like giving birth, I think. The mother of Explore Mars.
Actually, being Artemis, midwife is exactly where the Greek mythology puts me. So, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Midwife to Apollo I was.
Well, I still think we can add to your titles of founder of Explore Mars and board member of Explore Mars and president emeritus of Explore Mars, mother of Mars organizations. So the NASA administrator this morning talked about the need for international cooperation for Project Artemis. And so we have our own Project Artemis. And she shortly will be talking about what she plans to do in Europe to create this separate, independent organization, Explore Mars Europe, that will still be a cooperative organization with Explore Mars, Inc. So we have created this award, the Excellence in Advancing Humanity to Mars Award, and we give it to Artemis in recognition of all that she has done, but hardly in adequate compensation for all that she's done.
Well,
thank you.
Okay, Gary, we indeed worked for a long, long time. Crazy projects, because, you know, if you're trying to get humans to Mars, you need to be a bit crazy to start with. And I think this is the first time you kind of made me speechless. which is quite something. I've been president of Explore Mars for 9 years. Explore Mars Incorporated. Let's be specific about this because I'm now talking about this present organization here in America. I have been seeing this seed of hope grow to quite a sturdy plant. However, it is time to ensure that Europe and other continents are involved with this big endeavor of settling humans on Mars. Because for me, getting humans on Mars is not just, it's definitely not footsteps and flags, and it's also not just, putting a camp there and doing research. For me, it is settling the human race on a second home, if it's possible. We don't know that yet, of course, but let's assume it is. That's what it's for, to start a new branch of civilization, which I fervently hope will be more civilized than sometimes we are here on Earth. Not because we will be better humans, but because we simply will need each other harder, which will probably make us to be a bit more friendly to each other, regardless of who we are and what our job title exactly is on Mars. Now, I'm always saying, if we're talking about human spaceflight and all our efforts, that whatever we do in getting humans to Mars, it cannot be, and I know my colleagues know that I have said that so often, it cannot be an all-American party like the Apollo missions were. It simply cannot. We have moved, we have grown as humanity, as civilization here on Earth. Beyond that, I am absolutely certain of that, which means that we must rope in the other countries. And for me, being a European, actually living in Europe, living in the Netherlands, what would be more natural than starting with my own back garden, which is Europe. I will try to build this organization aimed at the politicians in Europe, at the European Space Agency, at the European Ministerial Conference, which decides the direction and funding of European Space Agency projects. It will be aimed at the European Union, at the European Committee, at the European Parliament, at the Council of Europe, at the Assembly of the Council of Europe. It's complicated, Europe? Only a bit. And yeah, I have my work cut out for me, but I can assure you that already other countries which have their own space or Mars-aimed organizations have already reached out to me, telling me that if I go to Brussels to talk to any of these entities, they are willing to fly in and to show the European leaders that this is not just this Dutch woman coming to them and, harassing them, really, about getting us all to Mars. It is a much wider organization, and they are willing to support it. Now, in Europe, I was very lucky a few months ago to run into another Dutch woman who actually is not involved in space exploration or space industry at all. She's more involved with high-tech other industry. She met me at a Women's Lib conference, has nothing to do with space. She liked me. She said, can we talk? Can we, discuss cooperation? And she now is the second person going to build Explore Mars in Europe. Now, today, I also was happy to find another woman here in the audience willing to be the president of Explore Mars in Europe, because in Europe, I will not be the president. I will be CEO, the worker bee, and the other lady will be the CEO. Henriette van Norel is her name, by the way, and she will be the other worker bee. But Maria Antonietta Perino, she will be my president, and I'm very happy with her willingness to support me, because I know that she will be a great asset to the organization. Now, of course, I'm being this European that meddled in your American affairs. Let's face it, I went to Congress regularly, and then I would talk about how our country should really be great, thinking, wait, it's not really my country, never mind. I love talking to your politicians, telling them what to do. I mean, there's nothing greater fun than telling another country what they're supposed to do. Gary is right that I do talk to my own government that way. I tell them, yes, hell, you will do this or you'll do that. And they're smart enough to do what I ask. Wonder why? Anyway, so now this European has had the incredible cheek to turn the American Explore Mars Incorporated over to an American. Novel thought, right? And what an American. Janet Ivey, please Janet Ivey, come up here. Creator and CEO of the award-winning Janet's Planet, the voice of STEM projects all over America. Janet has been part of the Humans to Mars Summit for a number of years, and I do believe that you all know her. And in my not-so-humble opinion, after all, I'm a Mars goddess, moon goddess, whatever, I believe that Janet has what it takes to make Explore Mars Incorporated thrive even more. Janet?
Artie? So stay up here with me, my Martian goddess. I would like to say thank you to CEO extraordinaire Chris Carberry, Mars goddess, and apparently now moon goddess as well, and President Emeritus Artemis Westenberg and the entire leadership team for giving me both the privilege and honor of becoming president of Explore Mars at this time. Somebody asked me, how did it happen? One of my jokes was, I think I was on a teleconference. I paused the button, went to get coffee, and I came back, and somehow they said, hey, how would you like to? The truth is, Artemis gave me a call. And I remember meeting Artemis at that very first H2M. I thought, as Gary well put it, a force to be reckoned with. And I was like, I must know this woman. I remember asking very shyly for her card. She said, oh, of course, and hands me her card, and we've been fast friends ever since. Being president of Explore Mars brings with it a great responsibility as well as a grand opportunity to demonstrate all that I would like to do to expand the organization. We will be working in tandem with Artemis and Explore Mars Europe. We will exploit the brand of Explore Mars so that Mars is top of mind and on the tip of everyone's tongue. Artemis likes to say that we want everybody humming the Mars song. Mars, 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 Mars. So we will seek to develop, I got to work on that, but we will seek to develop deeper relationships, new partnerships, cosmic collaborations the world over. And most dear to my heart, as my enthusiasm well shows, I want to increase the outreach and our education efforts by orders of magnitude. And one of the first things that I can announce to you tonight and this afternoon, and Jancy could not have done a better job to really kind of bat this one up, is the formation of the Explore Mars Ambassador Program. And I have to again give Wade Holler great credit for this. He has carried the torch of this from the very first conversation we had about doing it about a year ago. And we want ambassadors from every state in the union and every corner of the globe. And we want the world basically to bring the excitement of a human mission to Mars to the general public. Much like I'm a JPL NASA Solar System Ambassador. Again, great program, and we want to do similar here. And given that Mars is the most accessible planet in the solar system, we are seeking Explore Mars ambassadors to become the communicators, to tell that story, to tell the why of humans on Mars, of the progress and plans for the human exploration of the red planet. And Explore Mars ambassadors will be Martian-minded Earthlings who are interested in providing inspirational and information to the public regarding the technical and scientific milestones that are helping us achieve the goals of putting humans on Mars. So, harness your curiosity, people. Partner with us as we endeavor to empower and encourage Generation Mars. We're going to need you. Artemis will need you. I will need you. I'm going to need Artemis. Again, this is a friendship forged in Martian soil. All right, so if you're interested in coming alongside, whether in partnership, collaboration, relationship, or simply to say, hey, what can I do? This is the time. This is my call to action. My why is simple. I want a science-literate, Martian-minded society, and Mars beckons, and we are going all together. Thank you.
I think, Joe, you're going to introduce our next speaker? Oh, yeah. You know, it's probably going to do the same thing that I did last year when the other senator, in this case, wasn't going to be, this is a congressman, never mind, one of your representatives of your parliament, was late. Now, the good news is, on the other side of the ocean, same problem. It's not America. Truly not. And it actually doesn't matter whether it's an Italian parliamentarian, a Dutch one, a Swedish one, a Spanish one, they'll be late. And, you know, I never know whether that's because they of course have a lot of things to do and a lot of people that want to talk to them all the time, or is it because, you know, it's fashionably late? I don't know, but they'll be late. Which is great, because then we can, you know, plan what we will do with them. In the sense of, you know, don't make any big plans, just in the sense of what kind of questions we're going to ask, you know, once they're up here and once they do their spiel. Because that's one thing that is true. Everywhere I go, and whether it's for Mars exploration or for Women's Lib, whether it's in a group of women just having a discussion, or whether it's in the UN when I was in March for 2 months, it makes a difference if you speak up. It makes a difference if you ask questions. And you don't need to be an expert. Common sense often gets you where you want to be. So if you have a common sense question for the next speaker, save it and make sure you ask it. Because that's what it's going to take to get, not just to Mars, but anything in your society. It might seem cheeky to others, but why? All of us are citizens in a democracy. Even if America is a republic and not really a democracy. It's always hard for me to figure that one out, but okay. And by the way, Gary, I'm not a socialist, I'm a social democrat. There's a very big difference. Really. Yeah, you just mentioned socialist while I was standing next to you. Got it. Now, so truthfully, even in the UN, where I was in March, I'm just a citizen. I wasn't paid to be there. I was a representative of a non-governmental organization, and I asked common sense questions to the government of Spain, to the government of Norway. And if you ask common sense questions, you have a chance that people will take you serious, whoever you are, and they will give you real answers. And more importantly, you have a good chance that you will make them think. And that actually is part of being the Mars Ambassador project, being a Mars Ambassador. It just means that we want you to think, and we want you to make other people think. That's what it is. And you don't need to have a PhD in rocket science. I don't have. You all do know I'm a historian, right? And I just hated writing about history, so I decided to write history. That's more fun, truly. No stuffy rooms to do your research. Really great. So, truthfully, if we all want to see this seed of putting humans further in the evolution of society, which human spaceflight most certainly is helping for, then this is what you need to do. Be a common sense person and convince your neighbor to once watch in, look at this, think about science. Because being a Mars ambassador doesn't mean that you just need to say Mars, Mars, Mars and sing this lovely song that you just concocted. I didn't know there was a song. Great. And also, trust me if I say, I do not sing. You only ask me to sing if you want to clear Wrigley Fields or something in like 90 seconds. Guaranteed. Works better than a siren. Because I can't sing. I absolutely cannot sing, so I will never sing for you or anyone else, not even while taking a shower. I have neighbors, you know, so, and they might call the cops. You never know. Anyway, like I said, each and every one of us has these, you know, people around us. It might be, you know, your cousins, your neighbors, anyone. And actually, only a few days ago, I had my shopping delivered to my apartment here in Washington. And the lady who delivered it, she mentioned that she was a teacher for whatever reason, because she asked why I was here in town, and I talked to her about it. She was a teacher, and then suddenly Mars was on the topic of the discussion, and she next year is going to bring her class here. So don't think that people that you have a chance meeting with have no interest in science or no interest in Mars. So for the rest, I think I'm now handing over to Isti. 3 more minutes. Come on.
All right. Well, since we're going to be partners for a long time here,
yes, that's
Artemis.
True. We did a solar eclipse together. Do you know what it looked like, a solar eclipse? No idea. There was a cloud in front of my solar eclipse.
Artemis just happened to be standing in the wrong moment of Nashville there.
Yes.
But she and Wade came down, and when we were coordinating for all of that back in 2017 in Nashville, and
it wasn't never the same.
She stayed at my house and all of these kinds of lovely things. But what they discovered and what they've been doing ever since in some of the outreach, and Wade is fantastic at this, is what they originally wanted to do as a hands-on activity, it didn't work out, and we tried 1,000 other things. So they came up with this idea of polling whomever walked up to the table about name the 10 things that Mars and Earth have in common. And it turned into almost like one of those games of like, you know, winning the $1 million and phone a friend, and they're fretting about it. But what was great is that all of a sudden you would see families conferring with one another about, what is it?
Strangers walking in and trying and being roped into the discussion. Do you know? And also the funny thing was, which she didn't mention yet, we had these stickers made. They were $1 if you wanted to buy them. Each and every one but one person in 2 days' time opted to waste perhaps 15 minutes of their lives coming up with the 10 things that Earth and Mars have in common, rather than simply paying $1. Which, you know, Wade kept saying every time they left, make America think again. Certainly.
And that is why we tend to call Wade Haller our Martian kind of heart and soul. So if you see him running around this week, please tell him thank you. So much of what you're holding in your hands, from the program to the slides, and so many logistical things, really are all because of his great, great hard work. But we want you guys to be partners. We want you to talk to us. I think I've already kind of garnered some of you to come alongside, but this is going to be a time where if we're going to make all this happen, the time is now. And I just happened to talk with somebody at that last break. Artemis had leaned over and she goes, why aren't we taking a break again? I was like, we Americans love our snacks. And but I met this guy, and he said back in 2016, it was his first H2M, and he heard us on an education panel say, instead of just talk about it, do something. And he was telling me about a program that he has for taking hands-on science into refugee camps for kids in Jordan from Syria. So again, we hope to be this inspiring moment for you. We're turning it over to Joe. More soon, partner with us.
Just hold 1 second. Let me make sure they're ready. But he's back there.
All right, folks. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce to you Congressman Michael Waltz from the 6th District of Florida. He's a native Floridian, and he's a graduate, though, of Virginia Military Institute. He served in the Special Forces during the war in Afghanistan, and he has the distinction of being the first Green Beret elected to Congress. Congressman Waltz serves on the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and we're very lucky to have him here today to speak to us here at the Humans to Mars Summit. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, and I do promise I won't drone on too long. I understand I'm your last speaker, which means I'm the only thing between you and drinks for the end of the day. So, you know, I heard a statistic earlier today that actually is really sticking with me, and that the average person touches space 36 times a day and doesn't fully realize, right, the extent to which space is touching every aspect of our daily lives and is really underpinning our modern society today. So one of the things that I'm going to talk about today and focus on, though, is the national security element of that. And I am one of the only members, actually there's only 2 of us out of 435 that are on both armed services and science, space, and technology. So that means we have oversight of the Air Force, of the National Reconnaissance Office, and all of the military components, the National Geospatial Administration, NSA, all of it, plus obviously NASA and NOAA. And you know, one of the great things about the U.S. government is that it's rather large and well-funded and can throw a lot of resources at an issue. That's also one of the bad things about the U.S. government, is it throws a lot of resources at issue, and it isn't always knitted together in the most effective strategy. So for me, as now being elected to office, I've really taken it on to help Americans realize how dependent we are and how this infrastructure that has been up there for the last several decades must be defended going forward. So, you know, as you all know, every time we send a text message, every time we check the weather, we use the phone, how I got here today, we grab a coffee, we are interacting with some way in space. It has really been astounding to me. I didn't fully realize until being on the committee that how interdependent our financial system, our ATMs, the stock market, modern global communications, are all dependent on space. And frankly, it's impacting our lives now more than ever and is only going to increase and grow. So, you know, obviously, human exploration, the American pioneering spirit, are a fundamental part of our DNA, and it's one reason, I believe, space is one reason that America is so exceptional. I am confident in the United States' ability to pioneer and explore and lead the world again, not just to the moon, but to Mars and even beyond. And I'm really, really excited about it. But what I want to discuss today that is just as important as our efforts to explore space and other worlds is national security. And while we normally talk about space as an exploration issue, it's also a national security imperative. You know, space isn't just a matter of colonizing another planet, to be candid. It's a matter of protecting ours and protecting what we have here. So, you know, our military's ability to fly, to fight, to coordinate our tanks, our aircrafts, our divisions, are wholly and completely dependent on space. Our entire system now, having been a warfighter overseas, is utterly dependent on GPS. And we're not the only ones that know that. As I'm sure you've seen, the Chinese have demonstrated an anti-satellite and anti-space capabilities, a lot of which I can't get into in this forum, but they are sophisticated. The Chinese are dedicated to doing it, and it's growing. Bottom line is, in any type of future conflict, our adversaries are not going to take us on by ship to ship, aircraft carrier to aircraft carrier, tank to tank. They're going to go after what all of those entities depend on, all of which is sitting up in space. So the warfighting domain has been completely dependent on space for years now. It's time our national security strategic approach and strategy is structured to take the threats posed by China and Russia seriously. And we are starting to see that pivot, not just from the Air Force, but by our entire national security apparatus. You know, just last month, Vladimir Putin vowed publicly to modernize his country's space industry. He vowed and set some very ambitious goals of doubling the productive capacity in their rocket and space industry by 2020. He wants to upgrade all of Russia's aerospace industry and to compete with other space powers, including ours. But, you know, it's not just Russia, our traditional kind of opponent in space. A new Department of Defense study, which I would encourage everyone to read, the public version of it, recently detailed China's investments in space-based intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and anti-satellite missions. So without getting into too much detail, but if China can put things up in space that can repair satellites, then that means they can put things up that can also attack satellites as well. But unlike the United States, China does not have a NASA equivalent. I know, that's not news to most of the folks in this room, but I think to the broader public, it bears oft repeating. Everything that they are doing has a military component. Every astronaut that they have up there comes from the People's Liberation Army and through that training and through that system. So everything they're doing, all of their space assets are backed by the military. This means that their primary focus now, as enunciated by President Xi, is military space dominance and supplanting the United States as the world's dominant power. China and Russians aren't the only one. India is also launching. As you know, Israel just launched. This capability is proliferating. The United States must invest in maintaining that leadership role that is so central to our economy, but is also so central to our military that is defending a global liberal world order. So the new space race is on. There's a lot at stake. I think in order to protect those assets, America too must prioritize our space investments. We're making that case day after day and week after week within the Pentagon. Thankfully, President Trump and Vice President Pence fully understand the importance of space from a national security standpoint and the seriousness that it requires and frankly, the investment that it requires. Creating a space force, a lot of people make jokes about it. Fine, make your jokes. But it is an absolutely critical investment. I'm fully supportive, and I think it's something that is overdue, and we absolutely need to do. It is imperative for the modern space race. And President Trump's leadership in this regard, overcoming a lot of resistance, it just can't be overstated. So, I use the analogy with air power and where we've gone with the Air Force. The Air Force was part of the Army until 1947, and we broke off, created a separate branch. I think that was absolutely needed and is what led to our dominance of air power since World War II. I think we're at that same inflection point. We need to break the Space Force off and give it recruits unique types of individuals, acquires unique types of technology, needs to have an equal seat at the table in the Pentagon when we're making tough resourcing decisions that I don't think it will have if it remains wholeheartedly part of the Air Force. So again, I'm just fully supportive. The other piece that I'm really excited about, and I say this as what I call a small government conservative, is I'm really excited about what the private sector is doing. We have a lot of momentum from what I call quote unquote new space. And the new space industry or commercial space, which is just in incredible ways leading the charge for how we're improving our edge and improving our technology and doing things like the private sector is so often doing it efficiently, doing it fast, building risk, into its models, not being afraid to take those risks and moving forward at a pace that I just don't think you would see candidly coming out of a wholly government-run program. This new space industry is testing its capabilities. It's launching every 8 days. From Cape Canaveral and the Kennedy Space Center, which is just south of my district in Florida. Center to my district in Florida in Daytona is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. So to me, the new space paradigm and this new space race is also an icebreaker for STEM and where we need to go in STEM and how we're going to have the workforce of the future, not just in STEM, but in manufacturing technical capabilities to be able to fuel the private sector. And I've had a lot of conversations and a lot of roundtables back in my district of how we get folks, not in high school, not in college, but in elementary school, and invested and excited about STEM. Every time I have a manufacturer, I just had some in my office earlier today that are coming to me and saying, we have so many people. This is a societal issue. We have so many people in that pendulum that have swung towards liberal arts, four-year liberal arts degrees, that if I could be completely candid, I think in many ways are not the best return on investment. If you're going off and getting a four-year degree in equestrian studies and loaded up with $250,000 in debt, I don't think you're going to see that return on investment. I think you're going to see that entire paradigm start to shift, where you see people. I'm excited to see companies like Siemens and Netflix, Blue Origin and others that's saying, you know what, you don't have to have a four-year degree to come work here. Where you have this kind of continuum of workplace and education that is very relevant to what they're doing. But I also put a finger in their chest when they're complaining about this issue and saying, how many apprenticeships are you sponsoring? How much are you doing? Not for internships in undergrad and grad school when somebody's already charted their course, but in middle school and in elementary school and in summer jobs and in workplaces. How many vocational roundtables, how much vocational training are you sponsoring and you investing in? They need to take a 10, 20-year view, not a 2-year view, and then look to government to kind of help fix the problem. So that conversation, I think, still needs to be had, and I would encourage all of you to have it as well. Look, I think at the end of the day, what I'm so excited about is just the massive industry that space is going to be. The statistics that we're seeing is by 2045, we're going to grow from $500 billion industry, where we are today, to $2.7 trillion in terms of the space economy. That is an economic free market driver that should just have everyone, I think, really fired up. My job is to help with the regulatory structure and then frankly getting government out of the way in many ways to let that grow and to let that flourish, and so that our regulations and our laws keep pace with this innovation. But for me, as long as I have the private sector leading the way and government is trying to catch up, that's a better dynamic than government in the way. And that is a dynamic that I'm absolutely committed to. So, one of the primary goals of the commercial industry is to make space travel consistent and to drive down the price of launch. I mean, if you look at what commercial space has done in terms of taking launches from 500 million to downward as much, as low as 50 million, just in the last 10 years, that is absolutely incredible and exciting and needed to get the things up into space that we're going to need to get in order to eventually be able to get to the moon. So, I could tell you, I just sat down with Administrator Bridenstine, who I heard kind of knocked it out of the park and had a great speech. He actually used to, when he was a congressman, be in my office. So we had a little bit of old home week last week when he came by, and we were really able to, in many ways, I'm following in his footsteps in that he was also in Armed Services and on the Space Committee, but wasn't a physicist or a scientist by background. I'm a knuckle-dragging Army guy, but that doesn't mean that I'm not really excited about this and want to show some leadership on it. He's excited about it. His plans are coming to fruition. Obviously, this means building the most powerful rocket in the world in SLS. That now with Vice President Pence's direction, are not just going to launch humans around the moon, but are going to put humans on the moon. I'm sure you all saw that meant a $1.6 billion budget amendment, which NASA just delivered. And now part of my job is to get that through the Congress. And you won't have a bigger supporter than you do right here in getting that through. So my question, thank you. My question, though, to Administrator Bridenstine and to all of NASA is, have you fully wrapped your minds around, and the entire community, have you wrapped your minds around doing what NASA has traditionally done in an uncontested space, one that we dominated and I think, frankly, took a little bit for granted, and now one in a contested space? And how does that factor into the planning? And how does that factor into the entire dynamic in the budget? So are we prepared, to have a gateway around the moon that can also be defended? Are we prepared to have a lunar lander that can also be defended? Because again, China just announced its plan to put a manned research station on the moon in the next 10 years. Well, again, not to insult anyone, but I just think I'm going to keep pounding the table. That research station, let's call it what it is. That's a military base. That will be manned, funded, and put there by the Chinese military. That's not to be overly hawkish. That's not to be an alarmist. But I think we need to, our community needs to have its eyes wide open to really what that means moving forward. So, look, I know this for certain, that just as America's successful journey to the moon in the 20th century provided countless innovations for both our economy and our national defense, I fully expect this current endeavor to the moon and beyond to provide similar benefits to humanity. For me, space is the fabric of my community. Florida has been in the site of some of the biggest moments in space. Space is an important piece of my home state's history. As you all know, before Neil Armstrong made that one small step for man and giant leap for mankind in 1969, where did he launch from? From Florida. And when we do it again in 2024, the next astronaut to walk the white craters of the moon and look down on Earth will also launch for Florida. And if I have it my way, in addition to being the first Green Beret in Congress, I'll be the first Green Beret on the moon. So look, this is an exciting time, but I just want to leave you today with a call to action. We have a unique moment. Sit the politics and the vitriol and all of those pieces aside for a moment, if you can. Tough call in this town, but if you can. We have the president. We have the vice president. We have a Secretary of Defense nominee, but I expect to be the Secretary of Defense that comes from aerospace and comes from industry. We're on the cusp of a sixth branch of our armed service dedicated to space, and we have a private sector that's exploding. I mean, this is truly a unique and exciting time. And here's the but, and here's the call to action. The average person in the United States right now cannot withstand a $400 unexpected expense to their savings account. They can't withstand that in just living in paycheck to paycheck. So my call to action to you is to be vocal and enthusiastic advocates for why this matters to our economy, why this matters to our national security, for all of our freedoms that we hold so dear. So when you're talking to your neighbors, when you're talking to your community, when you're in your annual Thanksgiving argument about politics or whatever, is to keep making that case. We all cannot get so into this bubble that we aren't constantly making the case for space and why it's critical to American leadership, and why, just as we breathe free air with a free press and a free market and a free society here, why it is imperative that we project that everywhere beyond Earth as well. Thank you so much. God bless you all, and thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you for coming. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Send you the video and all the photographs as well. Yes, sir. God bless you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, that's the end of day one, so thank you, everybody. So just a reminder, I think Artemis mentioned this earlier, for those of you who have signed up for the reception tonight, it's actually starting at 6 o'clock, not 5:30. I believe we have now sold out of that event, so if you haven't signed up yet, I'm sorry. However, we do still have some availability for tomorrow's speaker lunch with Leonard David. It's going to be a great event. As you know, he's always a great speaker. He has a new Moonrush book out. Plus, as many of you who have attended it know, we always have our official wine of these events, Greg Olson's Pinotage from South Africa, and we have an Ardbeg Scotch toast during lunch. And we still have some availability for tomorrow's night's reception at the Cosmos Club. If you haven't been there, it's a spectacular building. You don't want to miss it. So if you haven't signed up, please do. And once again, we're going to have an Ardbeg tasting at that. So it's going to be a great evening tomorrow and a great evening tonight. So thank you very much.
That's it for that's it for the first day of the Humans to Mars Summit for 2019. I'm Matt Kaplan from the Planetary Society, here for Explore Mars. I hope you were with us for a lot of the really exciting and fascinating conversations that took place today. We're going to keep it up. We're going to start up again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And I want to let you know that right up front, we're going to start with a bang with a session that will be just a couple of people, but pretty amazing folks. Humphrey Hoppy Price, who is the Chief Engineer for the Mars program at the Jet Propulsion Lab, about where I come from in California. He will be joined by Paul Wooster, who is the Principal Mars Development Engineer for SpaceX. So that should be very exciting. And then, very soon after that, a pretty inspiring conversation will be had, I am sure. If you have never heard them, I highly recommend that you join us later in the morning for a discussion with the Afghan Girls Robotics Team. That's exactly what they are. This is a very courageous team of young women who are here from Afghanistan and they are fighting for STEM in their home nation, facing much greater challenges than a lot of us will ever know. And much, much more going on, basically from about 8 to 5 tomorrow Eastern Time. You can tune in right here where you've been watching us today for the Humans to Mars Summit. Okay, taking up a lot of room now in the aisle, we have quite a crowd, and it's a group that we had some representation from last year. I was just looking behind me to see if we're going to have anybody else try to come up. And you guys scrunch together here and fill in right next to me as well. We already met one person from the Weiss School in Florida, and that's Alexa, who's right to my side here. But as you can see, she's here with a lot of her colleagues. And they are here with some folks from the school and I think a couple of parents. This is, if you missed the conversation earlier today with Alexa, or if maybe you didn't catch the conversation with the group last year, this is a pretty accomplished group of young people at a pretty amazing school. And Alexa, because you're next to me, and I know that you can speak very well because you're on the debate team, who else is on the debate team? Pretty much everybody, right. They're almost all aerospace and almost all debate team, which tells you a lot right there about the school. Tell me about the group here. These are all your friends and colleagues.
Yeah, so we are a mixed group of 6th graders through 8th graders, and mostly all of the students here are a mixture of aerospace and debate students, because we at the Weiss School, we know it's very important that you can not only have the knowledge and understand the concept, but also be able to communicate your thoughts and be able to communicate what you're thinking. So this is that group of highly selective students who are able to do both of those.
Well said, and that's a good demonstration. I mean, the congressman was talking about liberal arts degrees. You guys are going in both directions, it sounds like. I want to hear from somebody about what it was like to be here today as a part of Humans to Mars. Pretty cool opportunity for young people like you. Anybody else want to speak up? We've talked to Alexa. Yeah, what's your name?
I'm Theo. It's a great opportunity to be here, partially because we're basically the youngest, one of the youngest people here, and there's so many great people here, and there's aerospace titans, there's Congress members, etc., and it's just a great opportunity to meet and see all these great people.
Anybody else want to talk about what it's been like to be part of this?
I'm William, and it was truly a great honor to be here. I really enjoyed the experience, and I really enjoyed learning that that exploring and eventually colonizing Mars is more than an idea on the blackboard. It is an idea that is actually being put to motion.
Well said. What were your highlights? Who had a favorite moment during the day? I know you weren't here in the auditorium the whole time, but from some of the stuff that you've heard, come on down here and stand right next to me so that we can keep you in the light where the camera can see you. What's your name?
Logan.
So what did you like, Logan?
So I really enjoyed the bit about STEM, the panel about STEM and how it connected to space, because if it weren't for the Weiss School, I would have never gone into space, because I didn't have a STEM program because I went to a public school before I came to Weiss, so I really got the STEM that I needed to get into space. So I really enjoyed that talk.
Anybody else? Girls?
So I think also it definitely have to be the panel about STEM education, that's specifically what Alexa was talking about, because it's great to see that there's so much support for it, because it's really needed to get students interested in it at a really young age, and it's something that we're trying to focus on.
So you guys, you're lucky. You go to a terrific school that's doing amazing stuff. We'll talk more about that in a second. But you've earned it as well. I'm sure you're all working your tails off to be able to come up to the standards that the school sets. Not everybody, not every person your age in this country or elsewhere has those kinds of opportunities. I mean, do you wish they did? Alexa, I'll let you respond.
Yeah, we definitely recognize how fortunate we are to have those opportunities, which is why we
try to have as much community outreach as possible. For example, I mentioned it in my panel about how we created a federal resolution to raise awareness for the CubeSat launch initiative, because a lot of it is just people not knowing about it, so they don't have those opportunities. And we are also going to work with Title I students in our upcoming, building our upcoming CubeSat, so that they can have that exposure and that can feed into the STEM pipeline. So they have learn those skills at a young age, so they have those employable skills when they get older.
That's great. That's really outstanding. I'm glad you brought up the CubeSat again. I talked with Alexa about it earlier today. Who's on the CubeSat team? Everybody? Almost. Do we have somebody here who's been sort of a leader or one of the leaders of the team? That you? Come on down here, stand right next to me. And what's your name?
I'm Samar El-Haushi. Recently, around March, we had a CubeSat proposal known as the CapSat-1 accepted. I'm the co-investigator of that mission. It's really been an...
You're talking about March of 2018?
March of 2019.
So the new CubeSat.
Yeah, the CapSat-1. It's been a really incredible experience to be the co-investigator of that mission, and I'm excited for the years to come working on that mission and getting able to actually launch it.
That's pretty cool. And remind us, Alexa mentioned it earlier today, what will this CubeSat be doing up in orbit, in low Earth orbit?
So it's testing a novel electrical power system technology that uses what are known as capacitors, which compares to regular batteries in space. And we're seeing how those compare in terms of efficiency to regular batteries.
And I think they're sometimes called supercapacitors because they do act like batteries, right?
Yes, they do, yeah. They act like regular batteries, except they charge up energy and let it out at intervals in time, except for, aside from storing energy, which is normally in batteries, they just charge up energy and let it out in discharges. That's their main differentiator, but they could also be much safer than normal batteries, which is why we're testing them.
So this is pretty exciting. I mean, you're testing real technologies that might have real use for missions to Mars or someplace else that's really interesting, I would say. Again, it sounds like a tremendous opportunity to be able to participate in something like this and to know, I mean, who's excited about putting something in space? Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. All right, we're going to wrap it up here because I know you folks probably have some place to go, and I know everybody here in the auditorium also has places to go. Thank you very much for joining me at the end of today's Humans to Mars Summit. This has been a great way to finish off everything that we've been doing today. And best of luck with that CubeSat, and best of luck with your future studies and your professions. You know, my boss is a guy you may have heard of, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Oh. Can I get a on 3 science rules? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Science rule.
Oh, you can do better than that. Come on, give me some Y school enthusiasm. One more time. 1, 2, 3.
Science rule.
That's more like it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, that's it. We're going to wrap up. As I said here, we will be back at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the second day of the Humans to Mars Summit from Explore Mars, coming to you from the National Academy of Sciences here in Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Kaplan. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning. Have a great evening.